Steel Ranch Series, The Complete Box Set, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Spurred, Steel Ranch Book 1, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1, Cord. Fuck. The curse slipped out at the sight of her. There was no other word for it. She was too gorgeous, and I was too screwed. I'd hoped the pictures I'd seen of her had been wrong, that her hair wasn't a fiery shade of red, that the curl in it wouldn't get wrapped around my fingers when I held her in place for kisses, that she didn't have a spray of freckles across her nose, or full breasts, rounded hips, gorgeous ripe ass. No. One look at the pictures my lead investigator had emailed and I'd gone hard as a rock. She was perfect. And when I'd shown them to Riley, he'd nodded in agreement. No words had been needed. And now with her standing before me in her floral sundress, her shoulders bare except for two thin little straps holding it all up, I was completely and totally fucked. Because she was mine. Mine and Riley's. This woman, the first Steele daughter to be found and come to Montana, was well and truly claimed. She just didn't know it yet. And all I'd said to her was fuck. And of course, with that one word, I'd blown it. She startled and looked up at me with surprise and a hint of fear in her eyes. When she took a step back and glanced around the baggage claim area for either an escape or for someone to help her, I clenched my jaw tight. Yeah, I got that a lot. I was a big fucker, but I wouldn't hurt her. I'd never hurt her. I'd thought about how the first time we'd meet would go, and it hadn't been like this. I'd scared her. Good thing she was looking at my face and missed the way my dick was pressing painfully against the zipper of my jeans. That might have really scared her because I was big. All over. I looked forward to when she learned just how big it was, taking each thick inch of it deep inside her hot little pussy. She wasn't a small woman. She came up to my chin in her city slicker sandals that were useless on a Montana ranch. They were hot as fuck, and I thought about how those little heels would feel as they dug into my back as I tossed up the hem of that flirty dress and fucked her. Yeah, my dick wasn't going to go down any time soon. Not until I sank into her. Fucked this need right out of me. Like that was possible. This ache I had for her was not ever going to go away. So the hard-on remained. If she saw what she did to me, she'd run the other way. That was the last thing I wanted. I wanted her as close as possible. So close I was balls deep inside her. I cleared my throat, took off my hat, rested it against my thigh and covered myself with the brim. I tried to get my mind out of the fucking gutter. Yeah, I wanted to do all kinds of dirty things to her. To muss up that lipstick. Hell, to see it coat the length of my dick. But that would be later. Now, I had to keep her from running to the nearest airport security officer. I had to be a gentleman, even when I wanted to be anything but. "Katie Parks?" I asked, lifting my hand in front of me as if I were surrendering to her. Perhaps I was, because pretty much between one heartbeat and the next 3 weeks ago, I'd gone from contented bachelor to hers, irrevocably. Seeing her in the investigator's pictures, of her walking out of her school and talking to a few of her students, carrying a bag of groceries to her car, carrying a yoga mat, and heading into the local Y, she destroyed me for all others. I had no idea what it was about her, but there was no turning back now. I wasn't complaining, not one bit. I'd wanted to settle down for a while, but had never found the one. But ever since my lead investigator sent me her pictures, my fantasies had been filled with her and only her. No other woman would do ever again. My balls ached to grab her, toss her over my shoulder and take her back to my house and have her in my bed until I could ease the need for her. My brain, which wasn't getting any blood supply since it was all south of my belt, was trying to tell me to chill the fuck out. She'd be mine. I just had to say more than fuck. "Yes," she replied. Her voice was soft, melodic, and perfect for her, what I'd imagined it would be like, but it held a quaver of fear, and since I'd put that look in her eye and the sound in her voice, it was my job to fix it. I gave her a small and hopefully reassuring smile. I'm Cord Connolly. The fear melted from her face like snow in July, gone as quickly as it had come. She recognized my name, knew I was part of her welcoming committee. You're big. Her hand went to cover her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. I'm so sorry. Of course you know that. She gasped, the words muffled by her fingers. Embarrassment tinged her cheeks a pretty shade of pink. I laughed then, ran my hand over the back of my neck. No worries, I am big. She dropped her hand but had yet to get over her mortification, since her gaze flitted about, everywhere but at mine. Professional football? Slowly I shook my head. College. I could have gone pro, but I chose a different path instead. She cocked her head to the side, her hair sliding over her bare shoulder. I was mesmerized watching it, jealous of a wayward curl as it brushed her pale skin. I had to wonder if she stayed out of the sun or slathered herself in sunscreen, and that had my thoughts veering to spreading the lotion all over her body for her, not missing one bare inch of her. I cleared my throat. Military. Oh, well, thank you for your service. I offered her a slight nod, not used to being thanked for what I'd done. It had been a job, one I'd done well before I got out, started my own security firm. My background wasn't all that exciting, so I changed the subject. Riley Townsend is here too, parking the truck. I angled my head toward the sliding doors I'd come through. I'm sorry we were late to meet you. She smiled and I stifled a groan. Her lips were full, a shiny gloss on them. Something red or plum, some color with a girly name. She was so fucking feminine, a stark contrast to me. Delicate, breakable. At 6'4", 250 pounds, I was a Neanderthal in comparison. No, a caveman. The basest form of a guy who found a woman and wanted to toss her over his shoulder and carry her back to his cave. To keep her, claim her, mark her. It's no problem. My flight arrived early. I cleared my throat again, thinking just how I wanted to mark her. My cum dribbling from those lush lips, or perhaps coating her belly and breasts, dripping from her pussy and down her thighs, or marking the rosette of her virgin ass. Oh yeah, that little hole still had its cherry. Just looking at her, I was sure of it. No way had anyone claimed that gift yet. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I had no words, no brain function. We stood there staring. I couldn't look away. Couldn't believe she was real. All peaches and cream skin and citrus scent. She was here. She was going to be mine. Ours. I just didn't need to blow it. Fuck. This time I kept the word within. I kept thinking, mine, 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 like a chant. A broken record. I curled my fingers into a fist to keep from reaching out, stroking over her silky hair, sliding my fingers down the long line of her neck, over her delicate collarbone that peeked out from beneath the strap of her dress. Other passengers moved around us. A tired toddler cried from a stroller that was pushed past. The canned security message blared from the hidden speakers. No one felt the electricity that passed between us, the way the air crackled with need, want, instant attraction. She wasn't immune. Surprise, definitely. If the way her nipples were pressing like two pencil erasers against the thin fabric of her dress was any indication, she liked what she saw. Perhaps just a whole lot more of it than expected. I just had to wonder if her pussy was eager for me. There you are. Riley's voice broke the spell and Katie turned to look at my approaching friend, at her approaching husband. Yes, we were going to be her husbands. Not just Riley, both of us. Weird, yes, but I didn't give a shit. We were claiming her. Not that we were going to mention that at this moment, but if we were going to take her to bed, do all the things I'd thought about and then some, she'd ultimately have our ring. We wouldn't disrespect her like that. Katie watched Riley as he approached. The warm smile on his face was his usual, but as his best friend, I knew the spring in his step was because he was just as eager to meet her as I'd been. But since he'd driven and had to park, I'd gotten lucky and found her first. Katie, so glad to finally meet you after all the emails and phone calls. Riley Townsend. Riley reached out and took her hand, shook it, then didn't let it go. Courteous, she smiled automatically, but I watched her eyes flare when she took him in. Yeah, she was interested. Thank fuck. If Riley and I wanted a relationship that fit the mainstream, I'd be jealous of the way Katie was taking in every inch of him. His blonde hair, his blue eyes, quick smile. He was almost as tall as me, but built like a runner, not a linebacker. She wasn't scared of him. No, she didn't even realize he still held her hand. You two certainly ate your vegetables as kids, she commented, humor tinging her words and curving the corners of her lips. Her eyes sparkled. Yes, ma'am, Riley replied, giving her his wicked grin that made women drop their panties. Have the others arrived? She asked, looking around. She wasn't immune to Riley's good looks, but she was too much of a lady to toss her panties his way, at least here in the airport. Your sisters? I asked, wanting her to look up at me. She did, and I swore I could see flecks of gold in her pupils, along with the emerald green. Half-sisters, Riley clarified, although I was well aware of the difference. While we found 5 of you, 5 daughters of Aiden Steele who've inherited equal shares of his ranch and estate, we've only been able to connect with 3. That's my job, to make contact with the other 2 like I did with you, I elaborated. And as the estate lawyer, I'm the paperwork guy. Riley patted his chest. The one who overnighted you the documents for your signature. I still can't believe this is happening, that I'm here. Her fingers fiddled with the shoulder strap on her bag. She was nervous, although she hid it well. Not because of us, but she just found out she had a father she'd never known, who died and left her a large inheritance and had 4 half-siblings. I'd be a little freaked out, too. I was lucky to have summer break from school and was able to come. Lucky for us, Riley commented, raking his gaze over every inch of her. She flushed again, and I watched as the color crept down her neck and beneath the neckline of her dress. How far did it go? It was then she remembered her hand and pulled it away from Riley's. I frowned. Yeah, I was jealous of him since he'd gotten to touch her. I bet her skin was soft, no calluses on her palm. Her hand was so small, too. She was so damned breakable. I can't believe I have half-sisters I never knew about. No half-brothers? Riley shook his head. None that we found. Steele... Riley cleared his throat. Got around. Aiden Steele had been a womanizer. Never married, he lived a bachelor life. A wild bachelor life. Sure, I wasn't a monk, but at least I used a fucking condom every damn time, instead of getting a string of women pregnant all around the country. He'd fucked him and left him, every single one. Katie blushed again. I knew from her file, from the information my team had gathered about her, that she was 26. No prim young virgin, but she was a schoolteacher, 2nd grade. She didn't sleep around. Had 2 past long-term relationships that we'd been able to find. No wild partying, no smoking, no drugs. She was innocent to the underbelly of society that I knew all too well. My hands were dirty from it, from the cruelties of the world. Seeing her smile, her soft nature, I knew none of that had ever touched her. It would be our job now to ensure it stayed that way. But her father... Let's not stand here, Riley said, cutting into my thoughts. You've had a long trip and I'm sure are tired. Are these your suitcases? Riley asked, walking around her to the 2 big bags behind her. When she confirmed they were hers, he raised the long handles and led us out of the bagging area, pulling them both behind him. Here, let me take your other one, I said, reaching out to take the carry-on slung over her shoulder. It was heavy, easy for me, but would have been a burden for her. We followed Riley through the sliding doors and out into the bright sunshine. Have you ever been to Montana before? I asked, walking beside her in the crosswalk to the parking lot. When a hotel van didn't seem to be slowing, I stopped and gave the driver a look as I nudged Katie forward with my hand at the small of her back. That's right, fucker. I'm watching out for her now. No, first time. In fact, I haven't been out west at all. Philadelphia is a long way from here. She looked out at the mountains in the distance. It really is big sky country. The Bozeman Airport was settled in a valley, the Bridger Mountains just to the north. Other small ranges were farther off, but offered stunning views, especially for someone who'd never seen anything quite like it before. Riley had the tailgate of his truck down and was loading her suitcases in as we walked up. I opened the passenger door for her. "I've been to Pennsylvania. Lots of trees," I commented. "Yes, lots of trees." She looked at the seat, then me, laughed. "How do I get up there?" For me, the cab of Riley's truck was just right. I just had to put a foot on the running board and I was in. But for Katie in a pretty dress and heels and tiny, the double cab was a long way up, especially with the lift Riley had installed. I put my hands on her waist, so fucking tiny the tips of my fingers touched at her spine, and lifted her right up and into the seat. She practically weighed nothing, but she was warm and soft through her thin dress. Her gasp of surprise had her breasts rising, and the soft swells of them over the V neckline of her dress caught my attention. Slowly I looked up into her face and realized I'd been caught. Between the rosy hue of her cheeks and the way her eyes darkened, she didn't seem to mind. My gaze dropped to her lips, which were slightly parted, as if she were breathing through her mouth, panting. All I had to do was lean in a few inches and we'd be kissing. I wanted it more than my next breath. She wanted it. She wasn't moving, wasn't looking away from me. But when Riley opened the driver's door and climbed in, the spell was broken. Again. Damn it. He wasn't supposed to be a cockblocker. Shaken from my thoughts of how she'd taste, I grabbed hold of the seatbelt, stretched it across her, and clicked it into place. I stepped back, closed the door. While Riley's truck was huge, having a full second row with enough room for a team of lumberjacks or an ex-military security guy the size of a Sherman tank, I'd always refused to sit there. Until now. Now I wanted to be able to look at Katie as we rode to the ranch as much as I wanted. I could study her profile, see the expressions on her face, the way her breasts swayed over every dip or rut in the road. "Where are we headed?" she asked as Riley drove out of the lot and onto the highway headed west. "Steel Ranch, your new home." "Not for long. If we had our way, she'd be in our beds, in our house instead. She might have inherited a sizable chunk of Montana history, but she was still ours." Chapter 2. Katie. Oh my God. This was insane. Where had my perfectly unexciting life gone? How had it become this crazy in just a month? The list of changes was long. Inherited a ranch from a father I'd never known existed. Check. Inherited 4 half-sisters to add to the one I already had. Check. Traveled halfway across the country. Never done that. Check. When I'd first received a certified letter from a lawyer in Montana, I'd been stunned by what it revealed. When I spoke with him on the phone, I'd been reassured. And coming here, I'd been excited. But now, sitting in a huge-ass pickup truck with 2 unbelievably handsome men, I was beyond freaked. They must have pheromone cologne or something, because the second I laid eyes on Cord Connolly in baggage claim, my heart had stopped. Yeah, he'd scared me for a moment, but I'd never seen a guy so virile, so rugged. I'd heard about that feeling, the one where your heart lurches, your palms get sweaty, and your brain literally stops functioning in front of a guy. It had never happened to me, ever, until now. Cord Connolly had made my brain go haywire. My nipples go hard and my panties get damp all between one breath and the next. He was big. God, I'd blurted that out and made a fool of myself, as if Cord didn't know he was supersized. A football linebacker, but without the excess flab. An Australian rugby player, that was it. I'd seen a game on satellite TV once, and those guys were big, dense, solid. Mouth-watering. Those athletes had every single one of my hot buttons, and so did Cord Connolly. Even some I'd never even known I had. Cord was no Australian. No, he was all-flipping Montana cowboy. From his big 5-gallon hat to the tips of his tough leather boots. Yet he was a gentleman, too. Except for the way he looked at me. That wasn't gentlemanly at all. And for some strange reason, I was perfectly fine with that. I wanted him to look at me with dirty thoughts floating around in that gorgeous head of his, because I was having very dirty thoughts about him too. Gah! I slid my damp palms over my thighs, soothing out non-existent wrinkles from my dress. I was 2,000 miles away from home, riding off to God knows where with 2 gorgeous cowboys. If my fellow teachers could see me now, I murmured, reaching up to tuck my wild hair back behind my ear. Too much wind? Riley asked. I can shut the windows. I glanced at him, shook my head. No, the breeze feels nice. I can't believe how beautiful it is here. There were only a few random trees to get in the way of the gorgeous view. Nothing but flat green prairie split in half by the straight 2-lane road now that we'd exited the highway. In the distance there were snow-capped mountains, purple against the bright blue sky, and all of it seemed to go on and on and on. You teach 2nd grade? Riley asked. I had a feeling he knew that already. They knew so much about me because they'd had to track me down, while I hardly knew a thing about them. But he was trying to make small talk, and I appreciated it. Yes, school ended last week for the summer. I get 8 weeks off. I thought I'd be spending it tutoring out of my house, not in Montana. I turned my head to look at Riley's profile. But you knew all that since you arranged my travel. He took his eyes off the road for just a second, and that pale blue gaze had me sucking in a breath. Blonde, blue-eyed, tan, laugh lines around his mouth and his eyes. I guessed him to be around 30, not the 65 with white bushy eyebrows as I'd expected. We'd exchanged emails, phone calls, but I'd imagined him to be more fatherly type than the fantasy type. How could he make me all flushed and flustered if I was attracted to Cord? How could I find them both to be so different and yet equally appealing? How could I want both of them? I wasn't here to get it on with my lawyer and his friend. I was here because of the ranch, the one that was, holy crap, now mine, at least a part of it, along with a big chunk of money. From what Riley had said, if I maintained a reasonable lifestyle and was smart with my inheritance, I never had to work again. No more tutoring multiplication tables or parent-teacher conferences at the fancy private school. I could work with kids who needed it, in school districts whose budgets only paid their teachers a pittance. Tell us about yourself, Riley suggested after we'd driven about 20 minutes. I shifted in my seat to face him directly, and with a turn of my head could see Cord as well. You're the private investigator, I said to Cord. You know everything about me. I glanced down at my lap, a little worried that was the truth. Probably what kind of toothpaste I use. Brand? No. But I take you for a gel kind of gal. Cord's grin accompanied his words, and I had to smile and catch my breath. He was still rough around the edges, but that smile softened him in a way that had my ovaries jumping for joy. And that was just a smile. If he kissed me, I run a security company, he continued. We deal with corporate and personal protection. When your father died... Michael Parks, I said, cutting him off. My father was Michael Parks, not Aiden Steele. He studied me for a moment with those dark eyes. That's true. Let me see if I have it correct. Your mother married Michael Parks when you were 2 when he adopted you and gave you his name. He was your real father. Aiden Steele had just been a sperm donor. I was so glad he understood that tears sprang to my eyes. I blinked and willed them back. I was not going to cry now, not in front of these 2. Yes, that's all correct, I finally said. When Aiden Steele died, your and your half-sister's existence was brought to light. It seems Aiden knew about you, kept track of you, but didn't get involved. Only put you all in his will. As your estate's lawyer, Riley needed to notify all of you as his next of kin, as the only heirs to his fortune, his land. He had me look into tracking all of you down. With 5 of you, I hired investigators. The one you met, Johnson, was just a contractor. Right, I said, tucking my hair back again. While the red curls were never tame, they were flying about all wild from the breeze. Still, he sent you reports. You've been on target about me so far, including the toothpaste. He gave a slight shrug, prompting me to look at the thick bulk of his muscles. I like to learn about a woman's toothpaste preference a different way. Heat flared in my cheeks at the thought of Cord standing in my bathroom first thing in the morning, squeezing out gelled toothpaste wearing just a pair of boxer shorts. Or nothing at all. Because that meant he'd spent the night and done all kinds of dark and dirty things to me. The grin hadn't slipped. He was riling me up on purpose. No, not riling, flirting. And it was working, damn it. For the rest of your story, I'd like to hear it from you, he said, eyeing me levelly. You aren't words on a piece of paper anymore. You're all gorgeous hair and pale skin. Green eyes and a little bit of fire. I glanced away again. After those words, I couldn't look at him any longer. I was born in Philadelphia. My birth certificate has Aiden Steele listed as the father, even though my last name at birth was Seymour, my mother's maiden name. I'm sure that made it easy for you to find me. It did. Riley stopped at a light, winked. They were both charmers. My mom married when I was 2 and she had my sister, well, my half-sister, Beth, 3 years later. I shrugged. I had a normal childhood, except I never knew my dad really wasn't my dad. Dinner at 6, band practice and braces, vacations at the beach every Labor Day weekend. I paused, felt the ache that never really went away. When I was in college, my parents were killed. Car crash. I was 21, my sister 18. I'm sorry for that, Riley said, reaching out and gently sliding his fingers down my arm before putting them back on the wheel. The light changed and he turned, heading west and into the sunshine. That must have been, still is, hard. I miss them every day, but the sharp pain of it was gone. I miss the hugs, the love, the sense of family, belonging. Yes, I adapted. My sister struggled worse than me. The report said drugs. I pressed my lips into a thin line. I had no idea why I'd even mentioned Beth. If Cord knew about her drug use, then Riley probably did too. Still, they didn't need to know about my burdens. We just met, and Beth was a burden. But they both remained quiet as we drove, patient. I knew they were waiting for me to talk, to tell them about her. I sighed. Yes, when my parents died, I just started teaching. The job was lined up because I did my assistant teaching work at the school. The new job, that kept me busy, focused. Beth had just started her freshman year at college and my parents were driving to see her for a parent weekend. After, she dropped out. She couldn't stay at the school. She blames herself for their deaths. I told her it wasn't her fault over and over, but she wouldn't believe me. See, they wanted her to go to the state school, but she decided to go to a place in Florida, wanting the warm weather. If she hadn't gone there, they wouldn't have been killed. It was an unfortunate accident, Riley murmured. I realized then that his hand was stroking over my arm, gently, soothing. I looked up at him, nodded. I know that, but nothing made her feel better, except drugs. They took over her life. I've tried to help. I sighed again, thinking of the help groups we joined together, the counselors, the drug treatment centers. None of it had worked, only given me false hope. After 3 years, I'd pretty much known there was no way I'd get the old Beth back. Just like my parents, that Beth was gone forever. The most recent incident, the hospital had called me at 3 a.m. Beth's neighbor had found her in their apartment complex hallway, and after she'd been stabilized, Beth had agreed to go into a rehab center. Again, a 4-month stay. Only 2 months ago, I'd taken a second mortgage on the house to pay for it. This trip, the news that I'd come into some money, was timely. I needed a break from Philly, and I needed to pay the extra mortgage. But I didn't say all that to them. It was too depressing, too personal, so completely unsexy. I might as well wear a burlap sack and have a huge wart on my nose for all the interest these two would have in me after hearing all that unpleasantness. I didn't want to talk about Beth, about my sad past. So I pushed it down into an imaginary box and shut the lid. Tell me about you two, I said, pasting on a big, fake smile. Cord was looking at me with his piercing dark gaze. It was almost unnerving the way he paid attention to me, as if nothing else was going on around him. To him, there wasn't any beautiful scenery to look at, only me. With his hat in his lap, I could see his dark hair was cut short, neatly styled. A crease ran in a ring around his head caused by his hat, Total cowboy. With a strong brow, his eyes were even more intense. His nose had a crook to it as if it had been broken a few too many times. Football or bar brawl? His face was wide, his jaw strong. Dark stubble covered his cheeks and strong chin. He was the kind of man who probably needed to shave twice a day, and his size. He was so big. Like he could smush me big. And his hands, dinner plates. And yet when he watched me with his quiet, intense patience, I sensed a gentleness about him. A gentle giant, although I doubted he let anyone see that. Why I could sense it, I had no idea. I wanted to run my fingers over his face, over his broad shoulders, feel the difference between us. I had muscles, but they were hidden beneath a layer of womanly curves that wouldn't go away no matter how many spin classes I took or yoga poses I did. Riley put on his blinker and took another turn. Each road went on for as far as I could see, straight and even. After an hour of driving, I still had no idea where we were or where we were headed beside Steel Ranch. But his easy confidence as he drove set me at ease. No, Riley set me at ease. He didn't hold himself with the stiff being of a military man like Cord did. His hands were relaxed on the wheel, and he gave me a quick glance and an even quicker smile. But that casual attitude didn't show his smart mind or complex career as a lawyer. While my online searches for Cord hadn't turned up much, as a security guy he could easily hide any details of his life or the complexity of his business. Riley had been easier to find. His law firm's website shared his resume, his schooling at Harvard and Denver University Law School, his successes on cases relating to water rights and dealing with big oil. He was impressive on paper, but words on paper weren't everything, just as Cord had said. I followed in my father's footsteps, Riley finally shared. He was a lawyer in Louisiana for 20 years before my mother died of cancer. He moved here with me when I was in 7th grade. Change of pace for both of us. That's when I met that behemoth. He angled his head toward the back seat, winked again. After law school, I joined my dad at his firm and then took over when he died. You could say I inherited Aiden Steele as a client. I saw the papers, signed them, but what does all this mean? I asked as we turned beneath a wooden archway. 2 thick vertical logs flanked a wide dirt driveway. Spanning them was a third, and centered on it was a metal sign, Steel Ranch. It wasn't fancy, but it was impressive and screamed Old West. There was no house that I could see, nothing but the road we turned off and perpendicular to it, the driveway. The land rolled but was still covered in the tall grass that waved in the breeze. Mountains were bigger here, and the snowy peaks seemed taller, craggy, and even more impressive. We drove for a minute, then Riley pointed out the windshield. There's the main house. Off to the side are the stables, barn, bunkhouse, and small cabins for those who live here. Steel Ranch employs 15 people full-time. The driveway curved to the right and down. In the valley, I could see the various buildings he mentioned and a house in the distance. Wow, the main residence wasn't mansion big, but it was as formidable as the entrance. I looked back, and all I could see was the dust that had been kicked up by the truck. As we drove closer, I took in the house I'd inherited. Well, 1/5 of it. 2-story, full wraparound porch, balanced windows, a dark wood front door at the center. It appeared old, as if built decades before Aiden Steele was even born. If I had to guess the size, 5 or 6 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Did Aiden start the ranch? I wasn't ready to call the man my father, even though he'd recognized me, at least in death, as his daughter. Riley shook his head, slowing the truck as we went over the metal slats of a cattle guard. His grandfather. It's one of the original homesteads in the area, but your grandfather added on a large parcel to the property back in the 30s, then again in the 50s. Your father, even though he was a pain in the ass, was a smart businessman. It was the first mention of Aiden being a difficult man, but I had to imagine it since he left women pregnant all across the country. Charming, certainly, to get them that way, including my mother, but difficult if none of the women wanted him around long after conception. How big is the property? I wondered, not too interested in thinking about my father's long string of lovers. The road we were on is the south property line. Riley thumbed over his shoulder. There's over 6,000 acres. My mouth fell open as I did the math quietly to myself. 43,560 square feet times 60,000? Riley laughed as he pulled up in front of the house. The dirt driveway formed a circle, with an extension that went off toward the white buildings I could see in the distance. I see you know your math. No need to worry about trespassing on neighbors. Everything you see is still property. The grass was mowed down in front of the house with smooth pavers as a path to the steps, but it wasn't a high-maintenance place. No fancy flower beds, only hanging pots along the porch. No manicured lawn, only prairie that belonged to me as far as the eye could see. Well, a fifth of it, just as Riley said. It was beautiful, peaceful, but very, very remote. We'll get you settled inside and you can explore your new house, Cord said. He'd been quiet for a while now and his deep voice slid over me, gave me goosebumps. Rest. This place is yours now. They both hopped from the truck. Before I could even get the door open, Cord was there, reaching across to undo my seatbelt for me. His big hands were on my waist again to help me out. Is there anyone else here? I asked as I slid down his body. Yes. Cord slid me down his front so I could feel every hard inch of him. My breasts tingled at the contact, the heat of him, and when he set me on my feet, he didn't let go of my waist. I couldn't do anything but stare into his dark eyes. No one else, just you. Oh, I replied. In Philadelphia, I lived in the suburbs in a neighborhood with houses close enough to know a little of each other's business. I often waved to the older man across the street, got his paper when it was too cold for him to go outside. The kids next door frequently woke me up early on Saturday mornings with their antics in the backyard. But here? I had no neighbors, no houses for what seemed like miles, and a grocery store. It had to be back in the last small town we went through, 20 minutes down the road, the empty road. There's a housekeeper, Mrs. Potts, who used to come every day when Aiden was alive. She's only been coming once a week since his funeral, but was in yesterday. Stocked the fridge for you with some things so you wouldn't starve while you got settled. But now it's really up to you if you want her help or not. I glanced up at the house. I have no idea what to do with cows or horses. I'll kill them all from neglect. Can she take care of them? Cord's thumb slid back and forth over my skin, goosebumps rising down my arms. Your father set aside money to maintain the ranch, the animals, the buildings, to pay the hands who run the place. You don't have to worry about any of that. That's all my job as executor, Riley said, coming up to us. He held up a key. All you have to do is, well, whatever you want. Suddenly overwhelmed, I sighed. I want a nap. Cord stepped back, took my hand in his, led me up the steps. Then that is what you shall have. We'll pick you up at 6 for dinner. Will that give you enough time? I stared at him, surprised he didn't ask, just told me I was having dinner with them. They were well aware, though, that I had no other plans. It wasn't like I could come up with an excuse, not that I wanted to. Riley unlocked the front door, pushed it open, but didn't enter. Ignoring Cord's question, I peeked in. There were no lights on, but the rooms that I could see were well lit from the windows. Dark furniture, thick drapes, wood floors. All mine and all alone. Suddenly the idea of inheriting a ranch in Montana seemed daunting. And lonely. Yes, I said in a rush. I didn't want to have dinner alone regardless of how it came about. I wanted to be with Cord and Riley. They made being here bearable. Not that I wasn't thankful, but it was a lot to take in, to come to terms with. A ranch the size of what, Rhode Island? I'd been imagining the house, the property ever since I learned about it, but I hadn't thought of either man. Now it was reversed. My mind was filled with them, their size, their smiles, their scent. I hadn't imagined they'd be, well, everything that they were. Dominant, comfortable in their own skin, confident, gentlemanly, courteous, dark, a tad dangerous, and oh so appealing. Having them leave me seemed scary. I felt protected and safe with them, that everything was going to be okay, that I wasn't alone. I hadn't felt that way in a long, long time. But I was a grown-ass woman, and I could pull up my big girl panties and spend a few hours in a big house by myself. I cleared my throat. 6 is fine, thank you. Cord nodded, then stepped back, dropped his hand. Until then. Riley winked. And when they walked down the steps and I was able to take in their fine asses in their jeans, I realized I was in really big trouble. I had the hots for 2 Montana Cowboys. Chapter 3. Riley. Haven't you ever heard of being in someone's bubble? Katie asked, squirming. I stretched my arm out behind her along the top of the booth, leaning in. She sat beside me, so close I could see the freckles on her nose. Breathed in her scent. Lemons? Fuck. Was that shampoo or body lotion? I inwardly groaned thinking about her all pink and dewy from the shower, spreading creamy scent all over her skin. Good thing my hard-on was hidden by the table. You mean crowding someone? Getting in their space? We were in one of the local restaurants, a quieter one where it was more about the food than the bar. Barlow, Montana was small, about 10,000 people made at home. There wasn't a single box store or chain, just a quaint main street. It was a simple town and life had been just as simple for Cord and me until Aiden Steele had fucked with it, from the grave. 5 bastard children, all who inherited the ranch. Unbelievable. The guy hadn't kept it in his pants. While the 3 daughters we'd contacted had never known of their father, he'd known of them. Enough at least to know they existed. He never once contacted them, at least that was what my father's files had said. I'd met Aiden Steele a few times, but never as his lawyer. While I technically had that title when my father died, Aiden had never contacted me for my services. It was only when I became the executor of his estate at his death did I learn about the man, and his wild past. When I'd opened the will, for the first time the day after he died, I'd groaned, run my hand over my face knowing my life was going to be taken over by this one client, and paid handsomely for it based on what was outlined in the will, and this one was solid. There would only be an issue of its validity if the sanity of the signee came into question. While Aiden Steele had been sane and savvy in his ranch dealings to everyone who knew him, he'd apparently never considered settling down or monogamy. Because of that, he'd left me a shitstorm. And Katie Parks, the gorgeous, sweet, sexy, innocent woman who was now the center of my everything, and jack-off fantasy. We'd picked her up at 6 on the dot and she'd been ready. I wasn't sure if it was because she'd been eager to see us, ravenously hungry, or desperately bored. I hoped for the first, would easily solve the second, and could absolutely help solve the third. There were so many ways I wanted to fuck her that we wouldn't come up for air for 2 weeks, at least. Someone's bubble? Is that what you teach your second graders? Cord asked. For a big guy with a lot of rough edges, he offered her a soft smile I rarely saw. We were at a corner table, so Katie was between the wall and me, comfortably settled on a booth seat. Cord sat across from us. We'd just given our dinner orders and hopefully wouldn't be disturbed again until they came. We weren't interested in sharing her with anyone. We should have taken her to our house for a quiet meal alone, but we didn't want to scare her. We were smart enough to know not to push it. Or her. She nodded, tucked her hair behind her ear. God, she was beautiful when she was nervous. The gorgeous red locks hung low over her shoulders, the curls just as wild as before. We were crowding the hell out of her and had no intention of giving her room. I'd rather be in bed with her, my cock buried deep, but it wasn't time. Yet. We wanted her to want us just as much, and that meant showing her we were interested. Sure, I'd wait days, weeks, months if she wasn't ready, but I didn't think that was the case. Not a chance. I settled my fingers on her far shoulder, stroking the bare skin gently. She was so fucking soft. Being in my truck with her was hard enough. Safety meant seatbelts, and having the center console separating us had been too much distance, and I'd had to keep my eyes on the road, not her. Now I could give her all the attention I'd wanted since Cord had first brought her file to me. No husband, no boyfriend, no one, or any space, standing in the way of making her ours. We'd promised her dinner, and that was what she'd get. But not only did she now know we only had our eyes on her, so did everyone else in the restaurant. We were staking our fucking claim. You guys never learned about personal space, did you? she asked, shifting in her seat again, a smile tugging at her lips, realizing we weren't going to give her any room. With you? Nope, I said, putting my free hand on top of hers on the table. I can't even see anyone in the restaurant. Good, I added, rubbing my thumb idly over the top of her hand. I couldn't stop touching her. My body blocked her view to the side and Cord hid the rest. You're here with us. You don't need to worry about anyone else. With her, I was selfish. I didn't want any other man, besides Cord, to see her in her pretty dress. This one fell to just above her knees, in a flowy material that swirled and slid over her thighs and hips, teasing the shit out of me. It had a deep V-neck that showed off the swells of her breasts. It wasn't flashy. No, our girl wasn't like that, and she didn't dress like a Montana woman. No jeans and boots for her. No, she looked like she'd just stepped away from a garden party. She had no clue to her appeal, and that was what made her so fucking hot. Unless a man were blind, he'd see how beautiful she was and want her for himself. Too fucking bad. She was already claimed. Did you check out the house this afternoon? Rest? Call friends? Cord asked, changing the topic. After we left her, I'd headed back to the office and got zero accomplished before I gave up and went home to change for a run. I'd had to burn off some of the need I had for her. Otherwise, once I got her beneath me, I'd be way too rough. Fortunately, I'd rubbed one out in the shower, easy to do with thoughts of her pussy squeezing my dick nice and tight instead of my fist, before we picked her up. Otherwise, I'd have cum in my pants at the sight of her on the porch, all long legs, lush hips, and perfect tits. I looked around, unpacked, then fell asleep. She picked up her wine glass, took a sip. The master bedroom's got a real nice view, doesn't it? Cord asked. A week after Aiden Steele's death, I'd had to inventory the house as part of an assessment of the estate, and Cord had helped. We both knew the house now inside and out, down to the number of silverware in the drawers. Oh, I believe so. I picked a smaller room to sleep in, the one with the eaves. The old maid's room? Cord asked, an eyebrow going up in surprise. Oh, I guess. She shrugged. It doesn't look like a maid's room. It's got soft curtains, a pretty area rug, and the bed has a pale pink quilt. It's cozy, especially in such a big house all to myself. It was a large house for one person, especially for someone who I knew hadn't grown up in luxury. The ranch house wasn't fancy, but it still screamed wealth, Montana wealth. Big rooms, high ceilings, lots of wood beams and polished floors. Enough animal heads mounted on the walls to give a kid nightmares. I knew Katie lived in the home that had belonged to her parents, the one she was raised in. A simple 2-story in a middle-class neighborhood. She'd gone to college to be a teacher, therefore she knew she'd never rake in tons of money in that profession, and was content with that. But now, money didn't matter. She was a rich woman, and still she took the smallest room, flew coach even after I'd purchased a first-class ticket. When I discovered she'd changed it, I wanted to spank her ass red, but I realized it was just her personality. She didn't do fancy. Thank fuck. Neither Cord or I were fancy. We had money of our own. We didn't need or want her for that. We had everything we needed. A house, vehicle, tangible things. But they were things. We had everything but her. Her cell rang and she picked up the small purse from beside her and put it on the table, pulling the small phone out. She read the display. I couldn't tell from the look on her face if she were excited or afraid. She bit her lip as the phone rang again. Sorry, I'm not usually this rude and take a call during a date, but it's my sister. Something might be wrong. They could have... Cord held up a hand. No worries. Please take it. She offered us both a relieved smile. Hi, Beth. She paused, let her sister talk. Yes, I'm in Montana. Really? Will you hold on a sec? Yes, I'm in a restaurant. Yes, a date. She blushed hotly and glanced at both of us. She'd used the word date twice and it was fucking reassuring. She hadn't said dinner with her lawyer or with friends. We were dates. Dates had potential and made my cock twitch. Yes, I know where you are. I haven't... She sighed. Yes, I'll listen to your day, but hang on a second, okay? She lowered the phone, whispering, Will you excuse me for a minute? I slid out of the booth, held out my hand and helped her up. Thanks, she replied as she stood before me. With a repentant last look at both of us, she headed toward the hallway to the restrooms, phone back to her ear. I sat back down, took a sip of my beer. I thought her sister was in rehab, I commented, turning the pint glass back and forth between my fingers. She is. Haven't heard otherwise from the investigator in Philadelphia. Cord shrugged. I guess there's no phone restrictions. He set his forearms on the table, leaned in. Her sister's a problem. Did you see Katie's face? I sighed. Yeah, worry and guilt. Sounds like the sister's working that one. The whole I'm in rehab while you're having fun on a date bullshit. Cord frowned, leaning back in his chair. Her sister's a grown-ass woman. She needs to be responsible for her own shit, he replied. I held up a hand. I agree, but I'm hoping Katie thinks that too. We were quiet for a minute, and Cord said, That dress. He took a big swig of his beer, as if it were going to help him cool down. Nothing was going to do that except a dip in the river chilled by the mountain snow runoff or a wild night with Katie between us. I chuckled. He didn't have to say more than that because I knew exactly what he meant. That dress of hers was modest, prim, flirty, and was sexy as hell, just like the woman herself. I looked toward the restrooms, then back at Cord. Every single thing about her is completely ridiculous for ranch living, I said, leaning in and tipping my voice low. I mean, did you see her shoes? Yeah, sexy as fuck, Cord replied, slowly shaking his head. That's right, sexy as fuck. I shifted in my seat, my cock uncomfortable in my jeans. I wasn't going to find relief anytime soon. So you're complaining? He asked, his fingers strumming on the wood table. I gave him a withering look. No, I'm just saying. She wears heels to a ranch, her nails have pretty pink polish, and I bet she doesn't know which end of a horse is the front. Cord laughed. He leaned back in so no one else could hear us. She also has hips I can grip as I fuck her, tits that will even fill my palms. He held his hands up, mimicking the motion. The thought of Katie's breasts only made me harder. I swore under my breath. That's right, fuck, he replied. We've got a high-maintenance, gentle, sweet little thing who we want to claim. I don't give a shit if she's up for ranch life. Once she's ours, she won't be living on the ranch. She'll be with us, in town. Damn straight, I added. Katie came around the corner from the restrooms and we stood. Everything all right? I asked, letting her slide back into her spot before I sat beside her. This time when I got in her bubble, she didn't say anything. With a slight pinch shape of her mouth, her sister had to have said something to upset her. She offered us a fake smile. What has your investigator told you about Beth? You know she's into drugs. Cord nodded. His face took on the serious expression I was used to. We might think Katie out of place in Montana, but we didn't think her stupid. Neither of us was going to patronize her. In rehab. 4 months, right? Katie took the last sip of her wine, and I raised my hand to signal to the waiter to bring her another. Yes. At first, she wasn't allowed to call, but now she can. She knows I'm here and is, well, not happy. The call was to let me know that. I didn't like knowing that her sister, her only living relative, was a bitch to Katie. I felt fiercely protective of her. So she was complaining you went on vacation and she's stuck in rehab? It's not your fault she's there. I know that, and deep down she probably knows that too. But she sees this. She waved her hand casually through the air, as an example of how the world is against her. She didn't become a millionaire overnight, I did. That's right. You had zero control over that. She has a choice. Control over her drug use, Cord added, reaching out and putting his hand over hers on the table. She took a deep breath, let it out. I know, I've known for years. It's just hard. I've tried and tried to help her. She just refuses to help herself while at the same time blames me. That's why I'm here. Our girl was so fucking brave and alone. Losing her parents and having her sister sink into drugs. She had so much to handle, the pressure was pretty hefty for her slim shoulders. But she did it with a fucking smile on her face. You're here for a break or permanently? I asked, my arm over the back of the booth again, my finger stroking her shoulder. You have a job, a house, a life in Pennsylvania to go back to. Or are you trying to start fresh, somewhere new where you can give your sister room to take care of her own problems? The idea of her returning to it didn't sit well, especially if her sister got out of rehab and returned to drug use. Since I'd arranged her plane ticket, I knew Katie was staying for most of the summer. We had time to work on her, to see that being with us was better than anything back east. She looked down at the table, then glanced up at me. Yes, I wanted a break. Until I arrived, I didn't really believe all this was true. That there really was a father I'd never known existed. A Montana ranch. It's like out of a movie or something. I'm just a simple school teacher. She was anything but simple, but I wasn't going to say that now. It was time to listen. You heard part of the call. With Beth and all, I just wanted to escape. And now that you believe the ranch is real, that you're a millionaire? She rolled her eyes and gave a wobbly smile. See? Unbelievable. Me a millionaire. She laughed then, still overwhelmed by the idea. Cord leaned in. What if we told you we were interested in you? That we find you beautiful, perfect? She blushed and looked away. I think you're crazy. Look at me. We are, I said, my voice calm, even, slow. My fingers kept up their gentle caress of her silky skin. We waited, let the silence speak for itself. After a minute she looked up, set her fingers on the edge of the table so those pretty lacquered nails showed. So what, you want to fling with me? Both of you? Both of us, yes, Cord said. A fling, hell no. Then what is it that you want? My inheritance? Her eyes widened as if she hadn't thought about the words until they popped out. God, I'm clueless about life out here, but I'm not gullible. Cord's eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched. You don't know us, Katie, so we'll give you a pass. We're not here with you to get our hands on your inheritance. I don't give a shit about it, and I'm sure Riley wishes Aiden Steele was still alive, so he didn't have to be neck-deep in executor shit. But know this, if you insult us or yourself again, I'll take you over my knee and spank that gorgeous ass until it's as pink as your nail polish. Her mouth fell open. I didn't. You did. You insulted us not only when you thought we were gold diggers, but also when you thought we didn't know our minds enough to think you're beautiful. Her mouth snapped closed and she looked between the two of us. So you don't want my money? You want what exactly? You. We both said the one word at the same time. We looked at her with laser focus. There was no way she could misinterpret, that she had any doubt that we wanted anyone else, ever. Beneath us, between us, I told her, riding me while Cord watches, on your knees before us. We want to fuck you, Katie, make you forget everything but how we make you feel, to be the center of our world. She stared right back, licked her lips as her cheeks flushed. I could see the frantic thrum of her pulse in her neck, saw the way the swells of her breasts rose and fell with her quick breaths. Fuck. Her nipples hardened beneath her dress before my eyes. As for me, my cock was like a lead pipe in my pants. I wanted to do everything I'd said and then some. Clearing her throat, she said, I'm no longer hungry. I think I'd like you to take me back to the ranch now. I glanced at Cord, who looked as disappointed as I felt. We'd blown it. We'd totally fucked up. Hell, I'd spooked her with my blunt talk. It was all the truth and only a small portion of all the dirty things I wanted to do with her. But that didn't mean I should have said them aloud. She'd been looking for gentlemen and I'd blown it. Neither of us were into romance or candles or moonlight shit. We'd come on too fucking strong, hard, rough. Just looking at her, seeing the dainty little pearls in her ears, the glossy pink lipstick, the summery dress. She was all lush, soft woman. Our rough talk and bold behavior wasn't what she wanted, and we just scared her away. I nodded once, stood and held my hand out to help her from the booth. Cord tossed a few bills on the table to cover the tab as we followed her out of the restaurant. Great. Just fucking great. We had to watch the incredible swish of her lush ass and could do nothing about it. She wasn't interested. It was over. Chapter 4. Katie. Me! They both wanted me. Holy crap. 2 men. Not just any 2 men. Riley and Cord. They were drop-dead gorgeous with incredible bodies, wicked smiles, and smarts to back it all up. And out of all the women out there, they told me I was beautiful. Ha! And the things Riley had said, me on my knees before them? God, I got hot all over thinking of them standing before me. Their cocks gripped in their tight fists as I licked at one, then the other before alternating, and taking them as deep as I could. Or climbing over their thighs and taking a cock nice and deep before going for a ride. Or being mounted by Cord, fucking me like a wild animal as I sucked Riley's cock. As we walked across the parking lot, my tawdry thoughts were blown away by the wind that had kicked up while we were inside. Thick clouds loomed overhead. It was going to storm, and soon. Cord's hand settling at the small of my back as he led me to Riley's truck had me interested in his hand in other places. God, what would it be like to have more than just their sharp gazes on me? A mouth on my nipple, a finger sliding over my clit, a cock filling me, stretching me open? If they focused the same attention to having sex as they did to conversation. I whimpered, thankful the sound was hidden by the wind. After Cord lifted me onto the front seat, I could feel the lingering effects of his firm hold. I clenched my thighs tighter together on the ride back to the ranch. About a minute down the road, the rain started, a deluge, and Riley had to slow down. The wipers couldn't keep up with the storm, and the pounding of the rain made talking impossible. I felt like I was in a safe cocoon with them. No one else in the world existed. It was easy to forget about the phone call with Beth, her manic behavior, hot and cold as if she were back on drugs. 1 minute she was excited to talk to me, the next furious with me for having a father I'd never even known leave me tons of money. She said it wasn't fair that I got all the breaks. I knew the words by heart, the perfectly aimed verbal assault at my emotions. She was exceptionally good at plucking at every one of them until she got what she wanted. But this last time she went to rehab, when I'd had to use the equity in our parents' home to fund it, I'd somehow been able to let go. I was the one footing the bill. Even doing that, I was enabling her. Riley reached out, took my hand in his for just a second, then let it go. I turned, smiled at him, and realized I had to live my life, and that meant understanding what this attraction was between us. I'd felt it the moment I laid eyes on them, and it hadn't changed since. No, it had changed. It had only become more intense. I'd never felt like this before. I'd had lovers, but even having sex with them had never made me feel as needy, as turned on as I was right now. I wanted to reach beneath my dress and play with myself, my fingers easily sliding over my clit because I was so wet. My panties were ruined. Ever since the airport, it had all been foreplay leading up to this, to what I decided to do. They'd made it very clear what they wanted, me. Maybe I didn't have to figure it out. I could, for once, be spontaneous, go with it. All I had to do was say yes. Riley's truck bumped over the cattle guard again, signaling we were close to the house and pulling me from my thoughts. The rain had tapered off, the strong winds pushing it to the east as fast as it had come through. I'd stared blindly out the window the whole way, the rain making it impossible to see much of anything, and focused solely on my body, on how my panties were ruined, my nipples hard and sensitive against my lace bra. I ached for them, both of them. I was crazy. This was crazy. But it felt right. They felt right. My mother always said that when I found the right guy, I'd just know. Well, I'd found 2. I didn't want to choose between them, and they weren't making me. Both of them wanted me, and they were going to share, to do things with me I hadn't even imagined. Share. I was a second-grade teacher, completely unexciting, and I was going to have a threesome with 2 hot cowboys. I bit my lip to stifle a nervous laugh. I was going to do this. I was going to take these men inside, into my bed, into my body, my needy, achy, wet pussy. Riley pulled the car up to the front of the house, turned it off, and got out. The rain had stopped completely, but he stepped down and I couldn't miss the splash of water from the muddy puddles on the driveway. Cord climbed from the back seat and opened my door. We were eye to eye, and the look he gave me was searing, intense. His jaw was clenched, his dark eyes almost black. His body was rigid as if he were holding back. Perhaps he was. I'd been scared of him at first. Now I knew he wouldn't hurt me. He'd keep me safe, even if it were from himself. They'd given in to my wishes to end our day early. At least, that was what they thought. Instead of helping me to the ground like he had the previous times, he wrapped an arm about my waist and carried me, bodies pressed together toward the house. "Cord, I'm too heavy," I cried. He grunted, but not from exertion. "Sweetness, you're light as a feather." Automatically, I set my hands on his shoulders as he carried me up the porch steps. He didn't look away, only the corner of his mouth tipped up. "Don't want to get those pretty shoes all wet and muddy." That was it. Any doubt I had was gone. I wanted him with a desperation I'd never known. They were thoughtful and courteous, chivalrous and sweet. Yeah, I didn't want any of that now. I wanted just what Riley had boldly described in the restaurant, and so I did the only thing I could think of. I kissed Cord and wrapped my legs around his waist. He didn't kiss me back for a moment as if I'd startled him. His body stiffened, his fingers tightened about my back. Then he groaned and angled his head and took over, his hands settling on my bottom, cupping me in his big palms. God, yes. I doubted I'd ever be in control in the bedroom around these two. I didn't want it. I'd made my wants known, and he was now listening. I felt the hard sliding of the house press against my back, Cord's solid warmth at my front, and between my legs I felt the thick ridge of his cock. I couldn't help but shift my hips up and down to ride it. I whimpered as his kisses moved to my jaw, down my neck. I tilted my head back, giving him better access. "I wanted to leave the restaurant because of this, not because I didn't want you," I said, panting. He didn't stop kissing and licking my skin. "The opposite," I panted. "This is crazy, but I need what you said. God, yes, like that." He nipped the spot where my shoulder met my neck. "I can't be gentle, Katie. I don't know how." Cord growled, pulling the strap of my dress to the side to kiss across the slope of my shoulder. "I don't care, I want you." "And me?" Riley asked. His voice was an octave deeper than normal. I turned my head a little more and opened my eyes. He was right there, the blue irises as dark as the storm clouds that brought the rain, watching us, seeing how Cord made me so hot. "Yes, and you." Cord didn't stop his attentions as I spoke to Riley. His hand slid down my side, then up my thigh and beneath my dress. A slight tug and my panties were gone. I saw Riley take them from Cord. Thick fingers slipped into me, so deep, then pulled back, then deep again. Cord was finger-fucking me, and I could do nothing but rock my hips, ride them. "She's dripping," Cord told Riley. I came from those words alone. The truth that it was true, that I was as wet as I'd ever been for them. Just the sweet friction of Cord's fingers was enough to set me off. I cried out, rode the pleasure as I heard the clang of a belt buckle, felt the shift of Cord's hips. Before the orgasm even faded completely, his fingers were pulled away and replaced with the broad head of his cock. "I have to feel you on my dick, sweetheart. All that wet heat coating me." Cord gripped my hips, pulled me down as he thrust up. My eyes opened at the invasion. Yes, his cock was enormous, and my inner muscles clenched and squeezed, trying to adjust to the sudden penetration. "More?" I breathed, knowing not all of him was inside me yet. He had inches to go. With that one word, he pulled back, thrust deep, took me hard, right there on the porch with my legs around his waist, my heels digging into his ass. "When he's done with you, it'll be my turn, Katie. With us, you get 2 cocks. "Yes," I moaned. When Riley continued with his dirty talk, I couldn't hold back. It was too much. Cord was too skilled with his big cock. It crammed me full each time, bottoming out just shy of painful. but I was so wet and primed for him that first orgasm softening me, opening me up to take him, to accept whatever he would do with that ruthless tool between his thighs. "Cord!" I cried out as I came again, my inner walls milking his cock, pulling it impossibly deeper. I felt him thicken, grow within me just before his fingers tightened on my hips. He pistoned into me once, twice, then held still, groaning against my neck. His hot breath fanned my skin as he came. He stepped back just enough so I wasn't up by the wall in his body, and I dropped my feet to the porch floor. Riley pulled me out from in front of Cord and walked me over to the railing, pressed me against it so I was facing away from him, away from the house. All of Montana was before me. With deft fingers, Riley lifted my dress up and over my head, so all I wore were my sandals and my bra. He leaned into me and I felt every inch of his body pressing against mine. His shirt was almost abrasive against my sensitive skin. I hadn't noticed he'd pulled his cock out, but I felt the hot thickness of it against my bottom. "Time for more, sweetheart. One cock's not enough for you." He tapped the inside of my foot with his so I would step wider. I felt the slide of him as he bent his knees, aligned his cock to my dripping entrance, and stood to his full height, impaling me on his cock. "Oh, God," I moaned, putting my hands on the railing to brace myself. I hadn't completely recovered from Cord's attentions to be fully prepared for Riley. I'd never taken two men, one after the other before. Ripples of pleasure still coursed through me, and when I felt a hard cock deep inside me again, the same yet completely different, I closed my eyes and gave myself over to it. I'd already come twice, and I knew I wasn't going to be done until Riley wrung at least one more from me. I'd never been able to come from a partner before, needing to work my clit with my fingers to do so, but I was now realizing it had been all them. They'd been terrible lovers. This? God, this was something else. Cord and Riley were ruining me for anyone else. I heard Cord's heavy footfall, but I didn't pay it any attention. I felt the clasp of my bra being undone and then the strap sliding off my shoulders, and the cups lowering so my breasts popped free. When I felt the hot suction of a mouth on my right nipple, I opened my eyes. There was Cord, my bra at his feet. He'd gone down off the porch to stand before me. Since he was so tall, my breasts were just at the right height for his attentions. Riley's hand slid down the line of my back as he took me. From behind, he stroked over completely different places than Cord had, and these new nerves all came to life at once. "Gorgeous, sweetheart," he said, a hand on my shoulder to hold me in place. My breast, the one that wasn't in Cord's mouth, bobbed and swayed with each deep penetration. I was wanton, wild, and completely out of my norm. It was heaven. Oh God, this is so good. I felt Cord smile against my nipple before he suckled, then slid it out of his mouth with a gentle slide over his teeth. "She liked that," Riley murmured. "Whatever the hell you did, she clenched down on my dick." Cord lifted his head, met my lust-filled eyes. "This?" he asked, just before he lowered his head and tugged on my nipple, ensuring he included the soft tip of his teeth. He kept his eyes on mine, forcing me to watch him work my breast. "Fuck yes," Riley said. "She likes it rough," Cord said. His hand came up and cupped the neglected breast, the wet tip hardening beneath his calloused palm. With his thumb and forefinger, he tugged on it and I gasped. "Oh yeah?" He grinned at me as if all of his worries about taking me were gone. I did like it rough. I did like that little bite of pain. I liked it wild and hard up against the house, bent over the porch railing. "Riley?" I shouted when I felt the slick press of his thumb against my bottom. "That's our girl," he crooned, circling and pressing his digit against my virgin opening. I never had anyone touch me there, let alone play or, oh God, slide inside. With a startling burst of heat, I came. Nerve endings I'd never known existed flared to life, and it pushed me over the edge so suddenly, so intensely, I arched my back and screamed. The sudden move had Cord's teeth tug extra hard on my nipple before it popped out of his mouth. The sting of it combined with the stretching burn of Riley's thumb, the awakened feelings of having something in my ass and Riley's thick cock, and I was done for. It was too much, too good. My fingers dug into the railing, sweat dripped down between my breasts. Riley didn't relent as I came, only fucked me harder, deeper. The sounds of his hips slapping against my bottom filled the air. The wet sounds of his cock working my pussy couldn't be missed. I was being well and truly fucked, and I loved everything about it. Riley thrust deep and came, his mouth coming to my shoulder and nipping it, then sucking at the tender skin. I could feel his ragged breaths against my back. Slowly, I came back to myself and opened my eyes. There, right before me, was Cord. He was grinning, and he slowly lifted his hand to stroke my hair back from my face. Riley carefully pulled out and wrapped his arms about me. The feel of his clothes against my back prompted me to become aware of my state. I was naked while they were both dressed. Cord had yet to put his cock back in his pants, the thick rod jutting out from his belly, still glistening with our combined juices and hard, as if he hadn't just come. "Oh my God," I whispered, realizing the extent of what I'd done. "Pretty amazing," Riley murmured. Amazing, yes, but also insane. I looked down. I was naked except for one sandal. Heaven only knew where the other was, and anyone could see me. Hadn't they said some people lived on the ranch? Well, there was no one else at the house. There was a bunkhouse or something. Had someone seen me being fucked by two guys? Wow, thanks, that was, I stuttered. What was the proper etiquette after having the best sex of your life on a front porch with two guys? Cord put himself back together, tucking his cock back in his pants, zipping up and redoing his belt buckle. I stepped to the side and noticed Riley had fixed himself too. I looked around. My bra must still be on the ground, my dress was laying halfway down the porch steps, and my purse was by the door. I went to it, dug out my key. With fumbling fingers, I put it in the lock. "Katie," Riley said, coming up behind me. "Please," I replied, still trying to get the key to work. All at once I was frustrated, embarrassed. God, I was outside naked. "I need to get inside." "Okay," he replied, putting his hand over mine to help me get the lock to turn. When it did, he reached down, turned the knob. "Let's go in and—" "No, just me." I stepped into the doorway, turned to face them. How did one say goodbye naked? I was being ridiculous, I knew, but I couldn't help it. I didn't know what to feel, and I was starting to lose it. "We can't let you go in alone like this," Cord said as he slowly came up the steps. His fingers had been deep inside me, brought me to orgasm, and now he wanted to soothe me. "Please, I'm fine." I gave them a fake smile because it was all too much. They were too much. "I just need to be alone." "Katie," Riley began. "Thank you for dinner and, well, everything. It's overwhelming and I need to think." Both men were quiet as they studied me, not in a sexual way as they had earlier, but with concern. "Fine," Cord said. "What?" Riley turned to look at him. "We'll leave you be, but you have to text Riley in an hour that you're okay, or we'll be back tonight." Cord's serious gaze was on me. I nodded relieved, yet I knew if I didn't do as he said, they'd come back and kick the door down if they had to. "Fine." "And we'll be by at 8 tomorrow," he added. Riley was slowly shaking his head, but his mouth was pressed into a thin line, obviously not pleased. "For what?" I asked, slipping behind the door to shield myself as best I could. "Us," Cord said with finality. "You need to be ready for us by then." He turned, picked his hat up off the porch and put it on, went down the steps to the truck. With one last heated and worried look, Riley nodded and followed, his boots splashing through the puddles. I closed the door, leaned back against it, the wood cold against my bare skin. Turning my head, I saw myself in the mirror on the sidewall. I couldn't miss the hickey on my neck or the, oh God, a bright pink mark just above my right nipple. A bite. My nipples were hard, red and tender. Between my legs I was sore, achy. My clit tingled from all the pleasure, and I felt their cum slide down my thighs. Copious amounts of it. I looked really well fucked, well pleasured. Felt that way too. And yet I'd pushed them away as if it had just been a quick romp. That it meant nothing. But in fact it meant too much. When Cord had said I had to be ready for the two of them in the morning, I didn't think it was to be prepared to go out with them again. No, he meant he was giving me the night to think, to come to terms with what just happened. That it was special, wild, hot, dirty, amazing. And they planned to do it again, and more. I had to be ready to accept them, us by then. Chapter 5. Cord. When we pulled up the next morning, she came out onto the porch. I wanted to think she was eager to see us. I was in my truck, Riley right behind in the SUV that he'd gotten with estate money for her. It wasn't as solid as his truck or mine, but it was darn close. It rode high, had big tires, plenty of airbags, and would do well in the snow. Not that Katie had any plans of being here come winter, but the SUV was a smart choice, a safe one. No matter how long she was staying, we weren't letting her drive around in a dinky piece of shit that could be flattened by a semi. We got out of the vehicles, came up the path to her. "What's all that?" she asked. I held up the present, my fingers gripping the supple leather. We'd had Betty, the owner of the clothing store in town, open up early, especially for us. Since we were buying ladies' boots and there was no lady with us, I had no doubt talk about Katie would spread through town pretty damned fast. Especially since Betty was known to gossip. That was fine with me. The sooner word spread that Katie was claimed, the better. "Boots for you. Got them in town. Everyone wears boots out here, even pretty ladies in sexy dresses." This morning she was in another damn dress. This one was denim, and had a little belt about her waist, and buttons running all the way down the front. It looked kind of like a big shirt, and it was damn sexy. Although I'd rather see her in one of my shirts, and nothing else. On her feet were another pair of sandals, flats. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, the red curls tamed, although I wasn't sure for how long. Once I got my fingers in them, they'd be loosened over her shoulders once again. "How did you guess my size?" Riley held up her sexy as fuck sandal from the night before as an answer. One of the pair she'd pressed into my lower back as I'd fucked her up against the wall. In his other hand was her folded dress, the one he tugged over her head and tossed onto the porch, her lacy bra neatly placed on top. Her cheeks turned a bright pink and she bit her lower lip. I wondered where those things went to." After she'd gone inside the night before, Riley had noticed them and gone back to grab them before we drove off. No fucking way would anyone else on the ranch discover any part of what we'd done. Even though we'd taken her out in the open, it was private, something for just the three of us. Hell, I'd never be able to see the porch without thinking of how wet she'd been, how tight a fit it was to fill her up, the sound she made as she came. My dick swelled at the sight of her, eager to see her again. Hell, my dick and the rest of me hadn't wanted to leave her the night before. But we'd been pretty damned intense, and I didn't blame her for wanting a little time to process. I just had to hope we weren't too much for her. Two men wanting her, fucking her on the porch. It had been the hottest fuck ever, rough and wild. She'd come so quickly. So had I, and I wanted to do it again, prove to her I could last longer than a teenager. And seeing Riley fuck her, and those gorgeous breasts, bouncing with each pound of his hips against her perfect ass, Christ, I was hard again. She'd wanted it. Every clench of her pussy, every whimper and scream told us she'd been right there with us. Hell, she'd initiated it, but that didn't mean it was easy for her to wrap her mind around. I had no doubt the kind of sex we'd shared wasn't something she had every day, or ever. I was having a tough time grasping all this, too. I'd barely slept a wink, thinking of how tight her pussy had been, how wet, how wild she'd been for us. I'd known she'd be passionate, but she hadn't held anything back. No, she'd been just as wild as us. Yet that didn't mean Riley and I hadn't been total fucking asses. It was the first time I'd gone bare, no condom. I'd always had enough brain cells in my head to remember to wrap up. But with Katie? Yeah, I'd taken her raw and it had been incredible. Riley had said the same, Felt like shit about it too. Yet, it had been the best fuck of my life. And it had been rough and quick up against the house. She hadn't even been naked. I'd just ripped her panties off and drove deep. The little school teacher made me lose my mind. I wondered now if I'd hurt her, if I'd been too rough. Of course I'd been too rough. "Have a seat," I said, moving to the steps, sitting down on the top one. She settled beside me and I picked up one of her feet, undid the tiny little clasp on the side of her sandal, then the other so she was barefooted. Reaching into the boots, I pulled out a pair of high socks Betty had sold us as well. Katie took them from me and slipped them on, then the boots. "Stand up, sweetness. Let's see 'em." She walked down the steps and into the cut grass as she stared down at her feet. "I've never had cowgirl boots before." She lifted her head, smiled with obvious pleasure. "Thank you." "Those red ones look just right for you," Riley said. They did. They looked fucking great on her. Typical cowboy boot styling with the pointed toe and inch heel, but they were red and had black stitch detailing. And with the dress, perfect. "Would you guys like some coffee?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," Riley said, offering her one of his wicked smiles and his hand. She blushed again as she took it and went into the house. I followed behind the two of them. After she fiddled with the coffee maker, got the grounds in the top, and added the water, she spun about, faced us. I'm sorry about last night. Not about what we did, but I shouldn't have shut the door on you." "We were too rough," I said immediately. She shouldn't be the one apologizing. "We took you bare. We should have used condoms. If you're late, you'll let us know right away," Riley said right after, walking up to her, tipping her chin up. I'd also considered that possibility, that we'd been irresponsible, that we could have gotten her pregnant. "Oh, that." She slid her fingers behind her ear, although her hair was pulled back, a nervous habit I was just learning. "I'm on the pill, so no worries there." I sighed and Riley gave her a shaky grin. While the idea of making a baby with Katie was hot as fuck, it wasn't for today. Or at least, it wasn't until she was ready. Yeah, it was crazy as fuck considering a baby, but I wanted Katie, and I wanted to see her belly grow big with a child we put there, to know our cum filled her up enough to make one. "I'm clean. I can show you the paperwork if you want." Riley glanced my way. "It's not like us to do that. I've always used a condom, every time until you. Same with me, every time, but with you I completely lost my head. And I am too. Clean, I mean. Just tested last month," I assured her. She spun about, pulled mugs down from the cabinet as the scent of coffee filled the big kitchen, busying herself. One wall of the room was all glass. The view to the west showed snow-capped mountains and the near paddock. Horses were grazing as the sun worked its way into the sky, burning off the dew and the rain from the night before. "Okay. We may have done things a little backward, but I am too. Clean. I gave blood last month." Riley stepped up to her from behind, put his hands on the counter on either side of her hips, caging her in. "That's good," he said, leaning in and murmuring in her ear. "That's real good, because that means we can go bare again." She spun around, looked up at him, but Riley didn't move, just kept her confined with his arms. "Have you done this before?" "Fucked bareback?" Riley asked. She closed her eyes for a second as if the conversation was hard for her. "No, yes, I mean, taken a woman, together." I came around the counter, leaned against the fridge so I was right beside her. "You're the first one for us. First to fuck bare, first to claim together, first to take outside like that. Rough, hard. Hell, sweetness. I wanted you too much to even get you through the door." She smiled then, clearly pleased she'd had that power over me. "We just need to know if we were too much." I reached out, stroked a finger over her shoulder. "If we bruised you, made you sore. You said yourself I'm big. I don't want to hurt you." She shook her head, her green eyes meeting mine. "You didn't hurt me. I liked it." I sighed, smiled as someone knocked on the door. Katie turned her head toward the sound. That's probably some of the men from the ranch, Riley told her. They wanted to meet you, and we told them to come when we were here. Didn't want you worried about a group of strange men showing up on your doorstep. Figures. When our woman told us we hadn't been too rough and she'd like the wild fucking we'd given her, the guys from the ranch had to show up. While she said she wasn't sore, I had my doubts about that. Two big dicks she wasn't used to pounding her perfect pussy meant she needed a little break. But that didn't mean we couldn't get beneath that dress of hers for a little taste. I was sure she would be sweet. Like honey. Riley pushed off the counter and went to get the door. I waited for Katie to follow, then walked beside her, put my hand on her waist. I couldn't resist the contact. Two of the men came in and Riley made the introductions. While they weren't as big as me, they were large, especially standing side by side. Formidable, yes, but they wouldn't hurt Katie. No fucking way. These guys took care of women, watched out for them, protected them, even if they didn't belong to them. Katie, this is Jameson, the foreman, and Sutton, the lead wrangler. They removed their cowboy hats and shook her hand, offering small smiles and keen interest. They knew of the will, the 5 daughters inheriting it all, and had been as curious as the rest of us about them. Since Katie was the first one to come to the ranch, and she was beautiful at that, she held their curiosity. Katie in turn eyed them with the same interest. Not sexual, but something like surprise. They weren't East Coast pansies in suits or worked out on a treadmill. They got their muscles by hard work and life experience from a rugged Montana life. Jameson was a decade older than me. Close to 40, he was serious, stalwart. A true cowboy through and through. Too fucking old for Katie. Sutton liked things a little kinky in the sack, and if that was something Katie liked, Riley and I were the ones to give it to her. He wasn't ever laying a little pinky on her. I glared at them behind Katie's back, making sure they understood she was taken. While I didn't think any of them were attractive, the ladies in town seemed to think so and were drawn to them like fucking magnets. I just had to hope Katie didn't feel the same pull. I knew Jameson and Boone, the town doc, were looking for a woman to share, but hadn't found her yet. And since Katie didn't object to threesomes... "Ma'am, nice boots," Jameson said with a courteous smile. "I live in the cabin by the creek if you ever need anything." He angled his head toward Sutton. "He and the others are in the bunkhouse. The ranch phone numbers are on the side of the fridge if you ever need any of us." Katie nodded. "Thank you. I'll be sure to stop down and introduce myself to everyone else before too long." "If you're interested in riding, I can get you saddled up," Sutton told her, tucking his thumbs in the front pockets of his jeans. Riding? The only thing Katie was going to ride was my dick, just like she had the night before, pressed up against the house. Nice and hard and deep and wild. And those heels? Fuck. They'd been like spurs, making me wilder than ever. After Katie shared her thanks for the invitation, the men didn't linger. It may have been the very obvious look I gave them behind Katie's back that had them saying their goodbyes. They had shit to do as far away from Katie as possible. She returned to the kitchen as Riley closed the front door and gave me a meaningful look. She was ours. I'd have to go down to the bunkhouse and make sure they all knew that. She might wear the pretty dresses and have the lushest curves this side of the Rockies, but Riley and I were the only ones who got in her panties. Or tucked them into their shirt pocket, like Riley done the night before. As Katie pulled the milk from the fridge, I placed the keys to the SUV on the counter. "These are for your ride." She spun about, eyed the keys suspiciously as she held the quart jug in her hand. "Ride?" "Your car. You can't be stuck here on the ranch all the time. While the town's small, you'll want to be able to get out. The store, shopping, church, hell, whatever you want." "I don't have money for a car," she countered, setting the milk on the counter and going over to the window to peer out at the SUV. "Yes, you do." "I don't need that." She turned to face us, pointing out the window. "Something smaller and cheaper." "You're not getting smaller," I said with a growl. When she frowned, I sighed. "We want you safe, sweetness. And as for cheaper," Riley suggested, "think of it this way. It's a ranch vehicle. Since you're the only one here, you can drive it." She eyed us warily, even pursed her lips. She knew Riley was spinning the whole thing around, but she didn't have any choice. She wasn't going to win this round. "Fine." Satisfied, I went over to the coffee maker and poured coffee into the 3 mugs. "We've both got to be in court this afternoon. And Helena," Riley said as I handed him a cup. His voice sounded as resigned as I felt. We couldn't stay and be with her as we wanted, naked and in her bed. But we'd given her what she needed for today. Sturdy and sexy boots and the SUV. The trial might go all day, and if the judge calls a recess into tomorrow, Riley explained. "We'll be back then. If you'll allow it, we'd like to take you out." I had no interest in staying in Helena overnight. The damn trial couldn't have come at a worse time, but it had been in the works since before Aiden Steele died, and the judge wasn't going to accept a delay because one of the lawyers and a key witness needed to fuck their women. "All right," she said, easily enough. Impatiently, I went over to Katie and stroked my hand over her hair, silky soft. I wanted to tug the elastic that held it back and tangle my fingers in the length. "Did we scare you off last night?" Her green eyes met mine and I saw them flare, saw her cheeks turn pink. "We were rough. Real rough. Fuck, sweetness, I don't know how to be gentle. And with you, I just can't seem to control myself." I angled my hips against her belly so she could feel how hard I was. "Like I said before, you weren't too rough. Stop worrying." I cupped her jaw, tilted her head to the side. I marked your neck. "Got any bruises? Your back's got to hurt." She shook her head. "I'm fine. I told you I liked it. I liked all of it if you hadn't noticed." I grinned, relieved. "Yeah, we noticed. And we want to do it again," Riley added, coming up behind her and settling at her back. "Although maybe in a bed." "At least inside," she countered, humor lacing her words. "We don't need a bed." I looked over my shoulder at the kitchen counter. "This island will do." Riley groaned. "We can't start this. If we do, we'll never leave and we'll be late getting to Helena." My dick didn't like Riley's words. I stepped back nonetheless, reaching down and shifting myself in my pants. I wasn't keen on a zipper mark in my dick. "I'm a big girl, I'll be fine. And maybe we're going a little too fast?" Katie asked. "Fast?" Riley countered. "This, whatever it is, it's intense," she admitted, waving her hand between the three of us. It shouldn't be like this." "Like what?" Riley asked. She closed her eyes for a second, then met my gaze head on. "Potent." "Fuck yes," Riley said. "Potent. That was one word for it. She was like a fucking drug." "We feel it too, sweetness. We told you we wanted you. We aren't changing our minds." While I said the words, Riley nodded his head in agreement. "Okay." Riley stroked his finger down her cheek. "Good girl. Tell me, sweetness, are you wearing panties?" We had to leave, but that didn't mean we couldn't leave her thinking about us, to make her ache for us as much as we did for her, and for us to have a token to take along for the ride. A little V formed in her brow. "Yes?" I crooked my finger. "Give them here." Riley moved to lean against the counter, crossed his arms to watch. She eyed us both, and before our eyes we could see her mind switching gears, shifting to aroused by our words, what we wanted her to do, to the way we watched. It was a gorgeous thing, this subtle submission. She might be surprised with the pace this was moving, but she was all in. I pressed my palm against my cock, willing it down. Her hands moved up the outside of her thighs, lifting the hem of her dress as she went, until she hooked her fingers in the elastic of her panties and slid them down her legs. Just a hint of her ass was offered before the dress moved back into place. Carefully she worked them over her new boots and stepped out of them, holding the little scrap up with one finger. They were lavender, lace and minuscule. I reached out, took them from her. They were damp and still warm from the heat of her pussy. I groaned. "Are you wet for us?" Riley asked. Katie nodded. "Touch yourself and show us." Reaching beneath her dress once again, she followed Riley's command and stroked over her perfect flesh. Her eyes fell closed and her lips parted, and I knew she was touching herself. "Show us," Riley repeated on a growl. She lifted her hand, showed both of us the two fingers that were glistening with her juices. Riley stepped up, gripped her hand and took those slick digits into his mouth. Licked them. Fuck, so sweet. He growled once they were all clean. Cord's nickname is perfect for you. He glanced at me and I knew he was seconds away from pushing her back on the damned island, parting her thighs, pushing up the dress and eating her out. Your pussy, Katie, is ours, Riley said. I thought she would argue that we were being possessive bastards, but she only nodded. I clenched my jaw, knowing that pussy was indeed ours, and when we took her again, nothing would be in between it and our dicks. No condoms, only skin on skin, raw fucking. No touching our pussy, I told her. You want to come, you wait for us to get back tomorrow. We'll take real good care of you then. Her eyes held mine, and I saw the eagerness, the neediness there. We were all turned on, ready to fuck, and we were all going to be cranky until tomorrow. You have our cell numbers. If you need anything, including an orgasm, you call. Anytime, Riley added. Katie nodded again. We walked out, left her standing there, all hot and wet, sweet and perfect. My cock was pissed at me, but there was nothing I could do. Now, tomorrow, Katie wasn't going to remember her name when we were done with her. Chapter 6. Katie. I thought of Riley and Cord all day long. How could I not when they left me bare-assed and needy? As soon as they left, I ran up the stairs to my room and opened my underwear drawer, ready to put on a new pair. But as I stared down at the pile of silk and satin, I grinned. At the rate I was going with those two, the drawer would be empty before the end of the month. Cord had given me a wink as he tucked the lavender pair I'd been wearing in his pants pocket as he walked out the door. I never went without panties. Never. In my dress, I couldn't forget I was bare as the cool air touched my heated and wet pussy. Clenching my thighs together didn't do anything to ease the ache, and the concept of no panties? It was pretty tame, but to me, Miss Schoolteacher, it was decadent. Naughty. Not as naughty as fucking both of them on the porch, and that was why I'd pushed the drawer closed and went into town in the SUV just as they left me. With Barlow being so small, I'd easily figured out where they'd gotten my killer new boots, and I went on a little shopping spree for jeans, and just made sure not to flash anyone and stayed out of strong winds. I owned a pair of jeans, but based on the women I'd seen around town, my usual of wearing dresses was more for church than ranch. The guys didn't seem to mind, especially since they had such easy access to exactly what they wanted. I didn't expect to ever be considered a Montana cowgirl, but if I were to ever ride a horse, jeans were a must. Later that night, as I took a bath in the big jacuzzi tub in the master bath, I thought of Aiden Steele, my father. There weren't many pictures of him about the house, only a few in his office. But he'd been in a group. While I'd always been told I looked just like my mother, I immediately knew where I got my eyes from. Aiden. His were as green as mine and similarly wide, but that seemed to be all that he'd given me. Sure, I was now rich because of him, but I'd never talked to the man, never known he even existed. I'd hoped there would be a letter or even a sticky note he'd left for me to find, but his office, and the rest of the house, had been cleaned of his personal effects. No papers of any importance were in his desk, nothing in the wood filing cabinet in the corner. I had to wonder if I would have liked him. The guys said he was a difficult man, and my mother had never mentioned him. Not once had I suspected my dad, Michael Parks, wasn't my biological father. I had to wonder if my mother, if she'd lived, would have eventually told me about Aiden. Now I'd never know. All of my parents, it seemed, were dead. While I was alone in the house now, I did have sisters. Lots of them, and they belonged here as much as me. And Beth. But that wasn't all. I had Cord and Riley. I climbed from the tub and dried myself off with one of the plush towels. It was insane to think that we were in a relationship, that this thing between us was more than a fling. I'd never had a one-night stand before, and the long-term relationships I'd had hadn't been this hot and heavy. It had taken me weeks to have sex with those men. It had been a gradual thing, like a glacier. This, with Cord and Riley, was like a rushing river. It had swept me up and was carrying me along. I couldn't fight it. I didn't want to. I slipped on my robe, hung the towel on the back of the door, and made my way back to my room. The moon was bright enough I didn't need lights. I slid off the long robe, put on my nightie, and climbed beneath the cool sheets. The house dark, the night quiet. My window was open to the cool summer air, and only the moon offered the room a soft glow. I was restless, my body needy. I kicked the sheets down over my legs. I needed Cord and Riley, wanted their touch, their dirty words, their cocks. I whimpered and slid my hand down between my thighs. Only the thin cotton of my nightie kept me from coming in contact with my pussy directly. I rolled over onto my stomach, my palm pressed against my mound. My bottom canted into the air. The fabric immediately became damp against my fingers, and I pulled them away. Cord had said no touching, but I rolled my hips, hoping the bed would brush against my swollen clit. If I came because of the bedding, that wouldn't count as touching. I groaned in frustration. I was hooked. Like Beth, I was addicted, but Riley and Cord weren't dangerous. Life-altering, definitely, but in a good way. I hadn't felt so carefree, so excited in a long time. And horny. I had no idea I was such a sexual being, that I could be aroused from just the thought of Cord and Riley. I could just touch myself, make myself come, but there would be no fun in that. Quick but empty relief. I could call them, take them up on their offer for phone sex. I loved the weird need to obey them in this and only touch myself with their permission, even if it was via cell, and yet I wanted to come. I groaned, rolled back over, and tried to fall asleep as I watched the curtains flutter in the soft breeze. Something startled me, making me sit upright in bed. I must have fallen asleep, for I was confused as to where I was. I looked around, remembered the cozy room I'd chosen in the steel house. I was in Montana. Relaxing my shoulders, I lay back in the bed, only to pop up again. There was a noise. Not an outside noise like a car. We were so far off the road there were no cars driving by. It wasn't an animal. It was a thump. A piece of furniture moved. So did my heart rate up into my throat. Someone was in the house. I slid from the bed and went to the door. It was partially open and I peeked out. All I could see was a dark hallway, but there was definitely someone walking around. Could it be Jameson or Sutton? No, they wouldn't come into the house in the middle of the night unannounced. They wouldn't even come now if they rang the doorbell. Not unless there was an emergency, and then they'd call me. This person wasn't trying to get my attention. I had to think they didn't know where they were going. A chair scraped across the wooden floor. He, they, whomever it was still downstairs. Oh, God. I'd never had something like this happen. What did I do? I had no weapons, no self-defense training. I couldn't go out the front door. The stairs went straight down the middle of the house, and wherever the person was, they'd see me. And I wasn't that quiet or small to tiptoe right past them. Another thump. My heart was beating so loudly that I felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. There was no house phone in my room, but I had my cell. God, my cell! I went as quietly as I could to the bedside table, pulled it from the charging cord. With fumbling fingers, I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? There's someone in the house, I whispered into the phone, covering my mouth with my hand. Ma'am, I can barely hear you. Are you in trouble? Yes, I hissed. What is your location? Steel Ranch. I had to hope the woman knew where that was, because I had no idea of the address. Was there even a street number for a ranch with over 60,000 acres? You said Steel Ranch? Yes. I'm sending officers to you now. Another thump, this time louder. I disconnected. I was in the middle of nowhere. God, how long would it take for the police to get here? Where were they, Barlow? I could call the bunkhouse. There was a group of men just down the hill, or Jameson. But I didn't have the numbers. Jameson had said the list was on the side of the fridge. Not happening. Cord, Riley. I had their numbers. I could call them. Swiping as fast as I could, I got to Cord's number first in the alphabet. Press send. Another thump had me jumping. Ring! Oh, God. They were in Helena. They couldn't get to me in time. What was I going to do? Hey, sweetness. You haven't touched yourself, have you? Cord, help! I whispered. What's the matter? Perhaps it was my tone, but he immediately knew I didn't need help with an orgasm. There's someone in the house, I repeated. I heard Cord talking to someone, his voice loud in my ear, but I wasn't paying any attention. "Where are you exactly?" he asked. "In my room." I walked to the corner, hunched my shoulders in to be as quiet as possible. "We're on our way." "Helena's too far," I hissed. "We're almost to Barlow. Just past the road to the ranch. Riley's turning around. Get in your closet on the floor. Close the door. Whatever you do, don't come out until you hear one of us, okay?" I nodded, realized he couldn't hear me, then replied, "Hurry." Ending the call, I opened the closet door as slowly as possible. But when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, I realized there was no time. Whoever it was going to find me. The closet, though, was small, tiny, and my suitcases were tucked on the floor. So much for the maid's room being cozy. I wouldn't fit, and I couldn't pull the bags out, or it would be obvious where I was. I glanced around, heard a creak in the floorboards. The person was headed to the master bedroom. He was looking for me. There was no place to hide, so I did the only thing I could think of, the only place I might be safe. I went out the window. Chapter 7. Riley. When Cord's cell rang and he held it up for me to see Katie's name on the screen, I grinned and my cock got instantly hard. We were almost back to town after a long day in Helena. I'd had to testify, but Cord's testimony hadn't been necessary and we were both exhausted. We decided against spending the night there, wanting to be back so we could see Katie first thing. Just as Cord had asked her, I assumed she wanted a late-night romp of phone sex, or maybe asking us to come over for the real deal, glad we'd driven back when we did. We hadn't expected her to tell us there was someone in the fucking house. When Cord told me what was happening, his voice losing all the teasing banter to be replaced with military precision, I slammed on the brakes and we were thrust into our seatbelts, the tires skidding on the pavement. I did a 180 and gunned it until the turnoff for the ranch. I took the road at 90, thankful it was straight and flat, but had to hope no deer decided to jump in our path. Cord fiddled with his phone, put it to his ear again. "Jameson, Katie said there's someone in the main house," Cord said into the phone. "A robber, burglar, hell, Santa Claus. Get up there because she's alone. We just turned off the county road. Good. Just don't shoot us when we come in." As I death-gripped the steering wheel and tried to remain calm enough to drive, I listened to Cord as he finished the call with Jameson, then Sutton at the bunkhouse, hoping one of them would get to Katie before us. At the rate we were going, we'd be there in 5 minutes. So much could happen in that time frame. Too much. "Who the fuck is in the house?" I asked when he dropped his cell in his lap. "And why?" he countered, looking out the window shield at the darkness. "Are they after Katie? What the fuck does someone want with a schoolteacher?" "Maybe someone heard the house has been vacant and finally decided to rob it," I tossed out. "It's been months and the ranch isn't exactly abandoned. 15 men fucking live there. Why now?" I had no answer and neither did he. We were supposed to protect Katie, and yet we pretty much held our dicks in our hands as some bastard went after her. "Shut off your lights before you get over the rise. Go real slow over the cattle guard and stop short of the house." I did as Cord said. His military training was serving us well, because I'd planned to drive right up to the damn porch, and as soon as I turned off the engine, we were running toward the house. It was dark. Only the exterior light by the front door was on. "I'll go around back," I murmured, and we split up. Right then a shot rang out, echoing across the empty prairie. I stopped, spun on my heel. "Fuck the back door," I muttered, and followed Cord up the porch steps and into the house at a sprint. Jameson was at the base of the stairs and turned when we barged in. "Clear!" The yell came from upstairs. Jameson nodded, and we took the steps 2 at a time. "In here." It was Sutton, and we followed his voice to the master bedroom. He flicked on the light, and there he was, rifle in hand, standing over a body. Thank fuck a man, not Katie. I was breathing hard as we looked down at the fucker. White, mid-30s, bald black t-shirt and jeans. Tattoo on his right arm. Blood was coming from a wound in his chest. Sutton had shot him right in the heart, and there was no question he was dead. "Bullseye," Sutton said, his voice low, deadly. I didn't know his background, but he was rock steady as if he'd done this before. He had a military or law enforcement background, that was for damn sure. "Where's Katie?" I asked, looking around. "Not in here," Jameson replied, going further into the room, then sticking his head in the attached master bath. "Katie?" I shouted, running along the second-floor landing to the maid's room she'd claimed as her own. I pushed the door open with such force it slammed against the wall. A picture fell to the floor, glass breaking. Grabbing the closet door, I yanked it open. Too damn dark to see anything, but Katie didn't come out. Cord turned on the light and I could see the space was fucking tiny and filled with clothes and shit. No Katie. Just fucking suitcases. Cord was behind me, running a hand over the back of his neck. "Katie!" he shouted, his voice all but shaking the walls. "Here!" I glanced at him and he frowned, his head whipping around. "I'm out here." Cord spun around, lifted the window so it was open more than a few inches and stuck his head out. I remembered that all the windows from the second floor looked out over the roof of the wraparound porch. "Holy fuck, Katie. It's okay. Everything's okay." After a second, Cord backed up and stood, his hand out the windowsill as he helped Katie climb back through. Once she'd stepped down onto the floor, Cord picked her up in his arms, hugged her tight. She wrapped her legs around his waist, held on for dear life, and started to cry. I sighed, willing my heart to slow as it appeared she was in one piece, unharmed, scared shitless but whole. She was in this tiny little nightgown that barely covered her ass, and I had to wonder what the fucker would have done to her if he'd seen her in that. I ground my back teeth together at the thought, glad the guy was dead. Jameson and Sutton stood in the doorway, relief clear on their faces but averting their eyes. "We're taking her out of here," Cord said, stepping toward the door. They stepped back, gave him room to pass, and I followed. "Call Archer. Get his men out here to find out who that fucker was," he ordered, taking the stairs at a slower pace, probably not to jar Katie. "Why he was in the damned house. I called him on the way up here, and said he got a call from the house already," Sutton said, referring to the sheriff. "He was a friend of ours. We'd had beers with him on occasion, and he'd take this shit seriously. Should be here soon." Katie must have called 911 before she called us. Smart girl. "She's not coming back here until this shit's figured out. If Archer needs to talk to her tomorrow, she'll be at our house." Jameson and Sutton didn't say anything. They didn't need to. Someone had almost hurt one of ours, and we were going to find out why. Until then, I wasn't letting Katie out of my sight. Based on the way Cord held her to him, he felt the same way. There was no fucking way we were letting her go. Chapter 8. Cord. Holy shit. I'd been to war, seen battle. I'd prepared for it, trained, armed to the fucking gills. But this? With Katie. Fuck. I'd never been so scared before, ever. She was clinging to me, her arms and legs wrapped around me in a death grip, crying into my neck. With one arm wrapped around her upper back, the other cupping her ass, I carried her out of the house. I knew Jameson and Sutton would take care of shit, find out what the fuck was going on. I wanted to do it myself. That was my way to protect what was mine. But Katie was more important. The fucker was dead and couldn't hurt her ever again. The relief of that, of knowing she was okay, that Sutton had put down the dirty bastard before we could even get to our girl. Riley drove home quickly but not recklessly. I carried her into the house and right into the great room. She felt so good in my arms, the lush feel of all of her soft skin in her tiny little nightgown. Riley dropped down onto the sectional sofa and waved his fingers at me to hand her over. I'd carried her out of the main house at Steel Ranch. I'd held her in my arms as he drove back to town. He wanted, no, needed, a turn holding her, knowing she was alive. But I didn't give them much room. Just sat on the coffee table so my legs almost bumped Riley's, my elbows on my knees. She'd stopped crying, but her face was splotchy and her eyes red-rimmed. Her hair was a wild tangle. Her fingers curled into the front of Riley's shirt as if afraid he might disappear. "Want to tell us what happened?" Riley asked, his voice soothing. He kissed the top of her head. She took a deep breath, let it out. There isn't much to say." Her green eyes held mine. "I was asleep and a sound woke me. At first I didn't know what it was, but I heard it again. I went to the bedroom door, peeked out. There wasn't anything to see. The house was dark." Her voice was soft, weary. "Then there were more noises, and I knew someone was there. For a second I thought it was maybe Jameson or Sutton, or the other men who lived on the ranch, but they wouldn't come in the house without at least knocking. Sutton said you called the police? I did, but I didn't know how long they would take because the ranch is really out there. I didn't think they'd be able to help in time. I was panicking. I decided to call you, but as it rang, I remembered you were in Helena. I flicked my gaze up to Riley, and the look in his eyes told me we were thinking the same thing. Thank fuck we came home when we had. But you answered, and well, you know the rest, she finished. And the roof? I asked, thinking of how I'd found her crouched in the corner by the brick chimney. It was a perfect place to hide. Dark, and since her window was on the back of the house, she wouldn't have been visible from the driveway. The only way the fucker would have seen her was if he'd done as I had, stuck his head out the window and looked hard to the left. Better than the closet, Riley answered for her. She just nodded against his chest. My cell rang and I stood, pulling it from my pocket. Since it wasn't a ranch number, I had to assume it was Archer. Because of this, I walked into the kitchen, so Katie didn't hear. Yeah, I said into the phone. It's Archer. Your girl okay? I ran my hand over my face. While I'd wanted Katie in our house more than anything, I didn't want her there for this reason. Seems to be. From what she's told us so far, she never saw the guy. I kept my voice low when I heard her and Riley talking. We made sure she never saw the body. All she knew was someone had been in the house and we'd come for her. That was plenty. She wasn't ex-military and she wasn't a cop. This shit didn't happen in her world. That's good. I heard Archer sigh. No ID on the guy, but he had a K-bar tucked into an ankle sheath. Shit. That was a serious fucking knife, and he'd planned on using it. And the only one in the house had been Katie. None of my guys recognized some of us from around here. We'll get him to the morgue, get his prints, see what comes up. I heard Katie whimper. Shit. I didn't want her to cry again. I couldn't handle it. Those tears were like a knife to my heart, and the way she'd clung to me, wrapped herself around me like a fucking monkey. She'd been desperate for comfort. I had to hope Riley could soothe her since I'd done a shit job of it if she was back at it. I moved so I could see into the other room, to check on her. But Katie wasn't crying. Far from it. She was still on Riley's lap, but she was now straddling his waist. One strap of her tiny nightgown was off her shoulder, and Riley had his mouth on her exposed nipple. I couldn't miss the placement of his hand either. Beneath the hem of her gown and between her thighs. Her head fell back with a moan and her hips were rocking. This I was not expecting. At all. I'd envisioned settling her on my lap as we watched a movie. Let her feel safe and protected. Not well pleasured. This is what you need? Riley asked, glancing up at Katie from her breast. I could see the exposed nipple was hard and wet from his mouth. Cord? It took me a second to realize Archer was still talking, and I hadn't been paying any attention. Yeah, I replied, my voice rough. My cock swelled instantly at the sight of Katie fucking herself on Riley's fingers. Up and down she went, rocking her hips, her breasts swaying as she did so. And that scant nightgown was hotter than any sexy lingerie I'd ever seen. I'll keep you updated, Archer said. I gave a grunt as a reply and looked away long enough to end the call. Dropping the cell on the counter, I was ready to go and join them, but I stopped. Listened. That's it. Make it all go away. You're safe, good girl. Riley crooned to her, then leaned in and sucked at her nipple again, released it with a loud pop. He grinned up at her as she cried out. It's not enough. She gasped, then whimpered when Riley leaned back. I heard the metal of his buckle, then saw his hands go to Riley's hips and pull her down. She cried out, her eyes flying open. Riley groaned at the same time, and I knew he was balls deep in her. He hadn't been gentle or slow. No, he filled her right up in one go. But the sounds Riley's finger made as he'd worked her proved she was wet. He wouldn't have taken her if she wasn't ready. Wiggling a little, I could tell she was adjusting to having a cock cram her full. Her hair was a curly mass about her head, and with her nightgown off one shoulder and her breast bared, she looked as wanton as fuck. As if she were an innocent and Riley was doing a damned good job of defiling her. But he was only fucking her. In the pussy. Not much defiling with just that. But there was so much more we were going to do to her. So many dirty things that maybe she was an innocent in certain ways. He began to move her then. guiding her up and down with his hands on her hips. Her breasts bounced as he took her harder. Watching was a fucking turn-on. I had to open my pants, just enough to pull out my dick, let it have room to grow because every single gasp of pleasure, every single slick sound of her pussy gobbling up Riley's dick had it growing harder. Perhaps it was the adrenaline or the fact that she'd been as horny as we were, but Riley got her to the brink within a minute. Her eyes were glazed over with her passion, and when I gripped the base of my dick and a groan escaped, her gaze lifted to mine. She didn't still. She couldn't because Riley was working her. Her eyes widened in surprise at being caught, at discovering she was being watched while being fucked, but all it did was make her come. Her hands landed on Riley's shoulders as her eyes fell closed and she tensed, screamed. Fuck, she had a gorgeous cum face. As I walked toward them, Riley shouted, and I knew he was finding his own pleasure because I remembered how it felt when her hot little pussy milked my cock. I knew that silky clamp was pulling all the cum from him, draining him dry, and completely bare. Bare dick against hot, wet pussy. I moved to the same spot on the coffee table. This time my dick was out and aiming straight for her. With her nightgown caught up in Riley's fingers, her gorgeous ass was exposed. Her knees were spread wide around Riley's hips. I couldn't miss the wink of her pink little asshole as she finished coming. She dropped her head into the crook of Riley's neck. Pre-cum dripped from my slit. I squeezed the base of my dick to stave it off. I wanted all of it deep inside her pussy when it was my turn, and it was coming soon. Both of them were breathing hard, and strands of Katie's red hair clung to her sweaty shoulders and neck. "Feel better?" Riley asked, kissing the top of her head. Slowly she pushed up and looked over her shoulder at me, looking like a Playboy centerfold. Her luscious round ass round and upturned, her breast out and on offer, the nipple now plump and all but begging for my mouth. Her skin flushed and dewy, her eyes glazed with that well-fucked look, and she was still filled with Riley's cock. "I'm sorry," she said, averting her eyes and tugging up her strap. Riley clucked his tongue and slipped the thin strap right back off her shoulder. "I like the view. You can't go shy on us now." "But I didn't include you," she said, her eyes lifting to mine. "Isn't it cheating?" I shrugged and offered her a small smile so she knew I wasn't upset, even though I had my hands gripping the edge of the coffee table until my knuckles turned white while my dick hung out, not in anger but in need. "I'm the possessive sort, sweetness, but not with Riley. We won't take you together every time," Riley added, trying to reassure her. "Sometimes I want you all to myself, to know your orgasms are all for me and me alone." When her eyes dropped to my cock, watched another bead of pre-cum slide down the head, Riley gave her ass a little pat. "Go see Cord, baby. He needs you." "I do, sweetness. I need you. Need to feel you, know you're okay." Perhaps that was why she'd had a quick fuck with Riley, to know she was alive, for them to feel the connection, and now it was my turn. With Riley's help, she lifted up off him, turned and stood before me between my knees. Fuck, she was perfect. All rumpled and sexy with Riley's cum sliding down her thigh, completely well used and ready for more. "This thing between us, I've never felt like this," she admitted, and she wasn't referring to sex. I didn't look up into her eyes, but reverently brushed my fingers along the outer swell of her exposed breast, and took in the obvious differences between us. My blunt fingers were big and calloused beside her pale, creamy skin. So soft, so warm. "I haven't either. Nor me," Riley added from behind Katie. "Or so fast. We're not letting you go, sweetness. After this, after possibly losing you." I paused, fought down the wave of anger and fear. "There's no fucking way you're getting away from us now." She gave the slightest nod of her head, and that was it. I'd been pushed to my limit. Having her almost die, then watch her fuck herself all over Riley's cock, I needed to be in her. Now. So as I stood, I leaned in and lifted her up and over my shoulder in a fireman's carry, and took her right to my bedroom, my dick leading the way. Chapter 9. Katie. Cord was looming over me as I lay on the bed, his hand beside my head to keep his weight off of me. But the kiss. Wow. It was all heat and need. His tongue plundered, and I knew he was just as eager for me as I was for him. This thing between Riley, Cord, and me wasn't a one-night stand. I had considered the possibility for a bit after what we'd done on the porch because it screamed one and done. Well, two and done. We hadn't even gotten all our clothes off. I had, but they'd only undone their pants enough for the right equipment to be available. That was all. I still hadn't seen Riley naked, and he'd fucked me twice. I'd barely even seen his cock. The first time he took me from behind, and just now on the couch, he'd pulled it out and lowered me onto it between 1 second and the next. As he'd held me, I'd felt itchy and achy, unsettled. The guy in the house had scared me half to death, and the aftermath made me cry. But after the tears had stopped, I'd still needed something. Riley recognized it and began to touch me, then lifted me up onto him and fucked me all by himself. God, that was hot. So hot. I'd been wet for him, soaking, and I'd come quickly. It was like the incident had primed me for orgasm. I'd needed it, bad. It seemed Riley had too, touching me, feeling me, hearing me, knowing I was alive, and now Cord. I don't know if I can be gentle, he murmured against my lips. I want to be, but I'm too keened up. I bent my leg so my knee slid up and down the outside of his thigh, his hip. I think you've learned by now I like it rough, I replied. While there wasn't a light on in the room, the light from the hall allowed me to see him clearly. His dark eyes held heat. His jaw and every line of his body was tense. He was holding back. I might hurt you. I shook my head, my hair sliding over the soft blanket at my back. You won't. You didn't the last time. He groaned, lowered his head, and took my lips again. Oh, what I want to do to you. What do you want to do? I asked, breathless. He pushed off the bed and stood, pacing back and forth in front of it. I moved so I was kneeling on the bed. Cord? He looked at me with wild eyes, almost feral. His cock thrust out from his unzipped jeans, dark and thick. A pulsing vein ran up the length. The crown of it was wide, mushroom-shaped. I couldn't believe that had fit, but it had. I remembered every thick inch of it. I'm not scared of you, I whispered, or his big cock. You should be. Do you know what I want? I asked, feeling a little bold. One dark brow went up as his hand settled on his hips. I want to see you. All of you. From 1 second to the next, he stripped, towing off his boots, removing his pants, ripping the buttons on his shirt until he was so big, so bare before me. Wow. His shoulders were muscled and wide, his waist narrower. Dark hair surrounded flat nipples and tapered to his navel, then into a thin line that went straight to the base of his cock. His legs were massive. One of his thighs was probably the size of my waist. He could hurt me, or at least someone of his size, but not Cord. What else do you want? He asked. Your turn, I replied. I want your nightgown on the floor. I looked down at myself. I'd forgotten my breast was exposed. I should have felt ashamed or at least surprised at my lack of modesty, but I couldn't. Not with him. Not with Riley either, especially after what I'd done with him on the couch. Grasping the hem, I lifted it up and over my head, let it fall to the floor. Cord reached behind him, flipped the light switch so the lamp beside the bed gave the room a soft glow. Do you always wear stuff like that to bed? He asked. Nighties? I asked. He repeated the word as if he'd never heard it before. He gave one curt nod. Yes. I thought I'd want you naked in bed. Always. But now I'm having second thoughts. That little thing barely covers your ass. They make me feel pretty. Sweetness, you're beautiful no matter what you wear. While they make you feel pretty, they make me horny as fuck. You can wear them anytime you want. Except right now. Now I want you bare. Nothing between us. I was kneeling on his bed, naked, and the way his eyes heated, the way his fists clenched at his sides made me feel pretty. I can see that Riley's been in you. His cum marks you. I glanced down, saw the red whisker burn on my breast, saw and felt the cum on my thighs. I felt it in me, slipping from me a little at a time. Is that okay? I told you it was. It's hot as fuck. Now lay back and spread those legs nice and wide. I want to see you. All of you." Without a word, I did as he wanted. Lay back down, bent my knees so my feet were planted on the bed. "Wider." I complied. "Ah, sweetness, wider." I slid my feet out more and more until I couldn't go any further, until there was no doubt I was completely open to him. "Riley?" Cord shouted. "Yeah," he called from the other room. "Get me the new plug, will you?" I frowned up at Cord, who never looked away from me as he spoke. He grinned. "Riley and I did a little shopping while we were in Helena." I heard Riley's footsteps, saw him in the doorway. He tossed Cord a small package, gave me a wink, and then said, "Have fun," before he walked away. Cord ripped at the packaging, tossed it onto the dresser before holding up a and a bottle of Ever been plugged before? I shook my head. "I think you'll like it just fine, but later. Now I have to be in you." My gaze dropped to his cock. It was dark, a ruddy red, and it was thick, ridiculously thick, and long. Riley wasn't small by any means, but I hadn't seen him before he put himself inside me. Staring at Cord, I wasn't sure how it had fit that first time. "Look at me like that any longer and I'll come right here." I met his eyes, saw that he was hanging on by a thread. He practically pounced, his hands by my head holding his weight off me. I felt the thick length of him nudging at my pussy. Since I was wide open, he didn't have to do more than shift his hips slightly, and he was in. "Ah!" I gasped. Even after coming once and having Riley fuck me first, Cord was a tight fit. I'd been wet for Riley earlier, and now his seed eased the way even more. My inner walls clenched down, trying to adjust to being open so wide, filled so deep. "Don't move," Cord growled, his mouth right at my neck. I stilled, practically held my breath. "I said don't move." "I'm not." "Your pussy's milking my dick, and He groaned. I felt his hips press deep as he came, his growl making his chest vibrate. I lay there beneath the big man as he came. He'd slid into me, filled me up, held himself still, then came. His breathing was ragged and sweat dripped from his temples. "Are you okay?" I whispered. "Sweetness, you're too fucking perfect. My dick wanted in you so bad. You're too tight, too hot, too wet. Fuck, I feel you so well with my dick. There was nothing I could do to hold off." "It's okay." He lifted his head, looked down at me. "You just feel too good. The good news is I got that first quick fuck out of the way. Now I can go all night." I realized then he hadn't gone soft like a guy should. When he pulled back, I gasped. He grinned. "Good?" I nodded. "We haven't even started yet. And with all that cum easing my way in that tight pussy of yours." The rest of his words were covered by my gasp. "Yeah, it felt good. Amazing." "You'll come from me. Then I'll flip you over, get you on your hands and knees. I'll take my time and get that plug into you. Then I'll fuck you. You're going to love how full you feel." He began to move then. Any thoughts, any worries about him putting a plug in me were quickly forgotten. So was my name. Where I was, everything. And as for Cord having stamina to go all night long, yeah, he hadn't been lying. Chapter 10. Riley. "Hey, baby," I said when Katie came into the kitchen. She was in one of my shirts, the sleeves rolled up. It was big enough to hit her mid-thigh. It reminded me of the shirt dress she'd worn the day before, but this was much better. Cord must have found her one of my shirts because his would have been way too long. "Morning," she replied. Her hair was wild and tangled, and she looked well rested considering they'd fucked half the night. Hell, well fucked. I'd gone to bed and heard Cord with her. I'd had to rub one out as I did so. Her whimpers and begging had made me hard again, even though I'd only had her a little while earlier. I could have joined them, but I wanted Cord to be with her. He might be a big fucker, but he'd been through shit I couldn't even imagine, and he deserved a little sweetness. If having Katie in his bed, beneath him and all to himself, eased his anger and stress, then I wasn't going to stop him. I wasn't a greedy fucker, but seeing her now like this, all loose-limbed and definitely well-fucked. I wanted to toss her over my own shoulder and carry her to my bed. Instead, I asked, "Coffee?" "God, yes." I smiled as I grabbed a mug, poured her some from the pot and handed it to her. "An addict, huh?" "Thanks." She sighed, as if just breathing it in gave her the caffeine fix she wanted. "I don't make small talk until after my first cup." "I'll remember that." I walked off, hearing the shower come on down the hall, leaving her to her coffee. I went to the bag of items we'd picked up at the sex store in Helena and grabbed another plug. The one I'd given Cord the night before was made of silicone and was narrow, a beginner one to play with. This one was small as well, but was stainless steel with a green jeweled base. It would match her eyes perfectly and look stunning parting the gorgeous cheeks of her ass. After she put her mug down, I assumed it was safe to chat. "Have fun with Cord last night?" Her cheeks turned pink and she glanced away. "Yes," she replied. "Ah, baby, there's no shame in what we do together. I might not have been in the room with you, but I heard it all." She picked up her mug and hid her face behind it as she took another sip. It was obvious to me that she had no intention of responding, so I continued. "How did you like that plug? Feel good?" All she did was roll her eyes and blush more, took another sip. I smiled because she'd run out of coffee eventually. "Cord told you we were going to fuck that virgin hole, right?" She spun about, set the mug down, cheeks bright red. "Why are we talking about this now?" "Because just seeing you in my shirt makes me hard." She glanced over her shoulder, saw the way my cock was tenting my sleep pants. "I've been ready to fuck you ever since you climbed off my lap last night," I admitted. "And now, knowing that pussy's nice and full of our cum, There was no word for that thought. I wasn't shy, so I asked her, "Will you wear something for me?" She frowned. "Besides your shirt?" I laughed. "I fucking love seeing you in my shirt." I held up the plug. She frowned even more, came over to me, took it from my fingers. "It's a butt plug. It has a jewel on it." "That's right." "Why?" Her gaze flicked from the plug to me, then back to the plug. "So anytime you wear it, I can flip up your pretty dress and see it. Know that you're filled and thinking of what else will soon fill you there." Her mouth fell open. "Bend over the counter, baby." "What, now? Here?" I nodded. "Here." "That's not very hygienic." I laughed at that. "Put your hands on the counter, Katie, and stick out that gorgeous ass." When she stalled, I added, "If you're a good girl, I'll give you a reward." The corner of her mouth tipped up, recognizing I was being bossy but also playful. We'd only ever made her feel good. She'd come more times than Cord and I combined. Doubled. Based on what I heard from Cord's room, she liked ass play. She just was too shy to admit it in the light of day, and in the kitchen. "And if I'm not a good girl?" she asked, a red eyebrow winging up in question. I couldn't help but grin. "Then I'll spank your ass a nice shade of pink, then slide that plug in. It's going to look extra pretty when we show Cord." That got her moving. She turned and put her hands on the granite, leaned forward. Not quite enough, but I'd help her. Hooking one arm about her waist, I pulled back, lowering her upper body and forcing her legs to straighten so she was at a 90-degree angle. Her ass was out, and with a flick of my hand, the tail of my shirt was up about her waist. No panties. Gorgeous pussy. I slid my finger over the glossy folds, slipped a finger gently into her. She'd fucked both of us the night before, and if she was sore, I didn't want to hurt her. I groaned. "Just as I imagined. I feel all our cum. Nice and deep in there." I slipped my finger out, slid it down the inside of one thigh, then over the other. "And dried here. We've marked you as ours, haven't we, baby?" She lowered herself to her forearms, nodded her head. Grabbing the lube, I flipped up the top, dribbled some onto the narrow tip of the plug. Placing it at her puckered star, I let her adjust to the hard, cold feel of it before I began working it in. "Breathe, let it out, just like you did for Cord last night. Good girl." Her back stiffened as it slipped into her, stretching her open before popping into place. The green jewels sparkled in the daylight and looked perfect. "So pretty," I said. "Now for your reward." I slipped my fingers, already slick with cum from her pussy, back into her. I could feel the firm shape of the plug through the thin wall of separation, and she was even tighter than ever. Was this what it felt like with Cord fucking you? His dick's much bigger than my fingers. He must have crammed you full. "I did. She loved it," Cord said as he came into the kitchen. He was in a pair of jeans and button-up, his feet bare, his hair damp. Katie stiffened, but a hand on her back kept her in place. "Did you love it, baby?" I asked, finding the little ridge of her G-spot and curling my fingers over it. "Yes," she cried, her head dropping down so her forehead rested on her arms. "I love seeing that plug in you, sweetness." "She's been a good girl, and it's time for her to come," I said. I heard a car pull up, the tires loud on the crushed rock driveway, and Katie's head popped up. "That's Archer. He texted and said he was stopping by," Cord said. I knew Katie was close to coming. I wouldn't deny her release because of Archer's arrival. Her pussy wept all over my fingers. Interesting. I had to wonder if being seen made her hot. Not that I was going to find out, but I could make her think so, test my theory. I leaned in close, murmured, "Come for me, baby. Come nice and hard or Cord's gonna let Archer in and he'll see you like this." Bent over, fucking my fingers with a pretty jewel showing off your ass. She groaned, clenched down on my fingers. Cord frowned, but as I angled my head at her, his eyes flared in realization. "Don't be too loud, sweetness, or he might hear you when he comes to the door." She whimpered and I curled my fingers more, found her clit all hard and swollen, and instead of being gentle, I pinched. Not too hard, but enough. She seemed to like rough, and she needed to come. She didn't disappoint, her inner walls milking my fingers as a low keening wail came from her lips. Cord pressed his palm against his cock as we watched our girl get off. She slumped against the counter when she was done, and I pulled my fingers free. Went to the sink to wash up as Cord stroked her back. "Good girl," he crooned. "You come for us so beautifully." The doorbell rang and I dried my hands on a dish towel, dropped it on the counter and went to let the sheriff in. My hard-on couldn't be helped, but I knew the topic of conversation would kill my need pretty quick. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Cord wrap an arm around Katie, brush her hair back from her face. I'd give them a minute for Katie to not look quite so finger-fucked, but that was going to be pretty difficult. Male virility flooded me at how easily I could make her that way. I let Archer in. While he didn't wear a uniform, he had one of those Batman-type utility belts with handcuffs, a gun, and a walkie-talkie attached. "Long night," I said. "Let me get you some coffee." "Thanks." He took his hat off, followed me toward the kitchen. Seeing Cord and Katie, he stopped on the great room side of the breakfast bar. "Morning. Katie, we didn't get a chance for introductions last night. I'm Archer, Barlow County Sheriff." Katie offered him a quick hello from the opposite side of the kitchen's peninsula, Cord behind her. He had a hand on the counter beside her, pinning her in. I passed Archer a mug of black coffee and he took a seat at one of the high stools. "It's nice to meet you." Archer was born and raised in Barlow. He'd been the year behind Cord and me in school, went to the state college, and came right home when done. While I knew he wasn't a monk, I rarely saw him with a woman. I had seen him enough with Sutton to know they shared the same proclivities, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least if they took a woman together. It mattered to me none as long as Katie wasn't that woman. Based on the way he stared at her with a professional intensity, I wasn't too concerned. We'd made it pretty damned obvious where we stood with her. Archer had no connection to Steel Ranch, other than the property being within the area of his job served. He'd been to the property before, specifically when Aiden Steele's body was found, and he'd had taken it to the morgue. "Quite an introduction to our little part of the world. I hear you're from Philadelphia." "That's right," Katie replied. While she only wore my shirt, the dark plaid hid the shape of her bare breasts well. With Archer sitting, he couldn't see that she wasn't wearing anything else. Not that he probably didn't know it. "You've only been here a few days." "2. "Not enough to make enemies who might want to harm you." She gave a dry laugh. "I've met Jameson and Sutton. I've been with Cord and Riley except to sleep, and when I went into town yesterday. I bought clothes at the Western store.
You met Betty then?
She's gotta be in her late 60s. You can't think she was behind this.
Archer didn't think that at all. Betty wouldn't hurt anyone. He was just softening Katie up for the hard questions. One of my deputies found an abandoned car just past the turnoff for the ranch. None of us would have seen it since we all came and went to town, except he lives down that way. Found the guy's ID. New Jersey DMV lists him as Dwight Sampers. Ever heard of him?
New Jersey?
Katie licked her lips, put her hands on the top of the counter. Camden.
That's just outside of Philadelphia.
She paused, grabbed the glass salt shaker and fiddled with it. I didn't think she even realized she picked it up.
Are you saying this person followed me here? Why?
Don't know, but we're looking into it now. It's best to not be alone for now. To skip sleeping at the ranch, but looking at your men, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I shook my head. Fuck no. She wasn't going to be alone or even out of the same room.
I know the ranch is mine, at least part of it. It's beautiful, but to be honest, the place scares me.
Cord shifted so he could look her in the eye. He took her chin, tilted it up. Why? What else happened there? She shook her head, his fingers falling away.
Nothing. I've lived in my house, my parents' house, since they got married. I was 2, so pretty much my entire life. There are neighbors, people around. The ranch is beautiful, but I don't like being there alone. And after last night, maybe one of my half-sisters might like it better.
Did this mean she wanted to move back to Philadelphia? That even Barlow was too small? Archer listened with the quiet intensity of an experienced sheriff. He learned things by what people didn't say, their reactions as much as words. I can understand. Barlow might not be the big city, but my neighbor told me yesterday that the 6th grade teacher married a woman from Iowa and moved there. Guess his new wife wanted to live close to her family, so there's an opening at the school. Archer gave Katie a meaningful look. Word spread that you're a school teacher, so I would assume you could fill the vacancy if you wanted. You'd have to live in town, though. It's a far drive from the ranch, especially during the winter to get to the school every day. I owed Archer a beer, a whole 6-pack. Fuck, maybe even a keg. He was giving her a reason to stay, a reason that had nothing to do with the ranch, or us. This would be for her and her alone.
Wow, are you trying to keep me here?
Archer shrugged. You have a job, a life back there. Most people don't just move to a small town like Barlow on a whim or without a job lined up. Just thought this might help your decision-making. Katie looked thoughtful, as if she were considering the possibility. Cord and I wanted her to stay. We expected her to do so just because of our love for her. Yes, love. But that wasn't going to be enough. She couldn't just sit around all day while we went off to work. She might be a millionaire now and not need a job, but she'd want one. She'd need it. It was just her nature. Okay. Archer stood, put on his hat. Something to think about. I assume I'll find you here? He asked her. Yes. Cord and I answered at the same time. I'll be in touch. Archer grinned then left. We didn't walk him to the door. Katie spun about, leaned against the counter.
Why is someone trying to kill me?
Neither of us answered because what could we say? While it felt like my life was now based on days after Katie, we'd only known her for such a short time. Insane considering the depth of my feelings for her. I knew Cord felt the same. There was so much we didn't know about each other, and I'd assumed we'd have the rest of our lives to learn it all. But it seemed like a dead fucker could have changed that. I glanced at Cord, then at Katie, and said the only thing I could. We'll let Archer do his job. She frowned, glanced up at me.
What am I supposed to do then? Hide?
We're not leaving your side, sweetness, so no hiding. We'll keep you safe. Trust me, nothing is going to happen to you. Cord's tone, his entire demeanor backed his words. She had to feel safe with him, a veteran the size of a sequoia, by her side. And while I didn't have the same training as he or the size, no one was fucking with our woman. What are you going to do? I said. Take a shower, then let your men fuck you? Her mouth fell open.
Speaking of that, I can't believe you let me have a conversation with the sheriff with a plug in me!
Her hands went to her hips and she looked sassy and perfect. Cord grinned. We were the only ones who knew, and I have a heart-on to prove it. Come on, let's get you all cleaned up so we can get you dirty again. She blushed. I am a little sore. No doubt, since she'd been fucked by both of us 2 days in a row, and all night long by Cord. But just the thought that we'd worked her so thoroughly made my balls ached. Cord tucked her wild hair behind her ear. Don't worry, sweetness. We weren't thinking of your pussy. It took 2 seconds, but she caught Cord's drift. You couldn't, could you? You've got that pretty plug-in, getting you nice and stretched for us. You both can't fit, she countered. I loved the innocence about her, and showing her all the fun ways we could pleasure each other. I tapped a finger on her lip. I can fit here just fine. Her mouth fell open in surprise, her mind going to the fact that we planned to break in her virgin ass and claim her mouth at the same time. I slipped the tip of my finger in and her tongue flicked over the tip. I groaned. When I pulled my finger away, she said, A plug's okay. I like it, but I don't think... I'm not ready for more than that there. I nodded. Okay, then we'll just play until you come. We weren't going to push her into something she wasn't comfortable with. She'd been bold enough to take a plug, last night with Cord and now. More than that would come later. Until then... Shower first, play second, Cord said. He turned Katie toward the direction of the shower, gave her a gentle pat on the bottom. Someone tried to murder me last night, and you guys want to play? Yes, ma'am, I replied, trying to keep my tone light. She was completely right. It was insane, ridiculous. But we weren't just going to sit around. Why would we do that when we were all horny as fuck? I can't walk with this thing in, she grumbled. I lifted up the hem of my shirt she wore, saw the green jewel sparkle between her cheeks. Try it out and see, Cord said, clearly eager to watch her do so. We waited for her to move because doing so meant she wanted it, wanted this play with us. It was a risk talking about fucking at a time like this, but there was nothing for us to do but keep her safe, and keep her head on straight, and the easiest way to do that was to keep her from thinking at all. We all needed a distraction, and a wild romp would do that. She started walking toward the bathroom, slowly and carefully at first. We followed. Lift up the hem of your shirt, sweetness. Let's see that gorgeous ass. She paused, looked over her shoulder, perhaps to see if we were serious. I had my hand on my dick over my sleep pants, trying to ease the ache, and Cord was unbuttoning his jeans. After a few moments, she did as Cord requested, holding the hem of my shirt up about her waist. Giving a sly smile, she started walking again, the lush curves of her ass swaying with each step, the little jewel the centerpiece. One day soon, sweetness, and that ass will be ours, Cord vowed, following her with his dick leading the way. She might be the one who gets fucked, but Cord and I were screwed, completely and totally screwed. Our sexy little school teacher wasn't so simple after all, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Chapter 11. Katie. Katie! Beth shouted when I answered my cell. It had been almost 24 hours since Archer had come by and told us the few details about the dead man. We'd heard nothing since then. And while the sex with Cord and Riley was spectacular, we needed out of the house. And my pussy needed a break. Riley suggested a horseback ride. That hadn't been my first thought. Actually, it was probably the last thing my pussy wanted to do. But when I thought about how they might make it all better later, perhaps with their mouths, I got on board with the plan. I learned they were very, very skilled with their tongues. After that, I realized I'd see the men on horseback. The mental image alone made my ovaries jump for joy. I owed it to women everywhere to ogle the two cowboys in their natural setting. We just walked out the front door to head to Steel Ranch to ride because it seemed I was the proud 1/5 owner of a whole bunch of horses. Cord was locking the front door when the cell rang. Hi, Beth, how are you? Both men turned to look at me when I said my sister's name. Riley's pale brow went up. I sat down on the stoop as they walked toward Riley's big truck. They leaned against it as they talked quietly to each other, their eyes squarely on me. I could only imagine what they were saying. It may have had something to do with the fact I was wearing jeans, not my usual dress.
To them, my pants, new boots, and one of my old t-shirts was quite a change. Jameson had called the old steel housekeeper, Mrs. Potts, to come in and help pick up the main house after the robbers' mess. She'd pulled together an outfit for me, since he knew I'd just left in a nightgown, and had brought it by. I was thankful for the clothes, and underwear, because my nightie was all I had. "You are never going to believe this." She was speaking quickly, too quickly, although with an excitement I hadn't heard in a long time. "What? I got married." My brain took an extra few seconds to process those 3 words. "Married? Who? How? When?" She laughed. 2 days ago. His name is David, and at the courthouse." 2 days ago? I asked, stunned. Did that mean when she called me at the restaurant she'd been married and hadn't told me? But she'd been so mad at me she was in rehab while I vacationed, spent all of my new inheritance. The courthouse? How did you do that if you're in rehab? "I'm not in rehab, silly. They said I didn't need to be there any longer. I'm all better." All better? No one got all better from drug addiction. Someone might stop using drugs, but they always had the addiction. It never went away. "You've only been in rehab 2 months. Are you sure? Are you ever going to be happy for me? Is it always going to be about how wonderful your life is, Katie, and never about me? I've had something wonderful happen, and you're just going to shit all over it like you usually do?" There was the Beth I knew. Mean, vindictive, cruel. I took a deep breath, let it out silently. "Tell me about David. How did you meet?" I had about 1,000,000 other questions, but chose the ones that weren't total landmines. Beth had gone from happy to DEFCON 1 in the blink of an eye. "We met at New Beginnings. He's so handsome. You're going to love him. I've told him all about you." "Okay, wow, he sounds great," I replied. He didn't sound great at all. They'd met at New Beginnings. He worked there, a patient. Neither option sounded good. I heard a voice in the background and Beth said something, although it was muffled. "I've got to go. David says hi." "If you're not in rehab, where are you two staying?" Instead of replying, she only said, "Bye, Katie." The line cut and I dropped my phone to my lap, stared at it. Beth was out of rehab and married. I looked to Cord and Riley. "Everything okay?" Riley called. "Yeah, just give me a sec." I scrolled through my list of contacts, found the number for the rehab place. "New Beginnings. May I speak to the supervisor on duty, please? Just a moment." Canned hold music came on the line as Riley came over, sat down beside me. "What's up?" "My sister. She's no longer in rehab, and she got married." "This is Dr. Shemensky." I introduced myself to the woman on the phone and reminded her we'd met during Beth's initial check-in. I just talked with my sister Beth, and she said that she didn't need to be there any longer. "Miss Parks, I'm pulling up your sister's file right now." There was a pause. "Interesting." "What?" I asked. "Her file has no mention of you as a contact. I do remember you, of course, and know that you were actively involved in your sister's progress, and as the person financially responsible for her care, you are listed to be called for emergencies or updates. But not now." "Exactly. I'm not sure why unless she had your name removed." "So she was released. I thought she needed the full 4 months of treatment." "She does, but she checked herself out." "She checked herself out?" I repeated, not just for me but for Riley as well. Cord came over and stood before us, 1 foot on the step and leaned in. "Put it on speaker," Riley said. I fiddled with the phone and held it up between us. "As you're well aware, we can't keep a patient in our facility. If Beth wanted to leave, she could, and, well, she did." "Did you know she got married?" I asked. Cord's eyebrows winged up. Dr. Shemensky cleared her throat. I remembered her to be a calm woman, strict because of the kind of patient she had, yet kind. "No, I was not aware of that." She said his name was David. There was a pause and I glanced between Cord and Riley. "Katie, David Briggs was a patient here until a few days ago when he too checked himself out." "At the same time?" I heard the clicking of a keyboard. "No, the day before Beth." "What can you tell me about him?" I can't say much due to patient confidentiality, but he is of the same age as your sister. They had some groups together. What can you tell me? Your sister will most likely return to drugs. She was only stating fact, one I already knew. I let my shoulders slump and Riley put his arm around my shoulders. Based on the phone call she already has, I told her. I know what she sounds like when she's using. I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, there isn't much more I can do for her unless she returns. If you give me your number again, I will put it back in her file. But I'll also share it with the other supervisors in case Beth does come back. We'll call you if that happens. I knew that wasn't going to happen, especially if she was married. I was sure the doctor felt the same way. I gave the number, offered my thanks, and rang off. Wow, I can't believe she's married. My little sister. I still remembered her when she was young before our parents died, all silly smiles and hugs. The guys remained quiet like they always did. I loved that they let me think, that they didn't bombard me with questions or advice. It's funny. I'm more upset she's married than that she walked out of rehab. I guess I half expected her to do that. But a husband? She's a grown woman, Cord said. He was the pragmatist of the two. Cut and dry. No false platitudes with him. Thankfully, because I didn't want them. Perhaps years ago when Beth first started using, I'd like to hear the hopeful comments. All the possibilities of how things would turn out. How she'd turn her life around. None of them had come true. Not one. I nodded and pushed up to standing, Cord stepping back. I smiled at him. And that's why I'm here, to let her do her own thing, whether it's rehab or getting married. I'm not there to rescue her anymore. Her husband is now. Ready to go riding? Riley stood too, turned and took my chin. They liked me looking right in their eyes when we spoke, at least about important things. It was as if they could look all the way inside me, past all the fake smiles and emotional walls I'd gotten so used to putting up when it came to Beth, and see the truth. The other choice is what? I asked. Go back inside and you'll put that jeweled plug back in my butt? Cord patted my bottom, gave me a sly grin. Gotta get it prepared, sweetness. We may not have taken you there yet, but we will, when you're ready. After Archer had left the day before, they'd done just as they'd said. We showered and they'd washed me, making sure I was very clean, only to carry me to Cord's bed and take turns between my thighs, eating me out until I came over and over, even with the jeweled plug deep inside me. If we go back in that house, we won't make it back out today, I countered, pointing at the locked front door. Both men grinned. Sweetness, it's noon. I like how you think. That we'll play and fuck for hours and hours. I felt my cheeks go hot. We'll go to the ranch, introduce you to a gentle, sweet mare, and take you for a ride, Cord said as he took my elbow, led me over to the truck, and lifted me up and into the front seat. Break those pretty cowgirl boots in and see what being in Montana's all about. Riley went around the front of the truck, climbed in the driver's seat. And later, once you've gotten the hang of it, we'll bring you home and you can ride 2 wild stallions. I had no idea riding a horse could be so much fun. At first, when we'd met Jameson in the stable and he'd introduced me to Sage, I was really wary. Especially when he showed me how to give the mare treats by holding my palm out flat. He demonstrated with a sugar cube and the horse had taken it from him with a toothy snuffle. But when it was my turn, I panicked and pulled my hand away. Horse teeth were big, and there was no question in my mind Sage was going to bite into more than just a tiny piece of sugar. Fortunately, Jameson was patient and handed me half an apple instead, which she took eagerly, and I didn't panic about finger loss. After that, she was content to follow me out of her stall to be saddled. Not by me, but the others, who knew what they were doing. I watched because I felt like an idiot, and it was interesting. I didn't want to be reliant on Jameson or any of the others just because I didn't pay attention. After the animals were ready, Riley helped me up, making sure the stirrups were adjusted just right, and Jameson waved us off. We rode west. I wasn't up on my compass skills, but I did know the mountains were in that direction. There was no path, there didn't need to be one. This was open grazing land for Steel Ranch's cattle. While I saw a few head eating grass far off in the distance, it was as if we had the whole world to ourselves. There were no roads visible, no telephone or electrical poles. No buildings. Just us and the horses in Montana. Two sexy as hell cowboys who knew how to sit a saddle. Their jean-clad thighs were muscular and taut beneath their jeans, their cowboy hats shielding their eyes from the sun. Riley might be a lawyer and Cord might be the size of a refrigerator, but they both were excellent horsemen. They took it slow, letting the animals plod along. I became used to the back-and-forth sway and relaxed, realizing I wasn't going to fall off, even loosen the death grip I had on the reins. We spoke of anything and everything, except for the fact that someone had tried to kill me. I learned about Cord's time in the military, Riley's dad, and even the girl they'd both tried to date in high school. It seemed they definitely improved their game since then. By the time we returned, I was definitely relaxed. I even liked Sage. And as for Steel Ranch, it wasn't all scary robbers and empty ranch houses. There was a feel to this place, something I couldn't describe, a way of life. Relaxed, easygoing, but very serious. The men were the same way, as if they knew what would happen and savored the little things. The glorious weather was deceiving. Montana wasn't 75 degrees and sunny all the time. There were dangers here I didn't even know. If I were stranded out here, I had no wilderness skills whatsoever, and I'd probably end up living out of the inside of my house like a tauntaun from Star Wars. That was the ridiculous thought in my mind as we rode up to the stable. Cord dismounted first, led his animal over to mine as he grabbed my lead. "Ready to get down?" "How?" I asked. For once he was shorter, and it was odd to see him tilting his head back to look up at me. "Opposite of how you got up." I rolled my eyes, but I'd seen enough cowboy movies to have seen it done. In real life, it was a long way down. "She's not going to run off, right?" He slowly shook his head, and I was sure he was internally laughing at me. "I've got her lead. She's not going anywhere." Taking my foot from the stirrup, I swung my leg over and dropped to the ground. But of course, my pretty red cowboy boot was caught. It took a few extra seconds, but I finally got myself free. It hadn't been graceful, but I'd done it on my own. To make it even more embarrassing, my legs practically buckled. "Whoa," Riley said, coming up and wrapping an arm about my waist. "Give your legs a minute to get used to walking again." "No kidding," I replied, shaking them out. Muscles I didn't even know I had were either numb or ached. And my butt. Riley slid his finger down my nose. "Looks like we'll need to get you a cowboy hat to go with those boots." I felt the heat on my nose and knew it was probably as red as Rudolph from the sun. Cord led Sage and his horse into the stable. "Think you can walk on your own?" Riley asked after a minute of just holding me. I didn't mind at all. His clean scent was an instant, visceral reminder of what we'd done together, and I wanted him. Cord, too. The tang of horse and leather prompted me to the fact we couldn't do anything about it right now. Not here. Perhaps we could go up to the main house and... No. God, I was turning into a mental slut. I shook out my legs and turned to face him. "I'll give it a try." While he loosened his hold, he didn't let me go entirely. "Maybe I should just keep my arm about you just in case." He grinned, and I knew he was having similar thoughts as me. The heat, the need almost crackled between us. After a moment, he started moving toward the stable, his arm hooked about my waist, pulling me along, slowly, so I could adjust to being back on the ground. Cord had the animals in the back area where they were brushed and groomed. With him was Jameson, Archer, Sutton. He introduced me to two other hands, Patrick and Seamus. "Ma'am?" the blonde one said. Like everyone else, Patrick wore a pair of jeans and a button-down shirt, although he had on a college t-shirt. They had to be 19 or 20 and ma'amed me. God, I didn't look that rough after my ride, did I? I swiped my hand over my hair in self-consciousness. Jameson shared that they were working at the ranch for the summer and were undergrads at the state school, studying animal science the rest of the year. "Did you have a good time?" Sutton asked, eyeing me with concern. I hadn't seen him since the other night when he'd shot the intruder, but it didn't seem to have affected him. Although it was hard to tell with him. He was always so serious, like bad things had happened to him in the past. I was just glad he was a good shot. I moved out of Riley's hold and approached Sutton. "I wanted to thank you, what you did for me. God, you're going to have to live with the rest of your life knowing you killed someone. And for me, I don't know what to say because it's too..." Sutton held up a hand and I stopped talking. You're welcome, but it's not necessary. But you killed someone. He nodded curtly. I did. I have. He wasn't the first, and knowing what his intentions most likely were. We glanced at Archer, who had a hand on the butt of his gun. It seemed it was habit for where he settled his hand, not that he was planning on shooting anyone. One less fucker on the planet, Sutton said. The trauma from what happened could kick in at any time. Let your men take care of you. My men? Riley came over to my side once again. Nothing's happening to her. The corner of Sutton's mouth tipped up. That was the biggest smile I'd ever seen from him. Damn straight. What did you think of the ride? He asked, changing the topic. He didn't seem to like being the center of attention, and I had to let the matter drop. It was what he wanted, and I had to respect that. It was great, until I dismounted. I forced myself not to reach back and rub my sore bottom. It'll get easier the more you ride. Sage will be here any time you want. Just let one of us know and we'll help you saddle her up. We'll go with you too, so you're not alone. Oh, that would be great. I was just thinking I need my own Boy Scout. Sweetness, Cord said, having me turn around. I'm an Eagle Scout. Of course you are, I murmured, grinning. I could see him as a teenager out in the wilderness hunting elk with a homemade bow and arrow and cooking it over an open fire. He had to start by rubbing 2 sticks together. Sorry to break up all the fun, but we've had a lead, Archer told the group. Let's take this inside, Riley said, handing off his horse's lead to Patrick and taking my hand. Seamus took control of Sage and Cord's horse, and we went back out into the fresh air. We stood with Jameson, Sutton, and Archer. Riley's hand was about my waist. It was as if it were drawn there again and again by a magnet, with Cord at my side. Jameson leaned against the exterior of the stable. The New Jersey police sent Dwight Samper's records. It's as long as Sorry, Katie. It's pretty darn long. Robbery, aggravated assault. His lips formed into a thin line. Rape. My heart skipped a beat. Rape? All the men's muscles went taut, as if the word affected them as much as it had me. I looked to Sutton, saw he was practically vibrating with anger, and I went over to him, took his hand. It was big and warm, yet very rough with calluses. His gray eyes met mine. I'm not sure if I should say this in front of Archer, but I'm glad you shot the guy. I heard Archer chuckle from behind me. I'm glad he shot the guy, too. I'm even happier he's dead. While it's a lot of paperwork, it's one less one less asshole. Archer closed his eyes. Obviously, he couldn't moderate his swearing. It's okay. He was an asshole, I clarified as I glanced at him over my shoulder. One less bad guy around, Archer finished. Sampers had a deposit in his bank account last week for just under $10,000. The IRS isn't notified if it's under 10 grand, Jameson said, and we all looked to him. He hadn't moved from his spot against the wall. That's right. It was a wire transfer, Archer added. We believe that was his payment to come after you. So it makes sense you've never heard of the guy since he was just the trigger man. As for Briggs, well, we'll have to see how he's connected. Wait. My brain stalled at the name. Oh my God, Briggs? I asked. Archer perked up at my tone, and even Jameson moved closer. You know him? Archer asked. Isn't that the guy? I've heard that name. My sister married David Briggs. Cord, Riley, and I all spoke at once, and Archer held up his hand. Hang on. Your brother-in-law is David Briggs? It appears so. I shrugged. My sister Beth called me this morning, said she'd gotten married 2 days ago, tossed out the guy's name. How do you know him? The bank account that wired the money to Sampers is in the name of David Briggs. Archer remained still, eyeing me closely. So you've never met him before? No, as I said, I never heard the name until the call with Beth. Learn anything about him? Nothing. Where did they meet? Archer put his hands on his hips. Rehab. I shared Beth's quick history with drugs, ending with her stay and then departure from New Beginnings. We heard part of the call, Riley added. The doctor couldn't say anything about Briggs, patient confidentiality, but she did tell us he checked himself out of the facility a day before Katie's sister. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was different, darker. This was all planned. I whipped my head up. What are you saying? That David Briggs paid someone to kill me? Why, God, is Beth in danger? She was back on drugs and unbalanced and alone, and married, to someone who seemed to want me dead. Someone ruthless and cunning. Beth may have ventured into the darker parts of life by doing drugs, yet because of it was still really naive in some ways, gullible. "Do you have a will, Katie?" Jameson asked. I blinked. "Yes, of course." "Oh, shit," Cord whispered. I looked between all of them. "I'm missing something. What aren't you telling me?" "Who's your beneficiary if something happens to you?" Riley asked. "Beth. When my parents died, they had a little life insurance and the house went to me. While Beth was 18 at the time, they hadn't updated their will and it all went to me." "You were to be her guardian until she came of age," Riley said. "That's right. They wanted to make sure we stayed together, but since she was 18, none of that mattered, except she had nothing. Paranoid because of what happened, I had a will drawn up that ensured the house and everything else went to Beth." "Do you have any cousins, aunts, extended family of any kind?" Riley asked. I shook my head. My parents were only children and my grandparents died when I was little. Only Beth. "Because Beth is your sole living relation, she would automatically become the beneficiary of your estate if anything happened to you, will or not. But when she got married..." Riley didn't finish. I took a step back, then another. "Oh, God. Just say it." My lips were numb. My mind was numb. What had Beth done? "David Briggs heard of your Steel Ranch inheritance from your sister and wants to cash in." Chapter 12. Cord. "Do you think Beth is in on it?" Katie asked. I was settled on one of the couches in the main house great room, Katie tucked onto my lap. She freaked out about her sister, about David Briggs. She didn't cry, didn't shout, just went inward, and that had scared the shit out of me. While seeing her cry would have been devastating, at least she'd be bleeding out some of her emotions. But she'd shut down and that was not fucking happening. Grabbing her hand, I all but dragged her up to the house. Not that she'd be any less upset inside the house where someone had broken in and tried to kill her. Perhaps hired by a man in cahoots with her fucking sister. But I wanted to hold her, and I wasn't doing it in the stables. I sat quietly, not doing anything except keeping her from getting up as the others came in. She was exactly where I wanted her. Safe, secure, and damn well knew I would protect her from everything. No one was getting to her ever. And the other guys? They could figure this shit out while I held her, and if they had a problem with that, if they didn't like seeing me take care of my woman, then fuck them. The guys came in and Riley took in Katie, gave me a slight nod, then followed Jameson, Archer, and Sutton into the kitchen. I heard them dig around in the drawers, the fridge. Archer was on the phone. I only caught a few words, but I knew he was updating someone surrounding the latest about Beth and David Briggs. "In on it? You know your sister. What do you think?" I asked her. I knew nothing about Beth, nothing beyond what she'd shared, but I knew others who were hooked on drugs, knew the toil it took on them, on their families, knew how desperate they could become. Drugs cost money, and I had no doubt Beth had probably already burned through whatever life insurance she was given when her parents died. Katie's portion of Steele's money could keep her in drugs for the rest of her life, or Briggs in whatever lifestyle he wanted. My first reaction is to say, of course not. She replied after a bit, taking her time to think it through. I had no intention of rushing her. I wanted her feelings out, aloud, shared, so I could take the burden away. I was big enough to handle it all. "I'm her sister and she'd never do anything like this. But she's been so mad at me for so long, that everything bad had happened to her, not me. She doesn't seem to understand I lost my parents too. But when I heard about Aiden Steele and the inheritance, she was really upset. It was cruel proof of what she'd been saying all along. I'd had an extra father. Like I was so lucky because of that." She sighed, gripped her fingers around my forearm. Her hand was so small in comparison, yet she was strong. So fucking strong. She didn't deserve this shit. She could handle it. She had been on her own for years, and I felt like shit thinking of her, younger and dealing with Beth with her grief. I could have been there for her, but I wasn't. It was stupid. I hadn't even known she existed, but she wasn't alone anymore. No longer. It's not like I knew Aiden Steele, had him secretly hidden from her. He's just a name on a piece of paper to me. Then she went into rehab, I added. Yes, and when I was able to visit, or when she'd call me, it never went well. Just like the call at the restaurant the other night. Anger, hatred even. But she'd been so happy this time when she told me she'd gotten married. You heard that earlier. She hasn't been that excited in forever. It's possible she has no idea. If this guy Briggs is a sociopath, he may be feeding on your sister's weaknesses, I suggested. A need for love, attention. Her need for drugs, she added. I kissed the top of her head, felt her silky hair against my lips. It's an easy way to keep someone under control. The scent of Italian cuisine came from the kitchen, garlic and tomato sauce. They must have stuck one of Mrs. Potts' casseroles in the oven. Lasagna, I hoped. Archer came in, leaned his hip against one of the overstuffed chairs. The rest of the guys followed him in, settled around the seating area. But Riley sat next to us on the couch, took hold of Katie's feet and lifted them onto his lap. David and Bethany Briggs were on a flight to Billings yesterday. I felt Katie stiffen at Archer's words. Her sister was here but hadn't come to her. Billings was several hours away, but it didn't take a day to drive. If she wanted to see Katie, she'd have come. It only made me think the worst. She calls you from Montana, Riley said. His sharp eyes were on Katie. I could see the anger, the frustration there, and in every tense line of his body. Why didn't she say she was in the area? Katie asked, but she was smart enough to know the reason. I was liking Beth less and less by the second. They're coming here, to you. This is the perfect place to catch them, Archer said. There was no real way to ease the pain of this for her. Archer might like Katie, but he was the sheriff and he had an attempted murder to investigate. With the trail leading right to her sister, it was impossible to soften the blow that Beth might just be going to jail. And so I just did what I could, stroking my fingers up and down her arm, letting her know she wasn't alone, that no matter what happened with her sister, Riley and I were there for her, the others too. Agreed, Jameson added. While the ranch wasn't his, he was protective of it, of those on it. The ranch is a good place to be. There's only one road in and out. If they come by foot, which I doubt, they'd be seen coming across the fields. They continued to talk, to plot and strategize. It makes sense that they'd come to see me, to do whatever Briggs has planned next. But tonight, she asked. We don't know, Archer said. But they didn't come to Montana for their honeymoon. Based on what they've done so far, they're impatient. I'm guessing they won't wait. If they do, then we'll be watching tomorrow, too. Katie sat up and I loosened my hold. You're going to ambush them? Everyone looked at Katie. Sweetness, that fucker the other night, he ambushed you. The difference is we're only going to arrest them, not kill them. Archer confirmed, eyeing Katie levelly. Speak for yourself, I muttered. You can't kill Beth, she cried, turning enough so that she could look up at me. Not Beth, Sweetness, I told her, my voice light considering what I wanted to do to the Briggs asshole. I would never hurt a woman, even for a reason like this. No, if she's involved in what happened the other night, she'll go to jail. Katie, honey, Archer said as he moved to sit on the coffee table. She turned to look at him. Unless your sister is being held at gunpoint, and it doesn't sound like she is based on what you told me about the phone call earlier, then she'll probably be arrested for at least accessory. She gave a nod. I know. She needs to be accountable for her actions. She needs to learn consequences, not to be rescued. And to her, it seems rehab is just a rescue, attention. Riley patted her leg. You're okay with that? Okay? She shifted on my lap, shrugged. Not really, but I've enabled her enough. Like you said, she's an adult and I have to let her go. Or at least live her life. The life she made for herself. Satisfied, Archer stood. Good. Then Katie will stay here at the house and... Katie popped up, stood and put her hands on her hips. No way. I need to be involved. She's my sister and...
She wants your attention.
Sutton leaned forward, put his elbows on his knees and spoke with enough of a bark to have her mouth clamped shut.
You just said that. If you're there when they're caught, you'll be rescuing her. Or if she sees you, she may think you're against her. You're the victim here, not her. So as for you going, not happening. Sutton was the least gentle person I knew. He was flawed, cranky, rough, mean at times. Not to Katie, but he was serious with her. A straight shooter who didn't soften any blows. And right now she needed that. I may have coddled her on my lap, but that was more for me than for her. Her shoulders slumped. Katie, love, Cord and I need you here, Riley told her. Safe in the house. We won't be able to focus if we have to worry about you. She sighed, gave Riley a serious look. Yes, you're right. I don't want you hurt because of me. Good girl, I murmured, proud of her for understanding. She flicked her gaze to me as I stood, leaned down and took her lips in a quick kiss. I was so proud of her. She was so fucking strong. Briggs was going down, her sister dealt with. This was like fighting in the war. The enemy was identified and we had a mission. We had to do everything to protect our own. And that meant being able to focus. There was no fucking way I'd be able to do that if Katie was anywhere near someone dangerous. I couldn't be distracted. She reached out, took my hand, glanced at me, then Riley. You'll come back to me? She was worried for me. Us. I pulled her so she was in my arms, her body pressed up against mine. I held her in a tight hug, kissed the top of her head. Sweetness, when this is over, we're never letting you go, okay? She didn't delay, didn't even take a second to think. All she said was, okay. And while I'd been done for from the very beginning, I was ruined all over again. Then I decided she'd be mine and Riley's, but now she was agreeing to be ours. There was a big difference and it felt like everything. I'll stay here with her, Jameson said. He looked at me, then Riley. He didn't have to say anything for us to know he'd protect her with his life. Go get this done. Tam straight. I wanted Briggs behind bars, Beth in a lockdown rehab, and Katie in my bed. Permanently.
Chapter 13. Katie. Musjik? That can't be a real word. I stared down at the strange mix of letters that was giving Jameson triple-letter, triple-word points.
A Russian peasant,
he replied, updating his score on a scrap piece of paper. If you're this good at Scrabble, I bet you can do the Sunday crossword. Jameson shrugged a shoulder and didn't look at me, but I had my answer. You run the ranch and you're very smart. What else do you want to tell me about you? I asked. We were sitting at the kitchen table, the board game between us. The men had left 2 hours earlier and Jameson took his role of staying with me seriously. We'd done all the dishes, baked brownies, and pulled out Scrabble from the selection by the fireplace in the great room. At first I'd assumed the game was more to keep me distracted than anything else, but Jameson was a competitive player. He'd done a good job of distracting me, but my thoughts had gone to what Cord had said. When this is over, we're never letting you go. They hadn't just been words. He'd meant them. What we had wasn't just sexy times. It wasn't just intense orgasms. It was deeper, more complex, and had been from the very start. I wouldn't have called it love at first sight. No, that was too cliché. It was a connection, a bond that went soul deep with them. I couldn't explain it. I just felt it. Within me and in Cord's words. Riley's look. And by agreeing, I'd set my fate. As for the others, they hadn't said a word. They hadn't poked fun or made snide jokes. Not even when I'd been sitting on Cord's lap as we'd talked. They knew the way it was and respected it. Even with 2 men wanting me to be theirs. 2 men. There was no doubt. Oh, I wanted their kisses, their gentle and not so gentle touch. I wanted their dirty words. I wanted their big cocks. I was starting to think I might even want more butt stuff. Strangely enough, I liked it. How could I not when they made me come so many times I forgot my own name? You're no dummy, he countered, breaking me from my thoughts. My cheeks got hot, but if he had any idea what I'd been thinking about, he didn't let on. Scrabble. We were talking about a board game, not the desire for my guys to take my anal virginity when I saw them next. Scrabble. I'd thought I was a decent player until now. Being a bookworm had paid off in the past, but not with him. I'm not scared of you, I told him, pointing my finger at him. Took in his intelligent gaze, saw the experience there, life lived. This whole quiet brooding thing you've got going on is to what? Keep people at a distance? His hair was cut short, neat. Threads of silver were at his temples. I guessed him to be late 30s. I could see a tattoo peeking out from beneath the cuff of his shirt. He was handsome but hard-looking, rugged, like a cowboy but with rough edges, as if he'd been through rough times, survived. Good. My job is to keep you safe, not have you fear me, he countered. I put my palms on the table, leaned forward. You're a big softy. One dark eyebrow winged up, the one with the scar through it. Don't tell anyone. Jameson's cell pinged, indicating a text. It was sitting beside his right arm on the table. He pulled it closer, read the display. They're at the station. It's over. They got them? Yes. They're going to question them, but Archer wants you there. Adrenaline shot through me. I was glad they were in police custody, but I was worried for Beth. No matter what I said or what the others tried to tell me, I loved my sister and worried about her. It wasn't going to go away, no matter what she did. I loved her, not her actions. But her actions were what put her in jail, and it was time to find out her reason, to get to the bottom of this. I stood in my chair, sliding across the wood floor. Let's go. 30 minutes later, I walked into the Barlow station, Jameson at my side. I was a mixed bag of emotions. Excitement at seeing Cord and Riley, knowing they weren't hurt. Nervous at seeing Beth, not sure how she would behave. Scared of hearing David Briggs's intentions. But while they might be in jail, there was no closure. Yet. Cord and Riley were talking with Sutton, but when they saw me, they left him behind. And like the first time I saw them, my heart skipped a beat. Riley pulled me in for a hug, then a quick kiss before passing me off to Cord for much of the same. Their touch, their scents were reassuring, loving. Now wasn't the time to go all mushy. Jameson said they're in custody. Your sister's in a meeting room and Briggs is in a cell, Riley said, angling his head in the direction I assumed where they were kept. Is it over? Just like that while we played Scrabble? Riley smiled, glancing up at Jameson, who stood just inside the doorway. Scrabble, huh? Thanks for coming in, Katie, Archer said, coming over to us. Here in the station he was more imposing, more official. While I didn't doubt he had experience with all kinds of crimes, Barlow wasn't Philadelphia. Having someone arrange a murder for hire didn't happen every day. I would think you'd want to see the back of me. I changed the crime statistics of the county in the few days I've been here. He smiled at that. True, but Barlow would be boring without you. So with these two. He looked pointedly at Cord and Riley. What do you need me to do? I asked, resolved to make his life easier. I had no doubt he had tons of paperwork to deal with before he was able to go home. Since it was already after 10, it was going to be a long night. Mr. and Mrs. Briggs aren't ruthless masterminds. We caught them easily, just flashing our lights and pulling them over. Really? I asked. I envisioned stun grenades and tasers or something. Cord laughed. You definitely watch too much TV, or we need you moved out of Philadelphia as soon as possible. Briggs is a sociopath, no doubt about it, Archer continued. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong, and that he was within his rights to come to Montana and meet his new sister-in-law. True criminals hide from the cops. Only the crazy ones believe they can't be caught. Briggs made a very clear path for us to follow to easily tie him to the crime. Same rehab as your sister, Helly married her. Wire confirmations to the dead guy. Airline tickets to Montana, even a rental car with a GPS that puts him on the road to Steel Ranch. I'd hate to be his defense attorney. And Beth? I held my breath. It appears she's just a pawn in all this, but I'll need your help talking to her to find out. But she's not innocent either. Can I see her? I looked up at Riley and Cord. Would that be all right? I'd like it if you did. Your sister's somewhat brainwashed by Briggs. She needs rehab, Katie, as you know. I can probably get her into a jail drug program.
I nodded. You want her to see the truth about Briggs. He looked at me steadily.
I do. It's the only way to get her on her way to recovery. When you talk to her, it's not going to be pretty. She's going to be mad at you. Besides inheriting money, she's been arrested coming to see you. She and her husband are now in jail, separated again because of you. Archer continued. She's using, Katie. The signs are all there, but I don't know when she'll need another fix.
I understand. I'd been through it before, recognized the signs, knew what happened.
I'll be in the room with you, Archer continued. Your men can watch from my office. I don't want them in there. I don't want her to know anything about you here. About Cord and Riley. At least not until you've had a chance to talk to her. You have what she wants. A man, men to love you. Instead, she's got Briggs. You've got it all, Katie.
I glanced up at Riley and Cord. I did have it all. All right.
There's a one-way mirror in there so Cord and Riley can observe.
This confrontation with Beth was years in the making. Our relationship, what was left of it, was dependent upon the outcome. I knew I'd have to be prepared to walk away, to let Beth go, in order for me to move on. She was toxic and dangerous to me, and unless she got serious help and turned her life around, she couldn't be in it. I just had to hope I was strong enough for whatever happened. But just seeing Riley and Cord before me, stalwart and strong, I knew I could handle it. I wasn't alone anymore. I could face this or any other problem because they'd be with me, beside me. I'm ready.
Keep this in mind, Archer began. Briggs is going away for a long time, decades if not life. So whatever you hear, whatever happens next, he won't have access to Beth, and know that he can't bother you again.
After those grim but reassuring words, Archer led me into a small room used for meetings or group work, but also served as an interrogation room. The only sign of that use was a metal rod permanently affixed to the sturdy table, where handcuffs kept Beth's wrists secured. She looked up when I came in, her eyes widening in surprise. Where I had red hair like our mother, she favored her father. Black hair, dark eyes. Her once porcelain complexion was splotchy and gray. Her hair was cut simply just above her shoulders. She wore no makeup and had on a plain black t-shirt. I couldn't see her lower half to know what else she had on.
Katie, God, get me out of here.
She tugged on the cuff, making the metal rattle.
They've made a mistake. I shouldn't be in handcuffs. Do something.
What did they say you did? I asked neutrally, pulling out the chair across from her, sitting. I folded my hands on the table, settled into the neutral mindset I used when I had to deal with a crazy parent at parent-teacher conferences.
I don't know. No one is telling me anything. We've only been in Montana for 2 days, and all we've done is come to visit you. Where is he? Why aren't we together?
He's in one of the jail cells. This place is pretty small. She relaxed, knowing he was nearby.
He's gorgeous, isn't he? Women on the plane were looking at him, and they were jealous. Spitting jealous of me. Of me.
When you called this morning, you said you two met at New Beginnings.
It was fate.
She sighed, her eyes all dreamy.
We were in a group together.
Why was he there?
She gave a small shrug, looked down at her fingernails.
Drugs.
The judge,
the word was spit out as if it was poison, made him go.
David said he'd been framed, that he had to be there for 6 months because someone put heroin in his car. Can you believe the way he was treated?
6 months in rehab instead of years, perhaps decades in prison for possession? I had to wonder what he'd said to get the judge to be so flexible. Based on the clear-cut evidence Archer mentioned against him, I doubted he'd get out of these charges with time in a no-security rehab facility.
Doesn't matter now because David is fine and decided to leave the place.
She tugged at a hangnail and I had to look away.
Well, once we got engaged.
Sounds romantic. It wasn't, but I had to say what she wanted to hear to keep her happy, and she wanted me to be pleased for her. Anything else and she'd go off. I'd seen it enough times to know how to walk this minefield. She tucked her hands behind her lap, looked at me and beamed, all dreaming like a 7th grader with her first crush.
It wasn't love at first sight or anything, but when we got together, wow. It was like he really wanted to know about me. He listens. I mean, what guy wants to hear a fucked up story like ours?
He knows about Mom and Dad?
Of course, she replied as if I were a little kid. He knows everything. We have no secrets. This was the sea I was looking for. I flicked my gaze to Archer, who was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, silent. He and Jameson were very similar. He obviously knows about me. You are my sister. The look on her face screamed, duh. And my trip to Montana. When you first told me, I was mad, really mad. I mean, you find out you have a dad you never knew and inherit millions and part of a ranch? That's so not fair. No one ever gave me anything. Mom and Dad gave you money to go to college. I didn't mention that I paid for her 4 other stints in rehab and was paying a second mortgage on a teacher's salary because of it. I'd even given her the clothes off my back one winter. Her eyes narrowed. I'd struck a nerve with just the mention of our parents. They paid for the first year, and look what happened. They died. They didn't die, Beth, because you went to school. They died because of a horrible accident. The money was still there for you, for college. They gave it to you. She sniffed, rubbed her nose with her finger. What did you do with it? Your college money? I prodded. Turning her head, she didn't look at me. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want Deputy Do-Right here to give me my one phone call. Archer didn't even blink at her harsh tone. Who would you call? She pursed her lips. I'd call you, but you're here, so get me out. No. There. I said it. 3, 2, 1. No! No, Katie, what the fuck? She tugged at the handcuffs, ready to pace and wave her arms about, make a scene so she'd get the attention and sympathy she wanted. David Briggs is being charged with what, Sheriff? I asked calmly. Attempted murder, solicitation to commit murder, and a few other things. Beth stilled, blinked. Murder? She all but yelled. Who would David kill? He's been in rehab and then with me. I think I'd know if my husband had killed someone. Attempted murder. Attempted, fine. The person's alive then. No harm, no foul. Don't you want to know who he wanted to kill? I asked. She shrugged. Me. Her mouth fell open as she stared for a minute. You? She looked sincere in her confusion, although she'd turned into quite a skilled liar after doing drugs. David Briggs heard about my inheritance through your oversharing during one of your groups in rehab. He wanted it. He married you, hired someone to kill me, so you as my beneficiary would inherit it all. None of it was proven, but we all knew it to be true. We just needed to know if Beth was involved. Wait, she said, holding up her free hand. I didn't wait, but kept right on talking. As your husband, what's yours is his, especially since there was no prenup. No way. She shook her head vehemently. David would never do that. He's not like that. You're wrong, Katie. You just can't stand to see me happy, to have a gorgeous man who loves me. Jealousy makes you petty and think up this shit. Then why are you here? In Montana? David wanted to meet you. David wanted to finish what his hired thug didn't. That's why he had you call the other day to confirm I was actually in Barlow. The guy he paid to kill me broke into my house that night. And this morning, he asked you to call me, didn't he? Not because he wanted you to break the news of your marriage, but to see if I was alive or not. All that just came to me. It made so much sense. All of it. I don't believe you. I stood then. There was nothing else for me to say. She wasn't going to believe me. Not her sister. No. She would believe the lies David Briggs fed her instead. She was gullible, vulnerable, and like Archer said, brainwashed. You don't have to believe me. Sheriff, would it be all right if Beth listened in while you talk with David Briggs? That can be arranged. With that, I walked out. Beth was on her own. From my talk, Archer could easily see she was just an unwitting accomplice. But she needed to see the truth about the man she married, and she'd have to learn the hard way. Consequences were a bitch, but I couldn't save Beth from them. She was on her own. As I walked out the door, my men were there, pulling me into their arms. God, they smelled good. Felt good. So big, so strong. So mine. I wasn't on my own. I had Cord and Riley. I wouldn't be alone again. Chapter 14. Riley. You think I had anything to do with this? David Briggs asked, his voice clear through the speaker. We stood in the small office once again, this time with Katie. I stood behind her, a hand on her shoulder, as we watched Archer talk with the asshole. The hug we'd shared wasn't enough. Just watching her with her sister. Fuck, that had been rough. It was obvious the kind of shit her sister had put her through. The lack of appreciation, the selfishness. I'd wanted to go in and hug Katie and throttle Beth in equal measure. But Katie had held her own. She was so fucking strong. But that didn't mean I didn't want to toss her over my shoulder. Get her the hell out of this station and home. Our home. Not Steel Ranch. Katie's home was with us. I wanted her naked and beneath me. No, naked and between me and Cord. Our cocks buried deep, making her truly ours. Proving to her that she was what brought us together, made us a family. The three of us were one. A little sappy, yes. I didn't care. My father found the love of his life with my mother. While I was young when she died, I remembered them together. The connection, the devotion. They were the example I used for what it should be like. And while sharing Katie with Cord was completely outside of the norm, it was still the same. I was devoted to her. I'd protect her with my life. I'd love her for the rest of my life. This fuck-all with her sister and Briggs brought it into quick focus. I didn't want to lose her, and as soon as we were done here, I'd prove it. She's a druggie, Briggs continued, breaking me from my thoughts. Beth's desperate and with a rich bitch sister. It was an easy way to score the next fix. Archer had been letting Briggs talk for the past few minutes, being the good cop, letting Briggs relax, continue to think his shit didn't stink, let him trap himself with his own words. Archer's assessment had been right. He was a dangerous sociopath, easily lying to push the blame right off his shoulders. I could only imagine how many times he'd done it in the past. The takedown had been simple, too simple. I hadn't been sure what to expect, but after having a guy break in the main house and try to kill Katie, I'd envisioned guns. A standoff of some kind like Katie had said. Stun guns and tasers at a minimum. But no. One of the deputies had seen their rental car, the one that had a BOLO on it. It wasn't too hard to be on the lookout around here, especially on the county road heading to Steel Ranch. That dually catered to a dually or durable pickup trucks, not a two-door hatchback with rear-wheel drive. I was glad the deputy got to them first. Cord wanted to kill Briggs. So did the others. Me too. But I wanted the fucker in jail, not any of my friends. When we arrived, both Briggs and Katie's sister had been standing by the hood of the car, handcuffed. No bullets. Hell, Briggs hadn't even had a gun on him. Archer said one had been in his suitcase, but it wasn't anywhere convenient to be used right away. It hadn't been dangerous. Not that we'd have let Katie come either way. And now Briggs was spouting shit and Beth stood right in front of the one-way glass, her wrists handcuffed together, her mouth open in stunned silence. I never would have guessed they were sisters, half-sisters. Where Katie was vibrant and full of life, Beth was dull in comparison. She was several inches shorter, with dark hair, lean physique. It was obvious she lived a hard life. She looked worn down, and listening to her new husband's words had hit her hard. She'd been conned and conned hard. He'd used her need for love against her, and it made me feel a little bit sorry for her. A little bit. "So you planned it all," Archer said. "Me?" Briggs pointed to himself, then laughed. He even leaned back in his chair, slid his legs out long in front of him, as if he were at a bar, not in a jail. "It's Beth. She's the crazy one. She talked about her sister's inheritance and approached me. If I were a woman, I'd think him to be attractive, and I could see why Beth fell for him. His dark hair and eyes combined with the sociopathic personality could get practically any woman out of their panties, and their sister's fortunes. But he was also cocky and a total asshole. He all but looked down his nose at Archer, as if he were better, and that once the small-town sheriff was done with his little chat, he'd be out the door. "Did she hold a gun to your head when you got married?" Archer asked. Briggs studied the sheriff across from him for a moment, assessing the conversation, and answered accordingly. "A few kind words and she spread her legs. If she wanted to kill her sister, that was fine with me. I was content just helping her spend all the cash. Murder?" He shrugged. "That was all Beth's planning." "No. God, no," Beth murmured. "That's not true. None of it is true. I didn't know anything about it. He's lying.
Beth was crying now, hard. The deputy reached up, turned off the sound from the other room because that was more than enough for her to see the true man she married. It was bad, really fucking bad. Briggs would do anything to get out of a hard time, even pinning the murder rap on Beth. He might be a drug addict too, but he was high-functioning. I had to guess he had some money of his own that could feed his habit and keep him from being desperate, keep him out of lockup. It didn't keep him from being greedy, though.
You're going to jail, Beth, Katie said, her voice soft but even. You can decide if you want to go to prison rehab or a cell. It's up to you. You're on your own.
Beth's face was turned down, looking at her cuffed wrists the floor. Tears dripped down her pale cheeks.
I love you, Katie added. I always will, no matter what you do. But I can't protect you anymore. If you choose to turn your life around, get clear of drugs once and for all, you know where to find me. Right here in Barlow.
Beth just nodded but didn't glance up. Didn't even have the decency to apologize for what she'd done, for what her actions had almost done to her sister. Until she was clean and looked Katie in the eye, stated what she'd done and apologized, she wasn't getting back into her life. Perhaps Katie thought that too, because she didn't say anything else. She turned and took my hand.
I'm done here.
That's right. It was over. All of it. I had no doubt Archer would continue to interrogate Briggs and have him officially charged before too long. We didn't need to stay and listen. As for Beth, her sister would always be a strain for Katie. Even if she went to prison rehab, Katie would still worry. That was the kind of woman she was. But she let go of making her a responsibility, and it was time for her to move on, with us. I led her out of the office and out into the night, Cord right behind us. It was late, close to midnight. The stars were like a blanket across the inky black sky. All was quiet. While the air was cool, it wasn't cold. A perfect night.
I love you,
Katie said. No, she blurted it out, as if she'd been holding it back for so long it just popped out. Cord froze. I tugged on her hand so she spun about to face me. Even under the harsh parking lot light, she was so beautiful. What? I asked, even though I'd heard her the first time. She looked up at me, then Cord, tucked her hair back behind her ear.
I love you.
This time the words were said with less conviction and quite a bit of doubt. Sweetness, we know, Cord replied.
You do?
She frowned. He cupped her jaw, stroked his thumb over her cheek. And everything you do, say, and the way you look at us, the way you give yourself to us so beautifully, completely, I added. You don't hold anything back. It was true. She loved with her whole heart, and we were two fuckers lucky enough to have it. That was why it was so damn scary. We had her perfect, fragile heart in our hands. Is it true what you said? Cord asked. That you'll be here in Barlow? She nodded. Yes. God, yes. There's nothing for me in Philadelphia anymore. I've kept my parents' house because it's always been home. But without them, without Beth in it, it's not the same. And Beth, well, she won't be there, obviously. I've been lucky with my job, but I can teach anywhere. Archer did mention they had an opening at the school. I reminded, feeling even more hopeful by the second.
I'd like to look into it. I'd like to stay.
With us? I added. She rolled her eyes.
Of course you. No one else has given me jewelry.
You want a sparkling jewel on your finger to go with the pretty one we got for your ass?
She laughed, then quickly stopped, went still. Was that a proposal?
You're ours, Katie. We don't need a ring to know that, I told her, glancing around. But if we're going to propose, it's not going to be in the sheriff's department parking lot.
I think right here is perfect, she replied, her voice breathy. Something to tell our grandchildren about.
Cord looked like he'd been hit by a Mack truck. You want kids? He asked.
Yes.
Now? The Mack truck was quickly barreling toward me because everything out of her mouth was surprising me more and more. She tilted her head to the side, bit her lip.
Well,
she replied, drawing it out into long syllables.
Maybe not tonight, since you'll be, fucking my ass instead of my pussy. The Mack truck ran me right over. Fuck. She stared up at us, waiting for us to respond. I couldn't. My brain had literally short-circuited. She loved us, wanted to get married and have us put a baby in her belly. Oh, and fuck her virgin ass. Worked for me. Cord. Thank fuck we were in town and not out at the ranch, because when I all but dragged Katie to Riley's truck, tossed her up into the front seat and put on her seatbelt, it was only a 3-minute ride to our house, and another 30 seconds to having her standing in front of my bed. We hadn't said a word since Katie told us she wanted us to take her ass. Not just that she wanted to marry us and make our babies. There was nothing to say, especially not in the damned parking lot. I dropped to my knees before her and I had to look up at her. Sweetness, I love you. I fell in love with you the second I saw your picture. My heart's been yours ever since. I know it's been 3 days since we first met, but fuck it. You said you loved us and there's no taking it back. Here, Riley said. We both watched as he tugged the gold signet ring from his pinky finger, held it out. It was my father's. He'd love knowing you'd wear it. I took it, lifted Katie's left hand, slipped it on her ring finger. It was a little big, but we'd get her a real engagement ring later. Something with a big fucking rock. But knowing Katie, she'd want this impromptu one, just resized. That was what I loved about her. Marry us. Tears formed in her eyes, slipped down her cheeks. Yes, she cried, palming my face and leaning down for a kiss. It was searing hot, with a whole fuck ton of tongue. When she finally lifted her head, she looked to Riley, went over to him, kissed him too. Fuck, just watching the two of them together made me hot. I pressed my palm against the front of my jeans, trying to ease the ache in my dick. It was so hard, so damned eager to get inside our woman and show her just how much she meant to us. You sure you want us to fuck your ass? That plug's done a good job of preparing you, but you have to be ready up here too. Riley tapped a finger gently to her head. I'm ready. I like the plug and the way you played there. I liked your fingers too, so I know I'll like something bigger. We're not just going to take your ass, sweetness, I clarified. I'll take that tight virgin hole while Riley's buried deep in your pussy. Tonight we're taking you together. She whimpered and I watched as her eyes became soft with need. I know you're going to make it really good. You always do. I grinned. My cock swelled and the caveman in me practically growled. The lady always comes first, and more than once. Riley stroked her hair back, slid his palm down her neck and lower still to cup her breast. As for that baby, I know you're on the pill, so you'll have to go off that and we'll see what happens. Fuck knows we fill you with enough of our cum for it to take. She licked her glossy lips, stepped back until the backs of her legs bumped my bed, and curled a finger, Riley's ring glinting in the light. We approached and she undid my jeans, then Riley's, until our dicks were out and pointing straight at her. Glancing up at both of us through her gorgeous red lashes, she whispered, I want all that cum. Gimme. I almost came then and there. Fuck, I would never get enough of this woman. She was mine. Ours. It was time to show her just how much. And if she wanted our cum, we'd give it to her. As much as she wanted. As much as she could take. Because from now on, we were the only ones who were going to give it to her. Ever. Chapter 15. Katie. I wasn't spontaneous. Anyone who knew me in Philadelphia would agree to that. But ever since I'd stepped foot in Montana, I was a new person. I'd fallen in love with 2 men. Immediately. I went from being indifferent about a baby to wanting one immediately. I'd gotten engaged. Engaged! I hadn't debated, questioned, pondered, or any other Scrabble word for it. I went with my gut and, more importantly, my heart. And now I had a ring on my finger and 2 men stripping me bare. I love this little patch of red hair, Riley murmured as he knelt at my feet and kissed right on my landing strip. My clit just below his lips tingled and throbbed, eager to be next. The hands I had on his shoulders moved to his hair and I guided him that way. I saw his ring on my finger, knew this wasn't just a wild romp. It never had been, not even that first night on the porch. This was forever. I heard Cord's clothes fall to the floor, his belt clinking as it landed.
Want something?
Riley asked, a teasing lilt to his voice. Your mouth, I murmured, looking down into his pale eyes. Cord went around behind me, sat on the edge of the bed and reached his hands around to cup my breasts. I was surrounded by men, just as they said I would be. Soon I'd have their cocks inside me. Until then I'd feel empty.
Where?
Riley continued. I whimpered as he placed another kiss, this time to the inside of my thigh, making me step wider. My clit, I breathed. As soon as Riley stopped teasing me and put his mouth right where I wanted, Cord took my nipples between his fingers and tugged, pinched and played. The combination had my eyes falling closed, my mind going blank. I felt Cord's lips kiss up and down my spine. Riley's mouth hot and wet, learning every inch of my pussy. Everything about Beth just went away. Not completely, for what had happened couldn't be forgotten. But I'd realized all I could do was love her, nothing more. And that I could do no matter her choices. And so it was time to move on with my life, and that meant, at least for the rest of the night, to get well fucked by my men. When Riley slipped a finger inside of me, curled it perfectly over my G-spot, I came on a breathy cry. Just like that. God, I've never been like this before. Riley slipped his finger from me, sucked it clean. As he did so, he glanced up at me, eyes hooded, mouth glistening with my arousal.
Like what?
He asked when he licked his lips. Been so easy to come. It was like, 30 seconds? Cord pulled me back so I sat on his lap, my legs settled over his. I could feel the soft hairs of his chest against my sweaty back.
Sweetness, you were meant for us. We know your body, know what it needs, what makes you hot.
His hand went around my waist, and as he widened his own legs, mine parted, so I was completely exposed. His hand slid between my parted thighs and over my slick and sensitive folds, and one blunt finger slid deep.
What makes you come? My turn.
He moved his hand gently, the heel of it rubbing over my clit, so sensitive from Riley's mouth. Riley was still on his knees, watching.
I can see how you take Cord's finger nice and deep. Soon that's going to be my cock.
Riley stood but didn't shift his gaze as he stripped. I kept my eyes open, watched his hard-muscled body be exposed 1 inch at a time, and his cock, when it bobbed toward me, it was eager and ready, the broad head dripping pre-cum as if it couldn't hold off a second longer.
That's right, sweetness. See that? Riley's balls are so full of cum they can't hold it all. Take him in your mouth. Suck him down.
I licked my lips at the idea of feeling that hard length deep in my mouth. Feel the heat of it, taste it. Riley stepped closer, gripping the base in a fist and put the crown gently at my lips. Opening my mouth, I took him in, swirled my tongue over the head, licking it clean. His salty tang made my mouth water for more. I moaned when Cord began finger-fucking me again. While I tried my best, I couldn't focus on doing a good job sucking Riley down, because Cord took me right to the brink, then over. I cried out around the thick feel of the cock in my mouth. Riley stepped back abruptly, his hand settled on the top of my head and pulling my mouth off of him.
Fuck, Katie, that was incredible. But I want my cum deep in your pussy. Give me the lube, Cord said.
Riley walked to the dresser, grabbed the small flip-top container from the top drawer and brought it back. His cock was a dark plum now and shiny from my mouth, the vein that ran up the length pulsing. Beneath, his balls hung large and heavy, an obvious sign of his fertility. The amount of cum I knew would soon be filling me, overflowing out around him and down my thighs. I heard the lid open on the lube, the squirting sound of Cord putting some on his fingers, just before I felt them at my back entrance. The way I was seated on his lap, I was wide open for him, even there.
Scoot forward. Good girl. Yes, let my finger in. Breathe, just like that. Oh, feel that?
I groaned. Of course I felt his finger in me. The lube made the digits slick, and because I'd become used to the plug, my muscles relaxed for his entrance easily enough. Leaning forward, I set my hands on his thighs, the prickly short hairs tickling my palms.
Another finger, a little more lube. So tight.
Feel how I'm sliding in and out. Soon that'll be my cock. Oh, you like that. The sizzle of it, a little burn, a little hint of pain, mingled with the most intense pleasure ever. Perhaps it was because I'd already come twice, but it only made me eager to come again. Different feelings this time, darker, more intimate. I felt as if I was giving myself to them completely. They saw everything, knew everything. I had no idea how long Cord played, prepared me. I lost track of time, just gave over to the feelings. Once again, Riley was on his knees before me, very gently brushing his thumb over my clit. If I closed my eyes, I wouldn't even be sure he was doing it. But it was enough to make the pleasure even better. The sensations I recognized, clit stimulation, my inner walls throbbing and pulsing to take a cock deep, all mixed with my newfound interest in having a second one stretched and plumb in my virgin ass. I whimpered when Cord pulled his fingers from me. More lube, more wet sounds as he coated his cock very liberally, even though I couldn't see what he was doing. It's time. Riley's voice had me opening my eyes, meeting that pale gaze. Ready? Ready for us to make you ours? I nodded, my long hair clinging to the damp skin of my nape. Cord's big hand slid down my back, leaning me even more forward. Riley shifted and kissed me, swallowing down my moans and gasps as Cord settled his cock at my prepared back hole and gripped my hip, carefully pulling me backward and onto him. The crown nudged and pressed, retreated and advanced until I finally breathed out, relaxed enough for it to pop in. I cried out against Riley's lips and he moved away, watched my face as Cord took my last virginity. Cord's cock was much broader than his fingers. The tight yet open feel of his entrance, an unusual mix of discomfort and amazing pleasure. Carefully, slowly, he worked his way in deeper and deeper, retreating, then pushing forward, until I eventually sat upon his thighs once again. This time I was impaled. I couldn't move, wiggle, or even shift. I barely breathed. Riley's hand went between my legs again, his thumb circling my clit. I cried out and Cord groaned. Shit, she just clamped around my dick so tight. Imagine what it will be like when I get inside her too. Ready for both of us? I nodded, trying to breathe slow and easy. Good girl. Cord hooked an arm about me, one big hand cupping my breast as he pulled me back against him. He took his time, moved slowly so I could adjust to the shift of his cock in my bottom. With expert control, he went all the way to his back, taking me with him, both our knees bent and our lower legs off the edge of the bed. My head settled on Cord's shoulder. Riley stepped between my splayed thighs, leaned forward and placed his hand beside my head on the bed, looked down at me. My turn. He shifted his hips, found my pussy and slid deep in one slow, long stroke. Oh God. Oh my God. The words kept falling from my lips as he filled me up. It was tight, so tight with two cocks. Nothing I'd ever felt before. Every single nerve ending was being stroked by thick cock. And if that wasn't enough, Riley's free hand cut my breast, plucked the nipple. Good? He asked. I looked up into his concerned face, saw the way his jaw was clenched tight, how he was holding himself back. Yes, I need you to move. He grinned then. Yes, ma'am. He pulled back as I felt Cord's hips thrust up. A small stroke, but enough to make me gasp. All you have to do is feel and come, whenever and how much you want. Riley's words were the last. Only groans and gasps, sighs and cries of pleasure were left. I did come. I couldn't do anything else, caught between my men. Protected, sheltered, loved, pleasured. I gave everything to them, and in return they gave me the best orgasms of my life. I screamed my last, and I was boneless as they fucked me. I felt Cord's cock thick and deep inside me just before he thrust one last time, holding himself still. The hot feel of his cum deep inside my ass was matched by the spurts of Riley's that filled my pussy. I reveled in the fact they gained so much pleasure from me, that I made them mindless, that they were driven by basic male instinct to seek their release, to fill me with their cum so we could make a baby. Maybe not this time, but soon. Once recovered, Riley hooked his arms about my back and lifted me up, carefully sliding me off of Cord's cock. Shower, Katie. Then you can sleep." I didn't complain. Being in his arms felt good. Being beneath the warm spray, feeling 4 hands wash and soothe me felt even better. And when I was dry and beneath the cool sheets, 1 man on each side of me, I knew life couldn't get any better. "You keep saying that I belong to you," I said. My eyes were closed and I was reveling in that pre-sleep lull. The post-sex endorphins pumped through my blood. "You do," Cord said, his tone brooking no argument, especially not after what we just did. I was sore and tender, but it was a delicious reminder of their love for me, of what I'd done to show my love for them. "Damn right," Riley muttered. "Well, then you're mine. Both of you. You two belong to me." I felt a hand struck over my hair as I succumbed to sleep. Before I did so, I heard the whispered words, "Yes, ma'am." "Katie, you found one of my sisters?" I asked, all but bursting through the door to Riley's office. It was on the 2nd floor of an old building on Main Street. It was one big room, wood floors, exposed brick walls. A huge partner's desk sat perpendicular to the windows that looked down onto the street. It was a big antique, and the first time I saw it, I wondered how they got it through the doorway. Riley had said it had been his father's, and before he died, they'd each had a side. The vacant spot was taken over by Cord, on occasion when their work overlapped. His own office was the extra bedroom in the house. They were in their seats and they were staring at me wide-eyed at all the commotion I was making. There was no doubt they'd heard me coming. My cowboy boots on the wood stairwell weren't quiet. Cord swiveled in his chair and stood, came over to me. "Hey, sweetness." He lifted me up, kissed me soundly, and cut my ass with his big paw of a hand, which, of course, made me forget why I'd come from the school in a hurry. Only after he slid me down the length of his hard body did he let me go. "You did that on purpose," I said, pursing my lips, although I didn't mind it one bit. I did mind being put down because I wasn't done kissing him. "Always," he countered with a sly grin, when he took in the way my nipples pressed in hard points against my dress. "Well?" I asked, tapping the toe of my boot on the floor. He texted he had 2 things to share, one that one of my half-sisters had finally contacted him. "Her name is Penelope Vandervilk, and she's from North Carolina," Riley said, standing up and moving around to lean against the side of his desk. "She didn't respond before now because she's been in Iceland for the past 7 months, as part of a semester abroad, and her mail's been on hold." "Iceland?" I asked, surprised. I knew of friends who'd taken a semester abroad, but none had gone to Iceland. He gave a slight shrug. "She just got her master's in subsurface geoscience." My mouth fell open as I stared at him. I don't even know what that means. Riley gave a small laugh. "Neither do I, but I think we can all agree she's smart." "Is she going to come here?" "She is. Next week." The idea of meeting a half-sister I never knew was a little scary and exciting. It would be nice to not be the only woman around as well. The guys at Steel Ranch were really nice. Not that I could say that aloud, since Cord and Riley were really possessive, and they'd read something into that one word. But they were far from being female. No, they were all men. Dominant, protective, and when they found women of their own, most likely possessive. They probably wouldn't have any interest in going shopping with me for new winter clothes. It had been a month since I'd first arrived in Montana, and it was now July, but I knew winter was coming soon enough, and I either needed to buy heavy long johns to go under my dresses, or I'd have to stock up on pants before the first frost. Either way, I needed someone with a vagina to shop with. Well, I knew I'd make friends with the other teachers at the school. I'd only met 1 or 2 since I'd gotten the job, and began preparing my classroom. The school year didn't start for another 5 weeks, so everyone was still on vacation. I just wanted a head start, and that was where I was when Riley had texted me. "I'm glad someone will stay at the main house." I bit my lip, thought of her there all alone. "Maybe I should—" "No." Both of them said the one word at the same time. I put my hands on my hips and laughed. "You don't even know what I was going to say. You were going to stay there with her. Your place is with us." I never went back to the house after the incident. My clothes had all been relocated to Cord's closet. It was bigger than Riley's, and it was a given I was not going back, especially since I was engaged. The perk of my inheritance was that Cord had organized movers to pack up my personal effects in my house in Philadelphia, and they were in the process of being shipped out here. He'd also arranged for the house to be rented. While I knew I wasn't going back, I didn't want to sell the place and take it from Beth. It was as much hers as mine, but time would tell if she'd ever be in a position to live there. The plea deal Archer had helped arrange put her in a court-ordered rehab facility where she wasn't allowed to leave. While she'd been innocent of David Brake's plans, she had aided and abetted. While I didn't know for sure, I had to guess that Archer made those charges stick so she'd be forced into the rehab program. Otherwise, she'd be out on the street on her own trying to recover emotionally from being used so cruelly by her asshole husband. At least she'd get the care she needed, and someday... Not even for a girl's slumber party? I asked, not wanting to think more on Beth. Over the past few weeks, I'd slowly let it go. Let her go. Would it involve that little nightie we like so much? Cord asked. I shrugged and looked up at them through my lashes. Maybe. Then the answer isn't just a no, it's a hell no. I sputtered at Cord's words. Why not? He pointed at me, swirled his finger around in a little circle. Because that nightie is just for us. You'll wear those SpongeBob pajama pants we found in your suitcase and one of Riley's t-shirts if you go. I crossed my arms and both men's gazes dropped to my chest. Ah, the power of the boobs. That's the ugliest outfit I can ever imagine. Exactly, Riley said. No way are any of the guys on the ranch going to see you that way. That way meant in my short cotton nightgown. Why would they do that? I countered. Cord went to his laptop, picked it up and carried it over to me so I could look at the screen. Because one look at Penelope and they're going to be swarming around the main house like bees to honey. Oh. Cord had a web page pulled up with a whole lot of text and a university logo in the right-hand corner. The title was some long, complicated science thing I didn't understand, but it was the picture that held my attention. It was Penelope, and it was a professional photo, one probably taken by the school for the website and other materials. She was gorgeous, young. God, she had to be Beth's age, maybe even younger. 20? 21? Long blonde hair, blue eyes. Naturally pretty, yet the minimal makeup and jewelry let me know she wasn't high maintenance. We looked absolutely nothing alike. O is right, Riley replied. I looked over the top of the laptop at him. You think she's pretty? Of course. That's why there will be no nighty nights for you. No nighty nights? I bit my lip from smiling because Riley was serious and jealous. The other guys can have her. The only no nighty nights you're going to have are with us. Naked. Okay. Good, Cord said, closing the lid on his laptop and putting it back on his desk. He moved to lean a hip against his side of the desk, so they were in similar poses. Now for the other reason we texted. Right, you said two things. Cord twisted around, grabbed something off his desk, held it up. It was my birth control pill case. I frowned at it. You're not taking them, Cord said. I didn't know what to say, so I remained quiet. We talked about me going off birth control, but they left it up to me on when I wanted to do that. We all wanted a baby, it was just a matter of when. And since it would be my career that would be affected the most, they hadn't pushed. You stopped halfway through. The same number of pills have been in here for over a week. I just nodded. I'd been standing in the bathroom, pill in one hand, glass of water in the other, as I stared at myself in the mirror. It was a defining moment for me. The moment I knew I was ready. Really ready. It had all happened so fast. Coming to Montana, meeting and falling instantly in love with Cord and Riley. I wanted it all with them. Everything. Even a baby. And so I'd wash the pill down the drain and put the packet back in the medicine cabinet. You're ready? Riley asked. I nodded again. You're sure? Cord added. I laughed. These two were always making me laugh, and it felt so good. Do you know how many times we've had sex since I stopped taking those pills? I couldn't even count. To say they were voracious, I was too, was an understatement. We'd christened every flat surface in the house, horizontal and vertical. I saw their equally intense gazes heat. Yes, but we hadn't been applying ourselves to the task. My mouth fell open because Cord's statement was completely absurd. If they applied themselves any more, I'd black out when I came. You want a baby, Sweetness? New rules. I frowned, crossed my arms even tighter. Rules? I didn't know we had old ones. No panties. None. I bit my lip again, stifling that dang smile. Are you wearing panties? Riley asked. I nodded. Take them off. I stood before them and they just stared at me, waiting. So I reached beneath my dress. The men liked me in them and grumbled when I put on my new jeans, so I would turn around, go back to the bedroom and change, and work the lacy pair down my legs over my boots and off. Riley crooked his finger and I walked over to him. He snatched the panties from me, stuffed them in his shirt pocket. God, that was sexy. Being bare beneath my dress wasn't all that crazy, but it felt that way to me. Next rule, Riley said. He took my hands, gave me a little tug, so I stepped up to the desk and placed my hands on the hard surface. All our cum goes in that perfect pussy of yours. That's right, Cord added, putting a hand on my hip and pulling me back so I was bent in a 90-degree angle, butt out. Every drop. Cord's big hand slid my dress up my thighs, bunched it at my waist and left it there. He groaned. I could only imagine what I looked like, bare and exposed to them. His hand slid around over my folds and I whimpered. The feel of him touching me there sent sparks flying. Cord? I moaned, wiggling my hips. Greedy for our cum? He asked. I nodded, my hair falling over my shoulders and covered my face like a curtain. His finger slipped inside. Ah, our cum from this morning's still there. There's no question that your men have been at you. That was for sure. Cord had taken me in the shower, my back pressed up against the wall, my legs wrapped around his waist as he fucked me, just like that first time against the porch wall. And once we were done, I'd found Riley at the kitchen table, said he heard all the sounds I'd made and had been ready for his turn. He'd tugged me onto his lap, had me ride him as he undid the belt of my robe and sucked on my nipples. And that had been 4 hours ago. Of course their cum was in me. It was always in me. It slowly trickled out over the course of the day. My panties were always ruined. And yet they wanted me again. Good, because I wanted them. Bad. I heard the clink of a belt buckle, the metal slide of a zipper, the hot, hard press of a cock. Ready, Sweetness? Cord's hard body came down over my back, his hand beside my head. Yes, I said, my voice breathy. I wiggled my hips, trying to take more of him in than just the very tip. So greedy. He slid in deep, hard, fast. My head came up, my back arched. My eyes opened in surprise at his entry. My body still had to adjust to their size, and I clenched and milked him, fluttering to accommodate all of him. There in front of me, watching from the other side of the desk, was Riley. Such a good girl. I'd let you suck my cock because I know how much you like it, but I'm saving up all my cum for my turn. I moaned at his dirty talk, whimpering at the way Cord began to move. They talked to me as Cord fucked me. Dirty things, promising intentions, tawdry plans. All of it made me so hot that I couldn't think of anything but the vivid pictures they were painting in my mind. Cord shifted his hips in some magical way and I came. The instant pleasure a surprise and I cried out. My fingers had no purchase on the smooth wood, but I wasn't going anywhere. Cord didn't stop, didn't relent on his hard thrusts until he too came. A harsh guttural sound ripped from him as I felt him swell, then spurt deep inside me. His ragged breathing fanned my neck as he whispered, I love you, Sweetness. I smiled, all sweaty and replete as he pulled out, gave my bottom a playful swat. Don't move. Let Riley get in you too. Get you all coated and loaded with our cum. Then you can go back to your classroom and know your men have been at you. That will get you in bed later and fill you up again. Riley moved around the desk, took Cord's spot behind me, aligned his cock up at my dripping entrance but didn't film me. Push back, Katie. Fuck yourself on my dick. Show me how much you need to be fucked by both your men. He told me as he leaned over, kissed along my neck, bit my nape. I shifted my hips and did as he said, pushing back to take him into me. I moved forward and back, fucking myself on him. I loved it when they took me from behind. The angle, the depth. It wasn't as intimate since I couldn't see their faces. But God, it felt so good. Fuck. Riley growled as his hand went to my hip, gripped tight and took over. He had no control left and I loved that. Knew I could make him mindless. You'll be in my bed tonight, Katie. I shook my head and said, No. Riley stilled. New rule, I said. I want both of you in bed with me. Every night. I felt Riley's smile against my neck as he began to move once again, making me whimper. With you between us? Absolutely. It was never going to end. This need for each other. I had a feeling we were going to have 10 kids because I doubted they'd ever stop wanting to fuck me. The love we had was so deep, so hot, so much that it would be impossible to be rid of them, and I didn't want it any other way. This has been Spurred, Steel Ranch Book 1, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2018 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2018 by Vanessa Vale. Wrangled, Steel Ranch Book 2, written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Jameson. I watched as patrons entered and left the silky spur. Being line dancing night at the local bar set at the edge of town, the place was hopping. Unlike everyone else headed in with fun in mind, I fought it. No, I fought myself because she was in there, and I was ignoring my dick as it rested down the inside of my thigh, painfully hard and not a chance of it going down. If I listened to what that head wanted, I'd be balls deep in her by now. But I didn't live by what my dick wanted. I wasn't 19 anymore. Until now. Until her. I'd seen her go inside with Seamus and Patrick and a few others from the ranch over an hour ago. Yeah, I was stalking her, but she needed someone to watch out for her, to protect her. Compared to some of the women in tiny little shorts that barely covered their ass cheeks and skimpy tops, she was modestly dressed in a jean skirt, cowboy boots, and a western shirt. It didn't matter if she wore that or a burlap sack. I could envision every inch of her body underneath, a petite, voluptuous package. It only mattered that no one else saw all that perfection. I squeezed the steering wheel, knuckles going white, knowing I'd beat the shit out of any guy who laid a finger on her. Except Boone. I wanted to watch him put his hands all over her. Fuck. I sat out in the parking lot doing jack shit. It had been 3 days since I first laid eyes on Penelope Vandervilk, the second Steele daughter and heiress to arrive in Montana, and since then I'd thought of nothing but her. Her long blonde hair, how tiny she was. The top of her head sure as shit didn't come up to my shoulder. Her blue eyes, and those tits and ass. For someone so petite she had more curves than a road through the mountains. No doubt those lush mounds would overflow my palms and her hips. They'd be perfect to grip and hold as I fucked her from behind. I groaned inside the confines of the truck cab. I wanted her with a desperation I'd never known. I'd seen the way Cord Connolly and Riley Townsend had fallen hard and fast for Katie Parks. While I hadn't laughed at the suddenness, the intensity of their connection, I'd certainly doubted it would ever happen to me. I'd been so fucking wrong. Hell, they'd be laughing at me right now if they knew what I was doing. Again, jack shit with a dick as hard as a steel beam. I wanted Penelope. My dick and my heart would have no one else. I didn't see other women now. Too tall, too thin, too whatever. It didn't matter. They weren't her. The worst part? She was 22. Jesus, I was 16 years older. 16. Enough to know better than to get her all dirty. And what I wanted to do to her would make her filthy. I should leave her the fuck alone, to let her find a boy her own age. Yeah, boy. No kid knew his way around a pussy with any kind of skill. She'd be missing out on what Boone and I could give her, what she deserved. And yet I knew it was wrong. That was why she was in the Silky Spur with Patrick and Seamus. They were still in college, born in the same fucking decade. So were the other ranch hands she was with. They'd invited her to go dancing with them, a group of guys using each other to get closer to her. And yet the thought of one of them touching her, hell, even thinking about getting between those luscious thighs, made me see fucking red. Boone and I were the ones who would see those pert tits, to suck on her nipples, to taste all that silky sweet honey right from the source, to hear her scream our names as she came, as she milked my dick and pulled every drop of cum from my balls. Fuck yes. And when she drained me dry, I'd watch her take her turn with Boone because one hard dick wouldn't be enough for her. Come morning, she'd not be able to walk properly and she wouldn't remember her own name. And that was why I was here. I'd held off enough. My dick said go get her, my mind said hands off. Until now. I should have been given a fucking medal for holding off as long as I had. 3 days was fucking torture. No more. The very thought of her dancing and wiggling that perfect ass in front of other men toppled the last of my resolve. I'd been waiting for the one to come along. 38 years. This wasn't a one-night stand. This wasn't an itch that needed to be scratched. No, this was the real deal. I wanted Penelope, forever, and I was going to have her. Decision made, I grabbed my cell, called Boone. I give up. That was all I said, but he knew exactly what I meant. About fucking time you got your head out of your ass. My dick is sick and tired of my fist. It seemed she'd filled both of our fantasies for the past few days. While Boone had blown his load to thoughts of Penelope, I'd held off. I wanted to save up every drop of my cum for her, and my balls ached in protest. My fist wasn't going to do any longer. One look at her, and I wanted to come with that tight cunt wrapped hot and wet around me. Forever. Boone had been at the ranch when she'd first arrived, when she'd climbed from her little hatchback loaded with her stuff. Sweet young innocent. Fucking gorgeous. He'd given me the look, and I'd known he'd thought the same as me. She was the one. She was going to be ours. Since I hadn't been ready, I fought like fuck to keep my distance beyond basic introductions. He'd held off approaching her for more. We'd do it together because she would belong to both of us. We'd take her, claim her, fuck her, love her, together. Obviously, he'd known I would eventually give in to the blonde-hair temptation. I hated his deep well of patience. I'd hated it ever since we were little kids, the fucker. I didn't go off on a hair trigger, but compared to Boone, I was rash and spontaneous. That's why he made a damn fine doctor. But his words proved he wasn't nearly as laid back about her as I'd thought. Come to the Silky Spur, I barked, opening the door to my truck and climbing out. It's time to claim our girl.
Chapter 2. Penny. I had no idea line dancing could be so much fun. I couldn't help the grin on my face or how I felt. Good. Now I knew why people said to kick up their heels and have some fun. Fun I'd been missing out on as I'd been head down for months in research and writing my master's thesis and the outline for my dissertation. Oh, it had paid off. I'd even been emailed an offer to work at an oil and gas company. A few smaller firms had made offers as well, but the international firm was really interested and serious about their offer. But all the work in the dull, yet highly lucrative, job opportunities only confirmed what I already knew. I didn't want to work in oil and gas. I wasn't living my life. Of course, I'd never been given much of an opportunity to just have fun. My parents, my mother and the man who I'd thought was my father, would have dropped dead if they were seen in a country western bar. I laughed as I moved my feet in time with the upbeat tempo of the song, learning the steps by following those in the row in front of me. I fumbled, but I didn't care. No one was taking notice of my mistakes, pointing them out and shaming me. No one knew who I was. More importantly, no one knew who my parents were. Thank God. Everyone stomped and clapped, swayed and turned together. The smoky air was a little steamy from the crowd. Seamus caught my eye as I spun around and gave me a wink and an easy smile. I couldn't help but grin back and wave, then be a beat late in the heel stomp that came next.
When the song came to an end, everyone clapped and hollered. Some even whistled in that ear-splitting way that my parents' housekeeper would use to call in the dogs. I never learned the skill, although my mother found the action crass and said that it was one of the reasons Mrs. Beaufort would never rise above her station. God, my mother. Why did I always think of her, of the family, all the time? I wasn't at school nor on my research work trip in Iceland. I was in Montana and out from under their oppressive thumbs, completely at my mother's disappointment. There was no way they'd come here, even if it were to drag me out of the bar. No, I was safe from them. Safe wasn't exactly the right word. They weren't dangerous. They would never hurt me physically. Emotionally, yeah, I had some pretty good scars. The only thing I was in danger of with the Vandervilks was losing myself. And Aiden Steele, bless his dead heart, he'd saved me. I wished he was alive so I could thank him, hug and kiss him with an overt and shameful display of public affection. I now knew why I'd never fit in with my family. I took after my father, a father I'd never known existed until 2 weeks ago. It explained so much, even why I possibly liked line dancing. Had he liked it? If he'd worked his way across the country making 5 illegitimate daughters, then I had to think he'd at least given line dancing a try. I just had to wonder how a guy like that would have been allowed in my mother's bed for one night. I wiped my brow and licked my parched lips as I worked my way back to the others, trying to wipe the image of my mother having sex with anyone from my mind. "Having fun?" Patrick asked. He was at a high-top table, his forearms resting on it as he waited for my answer. "Absolutely." I plucked at my shirt trying to cool down. The bar was crowded and the dancing made me hot. "Did you get a date?" He grinned, and even in the dim lighting I could tell he was blushing. Just after we'd arrived, he spotted a woman who he was sweet on, his words, not mine, and had gone over to her. "Tomorrow night. Ready for a beer?" I nodded, and he poured me a glass from the plastic pitcher in the middle of the table as he told me about her. He was definitely into her. Patrick, Seamus, and the other guys were all really nice, and they weren't too bad on the eyes either. No one from Steel Ranch was anything less than handsome. There must be something in the water out here. Or maybe it was the rugged ranch work that tanned their skin and built up their muscles to bulging. But it wasn't any of them who I thought of, or their gorgeous physiques. They were fine and all, but more like brothers than guys I'd date or sleep with. It was Jameson and Boone who melted my butter. Yes, Jameson and Boone. I'd found the letter from Riley Townsend, the estate lawyer, about my inheritance after my return from Iceland. It had been at the post office with a huge pile of other mail I'd put on hold. For months. Riley had been the one I told of my plans to come to Montana, but hadn't given a definite date or time. I'd driven across the country from North Carolina solo, and at that time, I had no idea how long it would take. When I finally pulled up to the main house on the ranch, I'd been met by a whole slew of guys. They must have heard me approach or seen the dust kick up behind my car on the long dirt driveway. Whatever the reason, my first thought when they walked up was that they were doing a cowboy calendar photo shoot because they were all denim-clad, snap shirt-wearing, Stetson-hatted hotties. One after the other. But 2 specifically had caught my eye and stopped my heart. Jameson and Boone. Yes, they were beyond handsome, but the way they looked at me, all steely-eyed intensity as if they could see how nervous I was, how tired, excited, hopeful, they seemed to be able to see me. The others had seemed like younger, eager puppies in comparison. Jameson was the Steel Ranch foreman, the man in charge. Boone had said he didn't live on the ranch like the others, was there to check on one of the men recovering from a concussion. I'd felt small beside them. Being petite, practically everyone over the age of 12 was taller than me, but Jameson had to have an extra foot on me, Boone a little bit more. I should have felt nervous. They could easily overpower or hurt me. I didn't feel that way. No, I felt protected, and a little stunned because they turned me on. A lot. I felt aroused by shaking their hand, being under their close scrutiny. My panties got wet just by a quick introduction, the way their gazes had raked over every inch of me, and I'd thought of nothing but them since. 2 older, experienced cowboys who no doubt knew exactly what to do with their hands and every other big part of themselves.
"Sorry Katie couldn't make it,"
Seamus said, his voice raised over the music. He was an undergraduate at the state college studying animal science and would head back for his senior year in a few weeks.
"Cord and Riley took her back east. Some kind of going-away party. I know she's excited to meet you."
I took a sip of my cold beer, trying to imagine Katie. I knew next to nothing about her, only that she was a teacher and she was in a serious relationship with the lawyer Riley and another man. A menage relationship. I should be surprised, and maybe I was. But only because I had the hots for 2 guys, too. I'd only met them for all of 10 minutes, but still. I was drawn to Jameson and Boone. Crazy? Yes. I wanted to see them again, to find out if this feeling was a fluke or more. Jameson didn't seem to hang out with the other guys, since he wasn't here. Maybe because he was older or he didn't like to line dance. I guessed he was closer to 40 than 30. Same with Boone. That didn't bother me, that they were so much older. Nothing I knew or saw bothered me one bit. As for Katie, if she could make a relationship with 2 guys work and no one seemed to care, perhaps I could as well. God, I was thinking relationship and I'd barely had a conversation with either Jameson or Boone. I was being ridiculous. The fact that I hadn't seen them since I'd arrived only proved they most likely didn't even think of me. They'd only been gentlemen in welcoming me, nothing more. I took a big gulp of my beer. It'll be fine. She'll be back soon and I'm not going anywhere. I wasn't. I intended to stay in Barlow. I just had to deal with my mother. Sometime. Just not right now. I was having too much fun. Montana definitely agreed with me.
"Do you have other brothers and sisters?"
he asked when there was a lull between songs. Besides Katie, I've been told I have 3 other half-sisters I haven't met. Then I have 3 steps, 1 sister and 2 brothers. All older. They were my stepfathers from a previous marriage, and we weren't close, to say the least. Turns out we weren't even related. No blood shared between us. Being half-sisters, I hoped Katie and I could at least be friendly. "It's nice of you to ask me to come along," I said, changing the subject. "Line dancing's fun." When I asked them what someone wore to such an activity, they just looked down at themselves in their jeans and shirts, then told me about the Western clothing store in town. Betty, the store owner, had been a big help in finding things that would make me fit in, including the cowboy boots and cute jean skirt.
"Never done it before?"
Patrick asked, settling into one of the high stools and grabbing the pitcher to top off his glass. I shook my head. No, it's not something I did in college, and since then, I've been in Iceland. As if that explained it all. It didn't. I'd rushed the same sorority as my mother, and line dancing definitely didn't fit that crowd. She wouldn't have liked Iceland either. Too wild. But it was where I needed to go to do my research for my degree, so it was acceptable. I tried to picture my mother at a country bar, and it made me smile. Then thoughts of her getting Aiden Steele in bed returned. Gah! I put my pint glass down, tucked my hair behind my ear. "I'm going to run to the ladies' room. Be right back." They nodded before I headed off, cutting through the thick crowd to the hallway at the back. I'd have to stop by the store and thank Betty for her help. I blended in perfectly, and the boots were fun and completely not me. No, maybe they were the new me. A guy stepped into my way, put his hand on my waist. "Hey there," he said. He was mid-20s, big, but his smile wasn't kind and his touch was rough. I flinched away, but his fingers dug in. "Hi," I said, not meeting his eyes. Headed for the bathroom. I stepped to my right, trying to veer around him. He stuck his arm out, planted his hand on the wall, blocking me.
"I saw you out there dancing. I like your moves."
Hot breath fanned over my neck and I cringed. "Thanks. Look, I have to pee." I quickly ducked under his arm, a perk for being so short, and dashed into the bathroom, exhausted. I stayed longer than I should, for once thankful for a line, hoping he'd give up or find someone else to chat up. Someone who was interested. I certainly wasn't. But when I came out, he was still there, leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Took you long enough. I frowned, started walking down the hall, choosing to just ignore him, but he stepped in my path. Come on, baby. My name's not Baby. I veered to the left. He stepped in front of me. What is it then? 'Cause I need to know it so I call out the right name when I fuck you. Gag. Not happening. I shook my head, stepping to the right, then the left, trying to get around him. He wasn't the first asshole I dealt with, and he certainly was persistent. But when he stepped into me, turning us so I backstepped and was pressed against the wall, every hard inch of his body pinning me in place, I began to panic. He smelled of stale beer and BO, and when his big paw settled on the back of my thigh, I began to fight. It was only a matter of time before it crept upward. Let me go. My hands went to his chest to push him off, but he was just too big, too strong. Not until I at least get a little feel. Chapter 3. Boone. The bar was packed. I hated crowds, hated loud music. I wouldn't have come through the doors for anything or anyone but Penelope. I'd been damn lucky to be out at the Steel Ranch when she'd arrived the other day, and all because Davies needed a follow-up visit for his concussion. He was fine, would be back in the saddle within a few days. As for me, just the sight of her tight little body made me feel like I'd been the one who'd fallen off a horse and whacked his head on a fence post. The damage was done. I'd never be the same again. She wasn't my type. I'd never gone for tiny, curvy blondes. But maybe that was why I was still single. Penelope Vandervilk was one hot little package, and I wanted to unwrap every layer of her until she was bare before me, and Jameson. I didn't just mean her clothes. Since the other day I checked her out online. Besides being gorgeous, she was smart too, and that made her even more incredible. But that didn't mean jack shit if I couldn't get her alone. Jameson had been adamant that we were too old for her. He was right, we were. Hell, going after a 22-year-old when you're 35 was close to cradle robbing. She wasn't jailbait, not even barely legal. She had a fucking master's degree and a few years under her belt to know how things went, how to handle a man with those hourglass curves and hot pussy. My dick found everything about her hot as fuck, even that brilliant mind of hers. I'd left the ranch the other day and had to pull the truck over, take out my dick and rub one out. On the side of the road. I'd fantasized about how her little pussy would feel dripping all over my dick. How it would be hot and wet and eager for my tongue to lap every drop of it all up. And that's when I'd shot like a fucking geyser all over my hand. I hadn't been that horny since I was 15. And Jameson thought we were too old. I just had to be fucking patient waiting for Jameson to get his head out of his ass. Fortunately, I'd had 2 12-hour shifts to get my mind out of Penelope's panties. 3 days. 3 long days of waiting for him to give up the fight. Finally, fucking finally, he'd let his other head think for him. I shook my head with impatience as I walked into the bar right behind him. He was immediately hailed by a friend and was forced to say hello. Focusing solely on our gorgeous target, I steered clear and went in search of Penelope, my hard dick practically leading the way. I spotted the guys from the ranch and pushed through the crowd to their table. A new song came on over the hidden speakers, and I had to shout to be heard as I looked around. "Where's Penelope?" Patrick held up a clean pint glass. "Want a beer?" I shook my head. I didn't want a beer. I wanted my woman. I repeated the question. Patrick leaned in, shouting, "Bathroom!" "Alone?" I countered. Seamus slapped me on the shoulder. "Since when do we follow a woman to the bathroom?" I glanced around. Took in all the ladies who were scantily dressed, all the men who were checking them out ready to fuck. Since this place is a meat market, I cocked my head in the direction of a woman walking by in a jean skirt the size of a Band-Aid. If she lifted her arms in the air, she'd be ready for a gyne exam. She was beautiful in a fuck-me-now sort of way, but she wasn't Penelope. You bring a lady to a place like this, you keep a close eye on her. If she goes to the restroom, you wait for her in the damned hallway. The 2 boys, they were fucking boys, finally looked away from the passing woman's ass and nodded, as if I'd imparted some amazing advice. "She's been gone like 10 minutes, Seamus said, glancing at his watch. I knew women and how long it took to do whatever the hell it was they did in the bathroom. But 10 minutes. I saw Jameson approach and I angled my head toward the back. Veering, he caught up to me. "Leave me alone!" I heard Penelope's voice before I saw her. That was because this big asshole had her pinned against the wall, blocking almost all of her from view. I couldn't miss the way his meaty paws was sliding up beneath her thigh, or the way she was twisting and shifting to avoid it. She lifted her knee to try to make contact with his balls, but she was just too damn small. Instead, she brought her heel down on top of his foot, which made his hand jerk away. "Let her go, asshole." He didn't move, only turned his head to look at me. Sneer. He wasn't from around here. Most guys had better manners than this pig, and if they didn't, they knew me, knew Jameson, and would have walked away by now, his brains and balls intact. "She's a wild one," he replied. Obviously, he had shit for brains. I heard Jameson's growl a split second before he knocked me to the side and launched himself at the man. The crack of his fist in the asshole's face was loud enough to be heard over the music. So was the heavy thud when he hit the dirty floor. Jameson stood over him, breathing hard, making sure he didn't get back up. A few people skirted around him as they left the bathrooms, but no one said anything. I went over to Penelope, put my hands on her shoulders, and leaned down so we were eye level. Did a quick professional assessment of her. No blood, no marks on her. Her eyes were wide. The pale blue iris is only a thin circle. "Are you okay?" She nodded, licked her lips. Her breathing was ragged, but she was holding it together. I couldn't miss the thrum of her pulse at the base of her neck. "I saw his hand on your leg. Did he—" "No, I'm good. I was about to scream, but you guys took care of him." I felt a shudder run through her, and I pulled her into my arms, hugging her tight. It wasn't for her as much as for me, knowing she was safe and whole, that we'd taken care of her threat. A scream would have worked, and I had no doubt others would have intervened, but seeing the guy had his hands on her, to have him touch what was so perfect, what would be ours, no, what was already ours, fuck that. She was all softness and warmth in my hold, her head resting on my chest as I stroked her silky hair. I felt her hands on my lower back, her fingers curled into my shirt and gripping tightly. We watched as two bouncers dragged the guy toward the back door at the end of the hall, Jameson following, hands on hips, to ensure he was put out with the trash. I leaned down so I could murmur in her ear. While the music was muted here in the hallway, it was still loud. I couldn't resist brushing a kiss against the silky strands. "I'm getting you out of here." She nodded. "Jameson will catch up." I turned her so my arm was slung around her shoulders, her body pressed right up against mine. No way was there going to be any space between us. If we took up too much room, people could just move out of the fucking way. "You!" I growled, pointing at Patrick, Seamus, and the others with a narrowed gaze. We approached the table, only slowing down enough to talk. They knew instantly something had happened, and looked at Penelope with a mixture of panic and worry. This was going to be a lesson for them, one they would never fucking forget. If they didn't protect a woman in their care, I would make sure Jameson kicked them off the ranch. If Penelope was going to live alone in the main house, I had to know she'd be safe. After what happened to Katie Parks the month before with a fucking hit for hire, door locks weren't enough in my mind. "We'll talk tomorrow." I didn't wait for them to do more than nod, just cut through the bar and out to my truck, never releasing my hold on Penelope. I lifted her up into the passenger seat. She was so fucking light, and stood inside the open door, trying not to think of how tiny her waist was beneath my hands, how I wanted to slide them up and cup her lush breasts, slide my thumbs over the already hard nipples. Now wasn't the time. I took a deep breath, let it out. "You know I never hurt you, right? That you're safe with me? Safe with both of us," Jameson called out as he approached, his footsteps loud on the asphalt. "You saw what happens when someone else gets their hands on you." The parking lot lights cast her in a harsh orange glow, but she never looked prettier, especially since she was sitting in my truck, her jean skirt settled halfway up her thighs, exposing a few extra inches of her gorgeous legs. I'd wanted her here, alone with both of us, but not because of this reason. "I know," she replied, her voice soft, steady as she glanced from me to Jameson. After I met you, I looked you guys up online. No, you're good. Good? Hell, if she knew the things I wanted to do to her, she'd run back inside. Every dirty plan I had that involved her naked, willing body was very, very bad. Jameson smiled, which was a rare sight. What did you find, kitten? I expected his voice to be harsh with anger, the adrenaline hard to burn off, but he sounded almost tender, especially with the endearment that suited her perfectly. I was used to it from working in the ER, and was acclimated to the quick burn of energy. At least he got to punch the fucker. That must have felt damned good. I know you run the ranch and that you used to be a police officer in Denver, and Boone, you're a doctor. None of that ensures we're the good guys, I told her, but I didn't mention I'd done some research on her as well. I had no idea how she'd made it out in the world all fragile and tiny as she was. She could be hurt so easily, and that fucker who was sprawled by the dumpster was the perfect example. I doubted he was the first, but he definitely was the last to fuck with her. Instead of climbing out of my truck in fear, she rolled her eyes and smiled. I understand all too well. Someone's resume doesn't ensure they're not jerks, but I've got a good sense about you two. I just feel. No, you're good. I didn't know what to say to that, so I glanced at Jameson. We're not taking you home now. Not after that, he said, putting his hand up on the truck cab, leaning in. Let's get some coffee. Let things settle first. Damn straight. The guy had been aggressive, and if she was going to break down, she wasn't doing it alone. She glanced between us, offered us a small smile. All right. She might have been comfortable with us, but we were sure fucked. She slipped right past an attraction and become an obsession. With something bad almost happening to her, it only proved how much she meant to me, and that was fucking insane since I'd known her all of 15 minutes. Yep. Fucked. Chapter 4. Penny. We can kill him, you know. Just let us know when no one will find the body, Jameson said. We were sitting at a hard laminate booth in the gas station, at the intersection with the country road that led to the main highway. While I didn't think either of these men brought dates to the Quicken Lube, with the scent of hot dogs kept warm all day on metal rollers, and the store's fluorescent glow as poor mood lighting, it was the only other place open at this time of night, besides the Silky Spur. I sat on one side facing the wall of refrigerated beverages in the hallway to the bathroom. Boone was across from me, his knees bumping into mine beneath the table. I tried not to think about the innocent touch, but it was impossible. Boone was big and gorgeous and hot, and just the touch of his knees had me flustered. Where Jameson was all rugged cowboy, Boone was all broody with his dark looks and quiet intensity. Black hair that was a little too long, piercing eyes, strong jaw, strong everything. He wasn't darkly tan like Jameson, but being a doctor obviously kept him indoors more. From what I'd read of him, his quiet and watchful demeanor hid his intelligence. They might think I've got some diplomas on the wall, but Boone had a few more than me. He was a watcher. I recognized the signs because I was one too. Jameson seemed to assess the situation and when needed didn't hold back, like with the guy at the bar. He punched first, asked questions. Never. Jameson had dropped off 2 coffees for us and returned with his. He placed it on the faux wood surface, grabbed a metal chair with a vinyl cushion, turned it to face backwards and sat down, his forearms in the high back. What? I asked, my mouth falling open. We'll kill the guy who touched you. Steel Ranch has thousands of acres to bury him, Jameson repeated. His tone and the serious look in his eye made me realize he wasn't joking. A guy had touched me, and he'd not only knocked him unconscious, but would kill him if I wished it. I'd make Patrick, Seamus, and the others do the hard work of digging the hole, nice and deep, just because they didn't protect you. Boone's look said he was in complete agreement, but probably couldn't voice the words since he'd taken an oath as a doctor to do no harm. No, that wasn't it. He'd back his friend in a heartbeat. These two, they were intense, fiercely protective. A thrill shot through me because that intensity, That fierce protectiveness was directed all at me. It was potent. That, won't be necessary. They stared at me, intently, Jameson's gaze a piercing gray, Boone's almost black. I'm fine, really, and it's not their fault. Jameson leaned forward more. Kitten, it is their fault. They take you out, they keep you safe. Period. I wasn't going to argue with him about it because nothing I said would sway his opinion. My mind got stalled in the way he called me kitten. I liked it. A lot. I cleared my throat. Thank you for coming to my rescue. I was thankful. I'd spurned unwanted advances before on my own many times, but it felt really good having someone step in and help. I just never expected it to be these two. I hadn't even known they were at the bar, much less keeping an eye on me. God, watching them in action had been exhilarating. The testosterone in the hallway had been so great I could practically breathe it in. It had been elemental, like two cavemen staking a claim and fighting for what was theirs. Slightly unrealistic because I wasn't theirs. They'd just been gentlemen, protecting me. I had no doubt if Patrick or the others had found me first, they'd have clocked the guy too. I doubted, though, that any of the others would make me feel eager for them to drag me by the hair back to their cave after. Oh, yes. And then they'd have their way with me, doing whatever it was to continue to show their dominance. Not that I had any idea what that was firsthand, but I had a good idea. I'd seen movies, even some porn. Being a virgin didn't mean I was clueless, although I thought that had been true up until now. With Jameson and Boone, I had a feeling what I thought happened between a man and a woman was simply tab A in slot B. They seemed like guys who would be very thorough and didn't stick to the basics. No doubt they were experienced. Ridiculously so. I glanced at their hands wrapped around their disposable coffee cups. Big with long fingers, veined, strong. I shifted in my seat because my pussy throbbed. Even their hands were hot. You don't have to thank us for keeping you safe, Boone said. He spun his cup around on the smooth surface. Tell us about you. I shifted, the backs of my thighs sticking to the hard bench. What do you want to know? Everything, they said at the exact same time. My eyebrows went up. Boone leaned forward, put his forearms on the table, fixed his dark stare on mine, didn't even blink. I swallowed, licked my lips, and he watched that action closely. Well, I'm from North Carolina. I just finished graduate school. You're pretty young for that, Jameson said, then took a sip of his coffee. Winston put it down. 22, I countered. I skipped 3rd grade. Was it just you and your mother growing up? Jameson asked. I shook my head, tucked my hair behind my ear. My mother married my stepfather when she was pregnant with me. That was what I just learned. I thought the ring had come first, that Peter Vandervilk was actually my father, but that wasn't the case. I flicked my gaze from my cup to the guys. They were watching me closely but remained quiet, waited for me to say more. He has 3 older kids from a previous marriage. 2 are doctors, the other a lawyer. Impressive, Jameson replied neutrally. I thought of Kyle, Ryan, and Evelyn. Their drive was impressive. A neurosurgeon, a thoracic specialist, and the youngest female partner ever in her Charlotte law firm. I shrugged because while they were brilliant in their fields, they weren't very nice people. Any chance your mother is Congresswoman Vandervilk? Boone asked. The corner of my mouth tipped up. You looked me up just as I did for you. He nodded. I was actually kind of glad they already knew some things about me because I didn't have to go into detail. I didn't have to tell them that my mother had lied, not only to me but the entire world about who my father was. How it was more important for her to keep up with appearances with her constituents than for me, her own daughter, to know the truth. Why do you want to hear what you already know? I wondered aloud. I put my hands in my lap, wiping my sweaty palms on my skirt. Because I want to hear it from you, Boone replied simply. I sighed. Yes, my mother is a member of Congress. My stepfather is the vice chancellor of a university hospital in Charlotte. Fancy titles for fancy people. You studied science, Boone added. I was surprised when he wasn't asking more about my parents. That was what most people did. They either wanted something from them, or at least the connection to them through me. Yes, my focus was subsurface geoscience. They both listened intently, their eyes squarely on me as if I was the only thing around, the only thing of interest, not the guy who was asking the cashier for directions or the beeps for the gas pumps. I spent months in Iceland finishing my thesis, which I won't bore you with. That's why I didn't know about the inheritance or Aiden Steele. Any of it until I came back. My mail had been on hold. I had to do tons of science for med school, but I have no idea what subsurface geoscience is. Boone was being open, honest. They both were, and they were actually interested in me, in my life. No networking to get to my parents. Subsurface geoscience? In 3 words. Oil and gas. Jameson rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. I couldn't miss the ruffling of his short hair, a contrast to the tanned skin. I wondered if it was soft to the touch, if his skin was warm, what it would feel like against my lips. I was thinking all these hot, distracted thoughts about them, had been from the first time I saw them. I never really considered a guy enticing enough to have sex with. Before now. Sure, I'd met handsome men, but none of them had done it for me. Now, all of a sudden, my hibernating libido decided to wake up. Like a toddler after eating too much sugar, wired and raring to go. I wanted Jameson. I wanted Boone, and I wasn't exactly sure what to do about it. I had no idea how to seduce one man, let alone 2. There are good careers in that, especially around here. Yes, in this part of the country, mineral rights, oil and gas rights, extraction even were big news, a big deal. There were many issues between environmentalists and extraction companies. Big money, big destruction too. Crazy things like increased radon levels and even man-made earthquakes. It was a political nightmare. Yes, I've been wooed already. Job offers. I gave them a quick small smile. But I've got my dissertation outlined for my PhD that comes next. You don't sound very excited about that. The jobs or the PhD. Jameson muttered, studying me closely as if he could hear the truth past the words. A customer came inside and the bell above the door dinged. He went to the counter, asked for a pack of cigarettes. A Vandervilk is a high-achieving. The words were like a mantra, drilled into me since birth. I replied automatically and without even thinking. What the hell does that mean? I flicked my gaze up to Boone and he was frowning. He looked mad. I'm Penelope Vandervilk. I tapped my finger on my chest. I am expected to maintain a certain level of accomplishment. I mean, it wouldn't look good for my mother or any of the others if I... Both men leaned forward so they were close, a little too close. If you what? If I did what I wanted, I admitted. What do you want to do? Join the circus? I smiled, the idea ridiculous, yet it would be so much fun to tell my mother that. Of course not. Did you want to study about oil and gas? I shook my head. I couldn't believe the way they were digging deep, getting past all the fake smiles and stories I had in place for, well, everyone. I'd learned from the expert on how to converse without really saying anything important. But Boone and Jameson? I couldn't give false answers. If they could read me so well, could see me so well, they'd see my lies too. I didn't want to be fake with them. Didn't want to have lies between us. I wanted them to know the truth, the real me. You spent years studying a major you didn't want, Jameson said. And you're planning to continue on? Get your PhD just so what? Your mother can keep up appearances? I fiddled with my coffee cup and Jameson took it from me, put his hand on top of mine. I glanced at it. So big. Mine was lost beneath. Hard tabletop against my palm. A warm yet calloused hand gently offering reassurance above. I didn't have a choice, I admitted. Why not? I licked my lips, met Jameson's eyes. Because they would have cut me off. Boone leaned back in the booth, laughed and slowly shook his head. You don't need their money, sweetheart. The term of endearment was laced with sarcasm and immediately put me on edge. There wasn't any warmth to it like when they called me kitten. With your degree, you should do just fine on your own. Like you said, you've had job offers. You won't starve, although you might not get the jag right away. I jerked my hand out from under Jameson's and slid across the booth, stood. I suddenly felt cold and very alone. We're done here. Chapter 5. Penny. Jameson's arm hooked about my waist before I took a step, pulled me back so I was tucked into his side. With him sitting, his eyes were right in line with my breasts. His arm was strong, yet his hold was relaxed. Easy, kitten. Tell us what's got your claws out. I narrowed my eyes at Boone, angry that he jumped to assumptions, especially since he was just like all the others, thinking I was spoiled, coddled, given everything I could ever want. How little they knew. Yes, my family is rich, I told them, my voice tart, but I kept it low. Not that the guy behind the counter cared if I shouted or not. With a number of customers coming in and out, any kind of outburst would probably be excitement for him. It paid for 7 years of boarding school, Ivy League college. I didn't ask for any of it. I don't care about the money. If I don't do what's expected, they'll cut me off, entirely. Jameson stood, spun his chair about, sat back down and pulled me onto his lap between one heartbeat and the next. His tug had been gentle, yet he'd moved me so easily, reminding me of the differences in our size, our strengths. He maneuvered me right where he wanted me, and that was tucked in close. My hands went to his shoulders for balance at the surprise shift, although his arm was still banded about my waist. I couldn't miss the hard expanse of his thighs beneath me, the heat of his body or his clean scent. Not cologne, something subtler, like soap and rugged man. Jameson! I cried, trying to get up, to at least shimmy my jean skirt back down a little, but he only tightened his hold, securing me in place. I felt tiny in his lap, my head tucked beneath his chin, my feet nowhere near the linoleum floor. Boone reached out, tipped up my chin, his dark eyes meeting mine, pinning me in place. The heated stare made me forget all about being in Jameson's lap. I didn't mean to hurt you with my words, but sometimes pulling out a splinter requires a little pain. You mean they'd cut you off from the family? I nodded. Admitting it was painful, and the truth had been festering. It wasn't as if I ever really had their love to begin with, but I'd hoped, always hoped, that I'd get some scraps of affection from them, even from 7 states away at boarding school or another country doing my thesis. That's why. I cleared my throat, forcing the tears away. I had no idea why it always upset me. Perhaps because while my family wasn't anything like the one I wanted, one where there was no question as to the love that was shared, the laughter, the connection, it was the only one I had. That's why the inheritance from Aiden Steele, from my father, was perfect timing. I'd finished my master's and am not eager to continue to get my doctorate. I learned the truth, confronted my mother. She couldn't deny it, not with the legal documents Riley sent. Even my sister, the lawyer, was impressed. I always wondered why I wasn't like them. So focused, driven to be the best. To get a master's by 22 in that specialized field is driven, Jameson pointed out. I'm also indifferent, which is a waste. I could handle the study load, but I didn't really care about it. I didn't feel passionate about what I was doing. And that's why I just never fit in. Why my mother was always cool toward me. Why the others never liked me. Now I have the answer. I was never really part of the family. I'm surprised you didn't know. I shook my head and Boone dropped his hand. My mother is a politician. You think having a baby out of wedlock, even years before she took office, is good for her image? My mother and stepfather, aren't the close, loving couple. They don't even live in the same state most of the year. I have no idea why they married. Well, I know why my mother married him. She was pregnant with me. She wasn't in politics then, but still she had the mindset. Of course, her affair, fling, whatever it was with Aiden Steele was a secret. Still is. At least until now. Until he died and made me heir. That's why I'm in Montana on vacation. Boone's gaze narrowed as I spoke and saw the tension building in him. Vacation. Mm-hmm. A quiet place where I can get my dissertation online pulled together from my advisor and the review board. That's what we agreed on. That I'd take this time to figure out the inheritance without giving away the truth. And get the outline done, of course. What are you really going to do? Boone asked, cocking his head to the side. I studied the way his white t-shirt stretched so perfectly over his broad shoulders, the muscles beneath so well defined. I itched to reach out, run my fingertips over them, feel their power. Instead, I shrugged. It's a relief, actually, I said, not answering his question. To know the truth, to finally understand. Now I can go after what I want. I flicked my gaze up to Boone's. The only thing I've ever wanted. What's that? Jameson asked, his turn to prod. His hand slid up and down my back, slow and gentle. It was warm, a soft caress, soothing. It seemed he was very good at lulling the words from me. A family of my own. I know I'm young, too young to think this way, but that's what I want. I didn't hesitate this time, didn't falter because this was what I dreamed of for so long, for as long as I could remember. Lying in bed at night at boarding school wishing I had a family that wanted me around. I wanted my own home, the scent of cooking coming from the kitchen. A husband who would see only me, only want me, share a bed, love, to give me the herd of children I wanted who would make a huge mess of the house and bring chaos and insanity. Stained carpet, dirty dishes in the sink, muddy shoes in the wood floors, everything that had been forbidden for me growing up. But no guy I'd ever met wanted to hear about getting serious right away. Date for a while, maybe move in together for a few years, possibly. But they were all thinking short-term, really short-term, like one night. That's why I never told anyone the truth, never really dated, why I was still a virgin. I didn't want to rule the world. I wanted to be Susie Homemaker. I wanted babies. I wanted a family, a house, a dog, all of it. Aiden Steele had given me the opportunity to get it. A nest egg, a very large one, a house and the chance to be me, the real me. I'd lose my family, but I just discovered they really hadn't been my family. And that was pure relief. If they shut me out, then I knew now it was because I hadn't belonged anyway. I couldn't be kicked out of a family where I'd never actually belonged. The trouble behind my dream was finding the man, a man who'd want a relationship. I wasn't the kind of woman who would settle for less. I didn't do casual. Patrick and Seamus were way too young. They'd want the sex, absolutely, to punch my V card, but not the results. Orgasms, yes. Long-term, no. And as for Jameson and Boone, I was attracted to them, wanted them. I told them the truth. They knew it now. Knew of the relationship bombshell, and I knew they'd bolt. I bit my lip. No doubt I'd be back at the ranch alone within the hour, neither man to be seen again. I never wanted a one-night stand. I'd had opportunities, but I'd turned every one of them down. I wanted it all, and if these two didn't want to give it to me, then I wasn't any worse off than before. I'd survive. I barely knew them. I could become better acquainted with my vibrator and be patient for the right guy to come along. I wasn't going to compromise. I'd done so my whole life with the Vandervilks. I'd done what they'd wanted, demanded. No longer. My ovaries were running the show now, and they were popping out eggs for Jameson and Boone. Boone growled, then turned sideways so we sat facing out of the booth. He crooked his finger and Jameson nudged me off his lap so I stood between Boone's parted knees. Seated as he was, I was taller than him, and it seemed strange to look down at one so big. I frowned, confused at what he wanted. Should I call a cab? I asked, not sure if they even had any out here. Cab? He asked. Boone snared me with his gaze and I felt Jameson at my side. They were close, closer than two men should be. I nodded. Don't worry, I wasn't going to trap you or anything. You just pulled the truth out of me. I don't mean anything by it, didn't mean you specifically. I'll find the right man eventually. Boone's big hand cut my jaw, and I was thinking about the feel of the calluses on his palm when his lips met mine. I gasped at the soft feel. The brushing of his mouth was remarkably gentle, as if sampling, learning. He took that opportunity, and his tongue delved and found mine. I gasped again at the pulse of heat I felt at the bold caress. The wet heat was shocking, exhilarating. I'd been kissed before. I might have been a virgin, but I spent my teens in boarding school and college. I'd just been a little too young to do more than that. I settled my hands on Boone's shoulders, felt the play of his muscles as he kept kissing me, using his palm to angle my head as he wanted. His fingers tangled into my hair, and I felt his own need in that and in the intensity of the kiss. I was warm all over, languid. My nipples hardened against the cotton of my bra, and if Boone ever lifted his head, he'd see the evidence of my response. What he wouldn't be able to see was that my panties were ruined. Boone pulled back, and I realized I'd closed my eyes. I blinked them open. "What was that for?" I asked, my voice breathless, quiet. Boone's pupils were almost black now, his gaze focused squarely on my lips. His were wet, reddened. He was affected too. "I've been wanting to do that since the second I laid eyes on you. Fuck, you taste good," he said as an afterthought, more to himself, as he licked his lips. "I thought you didn't even like me," I countered, confused, or my brain was mush from this kiss, or both. "Why would you think that?" His breath fanned over the line of my jaw as he kissed, nibbled and licked his way to my ear. I tilted my head to give him better access, the slide of his teeth making goosebumps rise on my bare arms. "Besides your bold questioning, because the other day you said, 'Nice to meet you,' and walked away." He grunted, nipped my earlobe. "That's because the fucker beside you wasn't ready to claim you yet." When had Jameson put a hand on my back? It had to be his because Boone's were tangled in my hair and on my hip. The perk of being with two men. Extra hands. "Penelope," Jameson began. "Penny," I countered, trying to catch my breath still, and my wits. Boone was making me very, very distracted. Or it was the pheromones pumping from him? Or the taste of him on my lips? Only my family calls me Penelope. "Penny's good, but I like Kitten better," Jameson replied. Boone pulled his fingers from my hair so I could turn my head and look at Jameson. "I thought we were too old for you," Jameson admitted. My aroused gaze roved over his face, took in the little wrinkles around his eyes, the creases in his cheeks. He was 38, not 60. I didn't see old. I saw wise, experienced, rugged, hot, appealing. I stared at his mouth, just as kissable as Boone. I wanted to know what he tasted like, too. "And now?" I asked, nervous. If he didn't want me, that was fine. I'd had crushes before. It was survivable. Or Boone wanted me and Jameson didn't. Boone was a few years younger, or so I thought. But I didn't want just Boone. Somehow, for some strange, insane reason, I wanted both of them, and without Jameson, something would feel missing. I watched as the fist on his thigh unclenched. "And now I don't give a shit. Now that we know what you want, that we want the same exact thing, we can give it to you." He stood and I angled my head up to keep my eyes on his. He held out his hand. "Time to go. It's my turn to kiss you, and I don't want an audience." Chapter 6. Jameson. "I want a family of my own." Kitten's words. Oh yes, she was Kitten now. Made me instantly hard. No, I'd been hard for 3 fucking days. It made my dick throb against my thigh and my balls ache. The thought of getting between those creamy thighs and filling her with my cum had me ready to come like an overeager teenager. She wanted exactly what I wanted. A family, a spouse, a baby. No, lots of babies. I wanted them with her, but that was why I'd stayed away. Because what 22-year-old wanted to be tied down? To have a baby? Turned out Penelope Vandervilk, my kitten. When I was 22, it was the last thing on my mind. I'd finished college and joined the police academy. Boone had yet to finish college and start med school. Neither of us had been in a place to even think about settling down. The fact that Penny wanted exactly what we wanted to give her made it seem like fate. Was it even possible? Could we be so lucky? I understood her need, the desperation to belong, to be loved. The shit she'd said about her family made me want to punch more than just a handsy asshole. Who the fuck sent their kid to boarding school for 7 years? A parent who didn't want that kid around. No wonder she wanted to make a family of her own. Hers had been shit. She wanted one who would love her unconditionally. Wanted a husband and kids she could love in ways she never received. Tonight we'd show her how it could be with us. How we'd get her between us and cherish her with every touch of our hands, every deep thrust of our cocks. She'd come so many times she'd forget everything but our names. In the back seat of Boone's truck, she was in my arms and my mouth was on hers. I'd waited until he started to drive before I pulled her close as the seatbelts would allow, and tasted her for myself. Watching Boone kiss her had been hot as fuck, but I'd wanted my turn. I had it now. Boone drove while I learned the curves of her lips, the feel of her tongue as it tangled with mine, the way her breath caught when I nipped at the plump bottom lip, heard her moan when I licked the delicate swirl of her ear. "Where are we going?" she breathed, her chin tilted up as I licked a line down her neck. It was a cool night, but inside the truck, things were hot and heavy. "We're going to Boone's. His bed's the closest." I breathed. I couldn't lift my lips from her skin, had to feel the silky heat of it, taste the sweetness, breathe it in. "You're going to take our cocks for a wild ride." "Oh," she said, more as a surprise as my hand cupped her breast than in response to my words. She was a lush handful, the nipple hard as my thumb brushed over it through her shirt and bra. Her body shifted against me. Damn, she was responsive. Hot. Passionate, and we still had our clothes on. I could only imagine what she'd be like once I got inside her. We were like teenagers making out in the back of a car, although this time, sinking inside her was a given, and I was old enough to want a soft mattress. Fuck, this wasn't a slow burn. It was scorching hot, had been from the very first, and there was no way she could miss the thick feel of my dick. Nothing was going to hide it. It had yet to go down. After being in a state like this for 3 days, I had to wonder if it ever would again with Kitten nearby. Hell, I just had to think about her and I was hard. "Did you think he was talking about horseback riding, Kitten?" Boone asked from the front seat. I turned my head slightly, caught his eye in the rearview mirror, although his dropped to my hand on her tit. I recognized the look. He wanted her, wanted this. Every time she breathed, she filled my palm. "I've never ridden before," she said. I smiled against her ear, kissed it. I loved that we made her thoughts scatter to say something so odd. "Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll go to the ranch and you'll get a nice gentle mare." I moved back to her mouth, devoured it. "That's not what I'm talking about." She gasped each word between kisses. The truck veered to the shoulder and Boone slammed on the brakes, both Kitten and I jerking against our seatbelts. He shifted to look back at us. "What the fuck, Boone?" I asked, glancing at Kitten to make sure she was okay. He ignored me, his eyes roving over her from her swollen wet lips to where my hand was cupping her breast, to the expansive thigh exposed. "That's not what she's saying." Maybe it was because I just had my tongue in her mouth, or maybe it was because I did have a glorious handful of her killer curves, but my brain wasn't working as well as it should. Pulling back, I looked into Kitten's glazed eyes. It was dark, but I could see by the green lighting from the dashboard that she was half gone with her need. "Is it?" Boone asked. She shook her head, her tongue flicking out to lick her bottom lip. The scent of strawberries swirled around me. Shampoo? Her mouth was that sweet, and I knew her pussy would be as well. Warm and sticky, too. "She doesn't give a shit about a horse," Boone said. "She's never ridden a man before, a nice big hard dick. That pussy's untried." I dropped my hand in stunned surprise and she whimpered. "You're a virgin?" I watched her swallow, nod. "Yes." I closed my eyes, blocked the gorgeous sight of her out. I was too close to coming as it was, knowing we were the ones to take her cherry. To stretch out that virgin pussy to make it fit just our cocks made my cock throb. I groaned. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it was a bad thing," she whispered. "Maybe this is happening too fast." Fuck no, Boone said with his usual tact. We'll just have to go about this a little different. We'll take you tonight, but we'll have to go gentle, slow. Even though I'm a doctor, I'm pretty sure a woman needs an easy time of it after getting her cherry popped. I opened my eyes, looked at my friend, gritted my teeth and nodded. Yeah, we were going to do this different. Slow, even if it fucking killed me.
Penny. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, I said, my steps slowing as Jameson held my hand and led me into the house. Boone had parked his huge pickup truck in a 3-car garage. While it was the only vehicle in the large space, he also had a 3-wheeler ATV, a dirt bike, and a pop-up camper. All were spotless, not a fleck of mud or wilderness on them, as was the rest of the garage. It seemed Boone, the neatnik, liked the outdoors in his off time. Boone pushed the button to close the overhead garage door, then turned. We're not like that asshole at the bar. We won't make you do anything you don't want. We're not going anywhere. We've got forever to get to know each other.
That's just it, I countered, tugging my hand from Jameson's hold and crossing my arms. Not to be defiant, but to keep from reaching out again. I liked touching them. I liked the feel of Jameson's hand in mine and on my breast, and I wanted it other places. I barely trusted myself around them because they made me feel things I never had before. I'd been into a guy, hot for him, or so I thought. That had been a tepid bath in comparison. My skin was sensitive, my nipples were hard and ached to be touched. My pussy. God, the inner walls of my pussy clenched in eager anticipation of their big cocks. For the first time ever, I wanted it. No, needed it, as if my survival were dependent upon it. Yeah, we had to talk first because I was about to jump them, climb them like a tree and hope they gave me wild monkey sex.
Let's take this inside,
Boone said, opening the interior door, waiting for me to precede him into the house. He put a hand on my waist to guide me in the dark and flicked on lights to a great room. A stone fireplace rose 2 stories beside a wall of windows. I could only imagine what the view was beyond. Now all I could see was inky blackness. With the soft lamps lit on either side of a large sectional sofa, I envisioned curling up here on a cold winter's night by a roaring fire and reading. The space was masculine. Dark wood floors and trim, crisp white walls. An open kitchen was connected. Knotty pine cabinets, thick granite, and plenty of stainless steel appliances. Either he didn't cook or he cleaned up after himself because everything sparkled. The house was well and simply decorated. It's not the sex, I said, glancing between them. Jameson leaned against the wall, observing, as if he didn't want to get any closer to me, as if he needed a dozen feet to restrain himself. I couldn't miss the thick outline of his cock. It didn't tent his jeans like I'd seen in movies that spoofed the male condition. No, it was like a thick pipe down the inside of his thigh. That was going to fit inside me? My pussy throbbed with eagerness to find out. Boone dropped onto the couch and held out his hand to indicate I should sit too. I lowered myself a little more daintily, made sure my jean skirt didn't ride up. I was all flustered and horny from their kisses, from Jameson's bold touches in the truck. They couldn't miss the way my nipples poked against my shirt, even through my bra. There was nothing I could do about my traitorous body. It knew what it wanted. Them. I was considered very smart, but perhaps in this I was being an idiot. Women everywhere would kill for a chance to be with 2 gorgeous cowboys. Cowboys who'd kiss the daylights out of me, and I was talking. It just proved they were gentlemen. At least for now, I had a feeling once we were all naked, they'd behave anything but. And that was what my pussy was hoping. Boone only arched one dark brow, so I licked my lips again and continued. You're all ready to say forever with me. We've just met. It's too soon. Too fast. Jameson pushed off the wall, came around to sit on the large wooden coffee table before me. He put his hands on my knees but did nothing more. His skin was warm, and the simple touch shot little currents of pleasure everywhere.
Do you just want a wild night of fucking? Is that what you need?
His tone was as rough as the words. I shook my head, my hair sliding over my shoulder. I tucked it back behind my ears. No, If I did, I could have slept with Patrick or the others, or any guy at college. I tacked the last on because I saw the way their gazes narrowed. Their jaws clenched at the mention of Patrick touching me. "Then you want us to fuck you?" Boone asked. I blushed. I could feel the heat in my cheeks. Just the thought of doing more with them than kissing, or them kissing me in other places, made me shift in the uncomfortable seat. "Yes." "So you want a one-night stand with us specifically?" he added. I shook my head. "Yes. I mean, no." I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, confused, flustered. "What do you want?" Jameson asked, his thumbs moving in circles on the insides of my knees, parting them slightly. It was mesmerizing, soothing, completely distracting. My eyes fell closed and I just felt. I want more than that. More than sex. "But you barely know us. We've just met," he countered. His voice was low, even, soothing. "It doesn't matter," I replied, my eyes opening to meet his gray gaze. I felt the insane pull between us, the electrical charge in the air, the need. I can't explain it, but I just know that I want you, that I want it all. Neither said anything, instead grinned broadly, blinded me with their good looks. I thought they'd be panty-dropping with their brooding gazes, but this... I had no defenses strong enough for wicked smiles. "Well?" I asked, frowning, waiting. "Think, kitten," Jameson prodded. "Use that gorgeous brain of yours." I thought about everything we just said and realized they talked me in a full circle. My whole concern was that they'd been interested in me too quickly, when I had fallen for them just as fast. They'd gotten me to admit as much. I wanted them just as voraciously as they wanted me, even if we'd just met. Time didn't matter, just like Jameson's concern about age difference. It didn't change a thing. Nothing mattered but being with them. "Oh." I was an idiot. "Oh," Boone replied, sliding across the couch to get closer, to use his fingers to brush my hair back over my shoulder, lean in and kiss my neck. I whimpered. The need that had been simmering instantly flared back to life. "So my talk of wanting a family didn't scare you off? I don't do casual, I'm not wired that way," I whispered, tilting my head to the side. I felt Boone's lips turn up in a smile against my neck, just before he flicked his tongue out and licked a spot I had no idea was so sensitive. "We're here, aren't we?" Jameson asked, his hand sliding up the insides of my thighs. His fingers were a few inches shy of my panties. "Do you want both of us? 2 men. Not just one night. Not for a wild ride. For more," Boone said. I nodded and Boone's hand cupped the back of my head, turned me so he could kiss me. There was no gentleness now. His mouth opened over mine, his tongue demanding immediate entrance. I couldn't deny him. I didn't want to. "Say it, kitten," Jameson said, pulling his hands away. "Because we won't fuck you and take your virginity unless you do. This is so much more than one night." I opened my eyes, looked at him, squirmed as Boone nibbled at the base of my neck. His cheeks were flushed, his lips clamped into a thin line. He was tightly leashed, and I knew all that need, that dominance he was holding back, was just for me. God, this is crazy, but yes, I want you both. For more than one night. For everything. I did. I wanted it all. The hope these two instilled in me, along with the lust, was heady. I should run the other way. Men only wanted in your pants for a night, that was all. I knew guys would say anything to get sex, promise things and yank them away the following morning, to walk away. But I knew deep down Jameson and Boone weren't like that. Technically I was Jameson's boss, Katie too. He'd be giving up a lot for an easy lay. There had been so many sexy, eager women at the Silky Spur who'd be satisfied by a quick romp and nothing more. Barlow was a small town. If it turned out Boone just wanted a fling, he wouldn't be able to hide from me. I was confident he had no intention of moving away, not being a local doctor. They wanted this as much as me. They felt the connection. "Then it's time to break in that pussy, kitten." Jameson put his hands back on my knees, slid them up the insides of my thighs once again, parting my legs wider than before. Are you wet for us? Chapter 7. Penny. And those words ruined my panties and made me realize I'd analyze whatever it was between us later. Much, much later. The feel of Boone's attentions on my neck and the placement of Jameson's fingers had my mind going blank. I could only feel. Are you nervous? Boone asked. I blinked my eyes open once again, turned my head. He was still beside me, but several inches separated us now. I frowned. No. Have you been kissed before? Yes. Has a man ever touched you like this? Jameson asked, his fingers creeping a little closer to my pussy, and I squeezed my legs together. He pulled them away entirely, misinterpreting my action as disinterest, when in fact I'd wanted to pin his hands in place. No, I said. I stood up, forcing Jameson to slide back on the coffee table to make room for me. I took a deep breath, let it out, practically stomped my boot on the floor. You guys were all hot for me before you found out I'm a virgin. Now it's like you think I'm going to break or burst into tears or something. The only difference between us is that you've done this before. You've got experience. I'm not any less eager, and if you saw the state of my panties, you'd know that. I'm not going to break. Kitten does have claws, Boone said, the corner of his mouth tipped up. All right. One last question. I quirked a brow, waited. If you've never had a man touch you, then have you ever made yourself come? I felt my cheeks heat, but I knew I couldn't go all virgin-like on them now. No, I wanted them. Wanted this. Yes. Jameson's hand dropped to the thick length in his pants and he shifted on the coffee table. He couldn't be comfortable. Show us, Boone said. I looked between them and they only watched me, waited. If I was going to do this, I needed to pull up my big girl panties and get to it, although I doubted those panties would be on for very long. Inwardly, I smiled and sat back down on the couch, leaned back and parted my thighs. This was just like in my bed in the dark. Alone. Yeah, not at all. The lights were on and I had two virile men watching the path of my hand as I slid it down my belly and over my jeans skirt. Their deep breathing were the only sounds in the room. Their gazes heated me in ways a roaring fire in the cold fireplace never could. Parting my legs slightly, the skirt rode up a little. Jameson patted his knees. Put your feet here. I lifted one, put it on his right knee. He took hold of the boot, tugged it off, dropped it to the floor with a thud, slid the cream-colored knee-high socks off, let it fall. I lifted the other foot and he did the same, then placed both of my bare feet on his knees. Slowly, he widened his legs, which made my feet go further and further apart, and my skirt rode up so it was around my hips. A very intentional action that was sexy and tawdry, and I loved it. I bit my lip to stifle a whimper and watched them watch me. My panties specifically, as if they were the hottest thing they'd ever seen. You are wet, Jameson said, his eyes focused squarely between my legs. The dark stubble on his jaw caught the light and I couldn't miss the hints of red. So wet the laces clinging to your pussy. Take them off, Boone uttered. I had to wonder if that was his command voice used in the ER when needed. The dark tone was delicious and hit some hot buttons I didn't even know I had. Some would say I had a submissive nature since I hooked my thumbs into the sides of my panties and did exactly what he said. I lifted my hips and worked them down to my knees, Jameson claiming them there and working them off the rest of the way. Instead of dropping them to the floor like my boots and socks, he tucked the tiny thong into his shirt pocket. I bit my lip as they continued to stare, this time at my bare pussy. No man had seen it before and I felt exposed and nervous. Was mine normal? Appealing? You are so beautiful, Boone said. His eyes narrowed in what I would have assumed to be anger, but he was just aroused, impressively so. His jaw clenched at it seemed he had to concentrate to relax.
Everywhere.
Touch that gorgeous pussy, Jameson added. From their heated gazes I felt pretty, felt desired. That I held some kind of power over them was exhilarating. I placed my hands over my folds, discovered myself wetter than I'd ever been before. I moved my fingertips directly to my clit, which was hard and almost throbbing. My eyes fell closed at the feel of it, and knowing they were watching me felt wicked. I gasped and my eyes flew open when I was touched, just below my fingers. Boone had leaned in and had one finger on me. With his other hand he lifted mine away, brought it to his mouth and licked my fingertips clean. The feel of his tongue swirling over them like an ice cream cone. Knowing he was tasting my arousal had my mouth fall open in surprise. It was so carnal, especially the way his gaze bored into mine, as if he planned to devour every inch of me and was starting with my fingers.
Sweet,
he murmured. Jameson growled as he hooked behind my knees and dropped to the floor between my thighs.
I want a taste.
I didn't even have a chance to think about more than the feel of my calves over his shoulders when he put his mouth on me. There. Oh, God! I cried out, my hips bucking of their own volition. His mouth slid over me, top to bottom and back, lapping up my wetness, learning every inch of me. At first it was with the flat of his tongue. Then he firmed it, flicked it over and around the sensitive left side of my clit. I felt the rasp of his beard on the inside of my thighs, adding another sensation to the onslaught. He pulled back, licked his lips.
So fucking sweet. Sticky like honey.
With one hand on the back of my thigh, holding me nice and wide for him, his other finger slid over me, circled my entrance.
Any guy ever touch you here?
I saw his fingers circle around my pink flesh, could hear the sound of just how wet I was from the small motion. It was so carnal, the sight. His blunt finger there. I didn't wax like some women I knew. I shaved, kept things tidy and trimmed, but had never considered what a man might like. No. When I shook my head, my hair slid over the soft cushion. I was close to coming just from the teasing licks he'd given me. It wasn't enough. I needed more. Reaching up, I stroked my hand through his short hair, tugged him closer.
Good.
He circled my opening one more time, then dipped in. His eyes narrowed and I heard him groan, a deep rumbling from his chest.
Watch how you take my finger. That's it. So fucking tight. Greedy, too. That's right, grab hold and pull me in. Imagine how it's going to be with a nice big dick.
He kept talking to me, saying dirty things as he gently finger-fucked me. My hips began to move as if my body somehow knew how to get him to go faster, deeper, just right. Boone put a forearm on the back of the couch above me, leaned forward and put his hand on my lower belly. The denim in my shirt blocked skin-to-skin touch, at least until he slid down and his thumb zeroed in on my clit. Now both of them were touching me, working my pussy in tandem. Both were watching me closely, studying my responses to their actions, and seemed to adjust to their small movements accordingly. I couldn't remain still, my hips lifting and curling as I got closer and closer to coming. I knew what I wanted, an orgasm, and Jameson and Boone were going to give me one. A big, explosive, mind-blowing, insane orgasm that was going to ruin me from my own hand, my vibrator, and any other man. I bit my lip.
We want to hear you, kitten,
Jameson said, sliding his finger out, and I whimpered, but he added a second, carefully working both of them in. I was so tight and his finger stretched me open. I knew he was doing it in preparation for what came next. Their cocks. Yes! I cried when he curled those fingers just right, and my hips flew up off the couch. It was as if I had some kind of hot button inside me that set off my orgasm. With Boone's thumb, the combination was just bliss. My head pressed into the couch cushion. I tensed, my thighs pressing into Jameson's shoulders. I wasn't quiet as the most incredible orgasm rocked me, and rocked me, and rocked me. Neither let up and it went on and on. Eventually I caught my breath. slumped into the couch, sweaty, replete, and I couldn't help the smile that formed on my lips. That was what I'd been missing.
So beautiful,
Boone murmured. I opened my eyes and caught them both licking their fingers clean. They sure liked to taste me.
Now we've got you all soft and relaxed for our dicks.
Jameson lowered my legs from his shoulders and settled back onto the coffee table again. He helped me to stand directly before him, my skirt still hitched above my waist.
Ready for more?
He asked, his heated gaze looking me over. I was sure I looked like a disheveled, well-pleasured mess. My hair was probably snarled, my cheeks flushed, and I was boldly bare from the waist down. And I didn't care. "Oh, yes," I replied, the smile not slipping from my face. I had a feeling it was going to be there for a while. Jameson grinned and his fingers went to the button on my skirt, worked the denim down off my hips. I was impatient, eager for more. That orgasm was addictive, like a hit of some powerful drug. I knew all the scientific terms behind why I felt so good. But who cared? Not me. All I knew was that I wanted another Boone and Jameson-induced orgasm. Now. I undid the buttons on my blouse with steady fingers, shrugging it off, then reached behind me, unhooked my bra and dropped it to the floor as well. I was before them naked, exposed, vulnerable, yet very horny. By the way they looked at me, the way their hands came up and gently brushed over my bare skin had me feeling pretty too.
"Look at you,"
Boone said, his knuckles stroking down over my hip, the full curve of my bottom. He was so big, so brawny, and yet I felt cherished, not vulnerable as I had with the asshole at the bar.
"So fucking beautiful."
And I didn't feel like an easy lay. I may have only known them an obscenely short time, and now I was naked before them, and well sated by an orgasm they'd easily wrung from my body. What we were doing felt special, important. "I'm short."
"A tiny, gorgeous package,"
Jameson countered. "Curvy."
"Fucking perfect,"
Boone added. He turned me to him, cupped my breasts. "They're big." I was expressing every one of my hang-ups. My double Ds were disproportionately large for my height. Running wasn't something I did without 2 sports bras, and only if being chased by an axe murderer. His thumb slid back and forth over my nipples, watching as they hardened into hard points. The action felt so good, as if there was a direct link between what he was doing and my clit. He looked at me almost reverently.
"I'm a breast man, kitten."
Jameson gave me a swat on the butt and I startled, pressing myself into Boone's hands.
"And I'm an ass man,"
Jameson commented as he stroked over the heated skin.
"Like that, did you?"
I didn't respond because I realized I had. While the slight spank had been a surprise, the sting morphed into heat, and I felt myself get wetter, if that were even possible. He gave me another little spank, prompting me into a response. "Yes," I gasped. "I'm big other places too," I admitted, and for once I was thankful my pale skin was already flushed. I bit my lip, realizing maybe this flaw wasn't something I should point out. Jameson quirked a brow. I lowered my hand between my thighs, felt how swollen I was, how wet, how sensitive. "Here, my lips here are large." Boone huffed out a breath.
"More of you to wrap around our dicks."
When I didn't respond, he went on.
"I'm a doctor, and that's my expert opinion."
I couldn't help but smile, felt my irrational issues slip away.
"I like that I can see your clit from here, all pink and hard for us," Jameson added. "As for big, I just had an up-close and personal look at your pussy. Tasted it even, kitten, and it's nothing less than perfect."
They didn't seem bothered by any of my hang-ups. Well, they were bothered, but everything I considered personal flaws was appealing to them.
"Oh, kitten, what we're going to do to you,"
Boone said before tossing me over his shoulder and carrying me up the stairs and dropping me onto a soft bed.
"That orgasm was just a warm-up. Before we're done with you, you won't even remember your name."
They stood at the foot of the bed, eyeing me with narrowed, heated gazes. I couldn't miss the thick outlines of their erections in their jeans. They'd been focused solely on me, keeping their needs in check. I liked them this way, but had to imagine what they would be like when their needs were set free. I didn't want them to be careful with me. Jameson's spanks had been playful, their touches gentle. It was a side of them I liked, but I wanted more. I wanted the wild, the rugged, the dark. Promises, promises, I replied coyly, planting my feet on the bed and spreading my knees wide. Their hands dropped to their jeans, working them off their narrow hips just enough so that their cocks sprang free. Oh shit. Now I knew why Jameson's cock looked like a steel beam down his thigh, and Boone wasn't any smaller. Thick and long, the flesh of their dicks was darker, redder than the rest of them. A thick vein ran up the underside of Jameson's cock, and Boone's was crowned with a wide head, a pearly drop of fluid sliding down. Both bobbed upward toward their bellies. My pussy clenched at the thought of being opened up by such massive cocks. Jameson's finger felt good, but those clubs. My legs had started to come together as I was beginning to second-guess my taunt when they pounced. Chapter 8. Boone. I was a doctor. I'd seen females naked before. I wasn't a monk, either. I'd fucked my way through my 20s, had been much more selective in my 30s. But no one compared to Penny. Holy fucking shit. She was sweet, smart, a little sassy, bold, passionate, and when she parted those silky soft thighs. She also had a very naughty streak, and she topped it with the cherry. Fuck, my balls were primed to come. I could feel the need at the base of my spine, the tingle, the pressure to just sink into her and explode, and I'd only felt her up, nothing more. When I was 16, I'd gotten my hands on my first pair of tits, and I'd done just that, making a mess of my pants and a fool of myself. I had more control now, I hoped. If she wanted to get dirty, we'd give it to her. But this first time, we'd take her the way she deserved. She was giving us a fucking gift. I started shucking my clothes, towing off my boots as I undid the buttons on my shirt. 5 seconds were wasted on getting naked, but I kept my eyes on Kitten the whole time, taking in every inch of her spread out on my bed. She was just where I dreamed, hoped, since the first second I saw her. Her pale hair fanned out beneath her, the wide-eyed, eager gaze as she watched us strip, the perfect swells of her breasts, topped with pink pale nipples already hard, the soft curve of her belly, wide hips, toned legs, and between them, the most perfect pussy I'd ever seen. She was a natural blonde, and the pale hair couldn't hide her pink lips, all swollen and wet. Jameson had had a taste of her. I licked my lips, ready for my turn. We need to make sure you're ready, all nice and relaxed. Your pussy all slick and soft for our big dicks. I told her, seeing Jameson nod as he worked off his shirt at a much slower pace. She shifted on the bed, her feet sliding on the sheets. I'm ready, really. Slowly I shook my head. Not yet. I reached forward, grabbed both her ankles, and pulled her to the very edge of the bed. She squeaked in surprise, then came up on her elbows so she could look at me. I fell to my knees on the soft carpet, put my hands on the silkiest fucking inner thighs I'd ever felt, held her open as I put my mouth on her. Took a deep breath, breathed her in. Felt her hot, sweet honey coat my tongue, my lips, even my whiskers. I groaned. She moaned. Gripped handfuls of the sheets. She tastes so fucking good, doesn't she? Jameson asked. The sound of his boots hitting the floor one after the other followed, but I didn't answer, too busy sucking on her plump folds, flicking over her clit with my tongue. All that did was have her hands move to my hair and tug. Her eyes fell closed and she flopped back on the bed. I'm ready, she repeated again and again as I got her closer to the brink. I had no intention of pushing her over. I knew I could, but that was the perk of being older and more skilled. I'd take her right to the edge and leave her there so when Jameson filled her up for the first time, she'd come instead of hurting. I was careful with her, flicking at her little bud with precision as I slipped one finger into her, trying to let her get used to something inside her. She was so fucking wet that I added a second finger, scissored them to stretch her untried tissues, and she quivered and clenched around me tight. So fucking tight. "Please, Boone. Please fuck me." I growled then, licked her from ass to clit one last time, and sat back on my heels. Pre-cum slid in a steady stream down my shaft, coating my balls. Looking up, I saw the way Kitten was lost, completely given over to her need, to what I'd wrung from her body. I nodded to Jameson as I stood, moved to the head of the bed, and settled into the pile of pillows as Jameson scooped Kitten up, laid her against me so she was leaning back against my chest. Reaching around, I cupped her breasts, kissed the side of her neck and up to her ear. I shifted, hooked my heels on the inside of her calves, spread our legs wide as Jameson moved into position between her parted thighs. He knelt, stroked his hand over her tender flesh. "It's time, Kitten. Do you want Jameson to fill you up? Take that sweet cherry?"
"Please,"
she whimpered. Her nipples were hard points against my palms, her skin dewy with perspiration, her pussy all swollen and eager. I breathed in the scent of her arousal, licked my lips at the lingering taste, felt the sticky honey on the tips of my fingers. "You're ours, Penelope Vandervilk," Jameson said, his voice a dark rumble, his need so great as he lined himself up with her virgin opening. "Ours," I repeated as I watched my friend slide into Kitten and claim her.
"Penny. They were good. Really, really good at this. I was so far gone with my need that while I felt Jameson's dick sliding in, how could I miss something the size of a steel beam stretching me wider and wider? I was too eager for it to be panicked. I wanted Jameson in me, needed it. Somehow I felt empty without one, which was even crazier since I'd never had one in me before. A whimper slipped past my lips as Jameson slid back, pushed forward a fraction of an inch at a time. As he did so, Boone played with my breasts, plucking and tugging on my nipples, nipping along my neck and whispering praise and dark promises in my ear. Only one dick could take my virginity. Maybe Jameson won a twinkhoss. I had no idea. But Boone wasn't just going to sit on the sidelines and watch. No, he was actively involved. I could feel the hard press of his cock at my back, knew he'd have his turn next, but he was in on this whole virginity-taking thing too. "Good girl. Watch, Kitten. Watch as that tight pussy swallows Jameson's dick." Jameson had one hand on the headboard well over Boone's head, the other between my legs, a finger sliding carefully around my entrance, those big lips down there that really did wrap around a dick. My eyes flicked up to Jameson's, his lids lowered, his jaw clenched. Sweat dripped down his temple. He was holding back. I could see the tense lines of his body, felt the careful thrusts, knew that this wasn't normal, what he needed. "More," I told him. Yes, I was giving him my virginity, but both of us were in this. "I want this to be good for you too." Jameson laughed, but it was jagged. "Kitten, if it were any better, I'd probably have an aneurysm." "Then why aren't you moving harder, deeper?" Perhaps his hips moved of their own volition, but he slid in another inch and I felt the stretch, the burn of it, and I hissed. "That's why. You're so tight, so wet. You're like a fist, a fucking vice." He wasn't going to do it. Somehow he was afraid to hurt me. Even with his need being so desperate, he was thinking of me. I told them earlier I wasn't breakable. Sure, that pesky hymen was, but that stupid thing didn't dictate how this went. I did. Well, they did. But in this moment, I could take the control. Could do what Jameson refused, even if it came close to killing him. I lifted my hips in one strong surge, Jameson sliding all the way in. Jameson groaned, his hand moving away and slapping the bed beside my hip. Boone whispered, "Fuck." I cried out at Jameson, filling me completely. They were right. He fit. But my inner walls were rippling, trying to adjust to the invasion. Boone's hands gentled, his words soothing as they let me adjust. "Kitten."
Jameson scolded as he tried to catch his breath. "There, it's done," I breathed. "Now show me how good it can be." I met Jameson's gray eyes as I gave him the challenge. He grinned in return. "Yes, ma'am." He began to move then, deep, slow strokes in and out as he watched me, making sure I was okay. But I liked this pace, the way every single nerve ending inside me came awake. "Oh my God." Jameson grinned even wider. "Just wait." He must have been satisfied by what he felt, what he saw on my face, because he hooked my knees and lifted it up so we had a different angle. My eyes flared wide at the deeper penetration. "Wait until you feel this pussy, Boone. So hot, so wet. She fits like a glove. I'm molding her pussy to fit my dick. Your turn's next." It was as if a lead had snapped and Jameson gave up all pretense of control. He fucked hard, deep. The sound of our flesh slapping together merged with our ragged breathing. "Time to come, kitten," Boone murmured in my ear as he continued to play with my breasts. I had no idea how he could tell just by looking at me, but he was right. With Jameson's precision fucking, Boone's playful hands, the pleasure was coming from everywhere. My ears tingled, my toes curled. My pussy throbbed, pulsed. My clit ached. It all coalesced into this bright, white brilliance, and I came, my body going tense. My breath caught in my throat as it took me under. Neither stopped what they were doing as I came, and came. I caught my breath and cried out, gripped Boone's hard thighs, pressed my head into his shoulder. I felt Jameson grow even larger inside me before he pounded into me. Once, twice, then groaned, the reverberations of it coming from deep in his chest. His butt was taut as he came. I could feel the heat of his cum as he filled me up. My orgasm had lingered, but I knew my pussy was milking him, taking all of that cum deep. Jameson lifted his head. His eyes were this blurred haze. Gone was the tension, the desperate need. Now it showed happiness, male satisfaction. This was the look of a well-fucked male, of a man just finished with the most elemental of tasks, fucking, mating, filling a female with his seed. He sat back on his heels, carefully pulling his cock from me. I saw that it was still hard, still a dark plum color, but now it glistened with our combined fluids. Jameson looked down at himself. "That's hot as fuck," he murmured, then shifted his gaze to my parted thighs. I felt the hot gush of his cum as it slipped from me. His finger gently slid over my sensitive folds. "This too." His eyes raked at my body, met mine. "I took you bare. I assume you're not on anything?" I shook my head. I never gone on the pill because I never intended to sleep around. I knew that when I gave myself to a man, he would be the one. That I wouldn't want anything between us. No latex, nothing. Just skin on skin. I just never imagined the one would be two. "I've never fucked without a condom, kitten. You're the first, the last. You wanted forever." He collected his calm, worked it back inside me, and I whimpered at the feel of it. "There's no going back now." No, there wasn't. I felt his cum. There was so much of it, and I knew it was deep inside me. So deep he could give me the forever I wanted. A baby. A family of my own. "My turn, kitten," Boone said, moving his hands from my breasts to my hips. With ease that proved he was so very strong and I was so very small. He had spun me about with easy motions. I leaned down, kissed him, felt every hard inch of his hot body pressing against mine. The kiss was a wild tangle of our tongues as his hands cut my bottom, held me against him. "Straddle me," he said when he broke the kiss. I bent on my knees, put them on either side of his hips, and he helped me to sit up. His cock was right in front of me, rising straight up. He gripped the base in one hand, stroked it once, twice. A pearly drop of fluid appeared at the tip. Jameson knelt on the side of the bed, took my hand and helped me so I was up on my knees. "That's it. Now take Boone in. He wants some of that perfect pussy, too." I flicked my gaze at Boone, who had more restraint, more patience than anyone I met. But I knew he could only last for so long. I lowered myself, shifting my hips until he nudged me, sliding easily over my folds that were coated now in Jameson's cum. He settled at my entrance. "Take me deep," Boone instructed. "It should be nice and easy this time. No pain and all that come to make it a slippery ride." Gravity helped too. Once the broad crown stretched me open, I lowered onto him in one easy slide. This angle was different, deeper, and I felt him bump the end of me. I leaned forward, placed my hands on his bare shoulders to change the angle, to ease the slight bite of pain. Boone's hands went to my hips and Jameson moved away, watched. "Fuck yes. I love it that we're bare, that I'm taking you raw. The only thing between us is Jameson's cum. Don't worry, I'll get mine in you too. Nice and full." I shivered at his dirty words, the promises in them. "Remember that wild ride we promised? Go for it." Boone lifted me, lowered me back down, let me see what it felt like, what I should do, but I quickly got the hang of it. It wasn't Boone who was fucking me, but the other way around. I was riding him, using his dick for my pleasure, but in this position I could rub my clit, circle my hips so that I was on the brink of coming in a matter of seconds. "Wow, okay, am I supposed to come again?" I asked, as if I weren't supposed to keep enjoying myself. Boone grinned. "You fucking better." I couldn't help but smile at his threat and took him in earnest. I was panting, my eyes closed, hair long down my back as I got lost in the pleasure. "I'm almost there. I can't. I need—" Before I could tell Boone what I needed, he rolled us so he was on top, my head on his pillow as he took over. Taking my ankles, he lifted them to his shoulders, fucked me hard. He leaned forward so I was almost bent in half. One hand slid over my clit, then moved around to my ass, and I tensed, clenched down, came. "Oh my God!" I cried out. The slightest caress of his fingers on my back entrance had somehow pushed me over the edge, and I let go. I couldn't keep quiet, couldn't do anything but give over to it, to whatever Boone wanted to do to me. I didn't care what it was. I was too far gone to be embarrassed, concerned, or modest. When I finally caught my breath, I was a sweaty, wilted mess. Boone was still thick and hard in me when he pulled out. I gasped at the emptiness, but he spun me about once again. He hadn't come and seemed far from done. "Grab the headboard." With unsteady hands, I did as he said. Then he hooked an arm about my waist. I felt the thick prod of him at my entrance just before he slid back into me again. "Oh!" I cried. His hand settled on top of mine, and I felt the soft hairs of his chest tickle my back as he kissed my neck, nipped my ear. "My turn to take you for a wild ride." He did just that, fucking me like a stallion does a mare. Hard, deep, flesh-slapping flesh. Sweaty skin clinging, groans and pants filling the room. I came again at some point, but I was too far gone to do more than whimper, clench his dick. Boone came, finally, with a shout and a deep thrust. His cock embedded in me so deep I wasn't sure where he finished off and I began. Fingers worked mine from the headboard and I was lowered to the soft mattress, Boone's body pressing into me from behind, his dick still deep inside me. I felt the soft stroke of a hand brushing my hair from my sweaty face. "Sleep, kitten. You're going to need it." And so I did, and Boone was right. I did need it, because I woke up to Boone fucking me as we lay like two spoons in a drawer, before carrying me into the shower so Jameson could soap me all up, drop to his knees and clean my pussy with his mouth. Before dawn, Jameson rolled me onto my back and fucked me slow and deep. After that, I remembered nothing but the hot, slick feel of their cum coating my thighs, the tender burn of being so well used, the touch of their bodies as they held me. Chapter 9. Penny. "That's probably Katie and her men," Jameson said when the doorbell rang. "What?" I screeched. We were sprawled on his supersized couch, my head in Boone's lap, my feet over Jameson's thighs. We were watching a series on satellite and had made it as far as the second episode. To say I was tired and a little sore was an understatement, and the fact that I was vegging out in the middle of the day was proof of it. Now? Here? I spun in a circle between the couch and the coffee table, panicking. I had no idea what to do. Boone grunted when I pushed off his belly with my elbow, and Jameson deflected a heel kick to the crotch. They got back this morning from their trip and went out to the ranch. Riley called earlier wondering where you were. I put my hands on my hips, narrowed my eyes. Why didn't you tell me? This was my sister. Well, half-sister, but still. I hadn't even known she'd existed until a few weeks ago, and now she was ringing Boone's doorbell because she wanted to meet me. Oh my God. Because, kitten, Jameson began, cutting into my irrational thoughts, you and Boone were in the shower, and I could hear you coming from the kitchen. I couldn't help but blush, remembering exactly what Boone had done when he dropped to his knees and put my foot up on the built-in shower bench. My pussy clenched at his very thorough attentions at getting me clean, with his mouth. It seemed both men liked playing in the shower. The doorbell rang again. I whipped around to face the direction of the front door. What if she hates me? I took a deep breath, let it out, trying to calm my crazy heart. It was practically beating out of my chest. Or worse, what if she's a total bitch? I whispered the last, worried she might hear me from 2 rooms away and through a thick door. Both men smiled and began to laugh, but when I narrowed my gaze and gave them the look of death, they stifled them. Kitten, Katie is not a bitch, Jameson said, his voice reassuring. You're going to get along great, if you just open the door. What, like this? I asked, holding my arms out to indicate I was wearing only one of Boone's flannel shirts and my knee-high socks. The tails of the shirt hung several inches lower than my jean skirt from the night before, brushing over my knees. I'd rolled up the sleeves 3 times. It was practically a muumuu on me. I don't think she cares what you're wearing. There was pounding on the door, followed by shouting. Boone, open this door! I know my sister is in there. I want to meet her. Right now. My mouth fell open and I froze. That was her voice. My sister. She was pissed. Boone stood and pointed in the direction of the banging. Don't mess with that one. She taught 3rd grade, I think. 2nd, Jameson corrected, although she's teaching middle school here in Barlow. Even worse, those little buggers. He winked and headed toward the door. Realizing he was going to open it and not me, I leapt over the coffee table and sprinted, all but knocking Boone out of the way to beat him to it. I yanked open the door, let it bounce off the stopper as I stood and stared. I knew there were 2 men behind her. I could see them, but I paid them no mind. If a judge asked me what they looked like, I wouldn't be able to give them a description. I was blinded by my sister. You look nothing like me, I said, my tone full of surprise and awe as I took her in. She was at least 6 inches taller, had fiery red hair and a peaches and cream complexion. She wore a cute green sundress and heeled sandals. She was lovely. I always wanted blonde hair, she replied. Her arms were wrapped around me in a fierce hug before I even realized it, and it took me a second to lift my arms and hug her back. She smelled of a light perfume, something floral or citrusy. Now I took in the 2 men behind her. One was huge, like football linebacker enormous. I had to wonder if he ate whole chickens or small African villages for dinner. The other guy was just as tall, but built much more average-sized, at least by Montana standards. The only 2 sizes of men here were big and bigger. Their eyes were squarely on the back of Katie's head, and the looks on their rugged faces softened with something akin to reverence. Love. That's what it was. Katie was happy, so they were happy. Was Katie happy? She was crying. I could feel her body shaking. Hey, I said, pulling back and putting my hands on her upper arm so I could meet her eyes. Why are you crying? I wasn't a crier and I wasn't overly emotional. Perhaps it was my nature, or perhaps it was because I'd learned to mute my emotions, or I'd have been a total wreck. She laughed, wiping her eyes with the back of her hands. If you can't tell, I'm a girly girl. This is what I do. I thought I was high maintenance, my mother drilling pride in my appearance since I was old enough to tie my own shoes. But being a scientist, especially one in the oil and gas field, I knew how to get dirty, was used to wearing mud-soaked jeans and rubber boots. And now I stood before her in just a shirt and knee-highs. I'd never gotten conditioner in my hair in the shower, and it was all flyaway tangles. I looked, well, fucked. Far from appropriate to have visitors. But Katie? She was all pretty curls and hot pink toenail polish. "I've been waiting for you," she said, sniffling and smiling. "God, I've been stuck in Montana with a bunch of men." "Sweetness, you weren't complaining last night. Stuck between two men," one of them said. Katie's cheeks turned bright red as she rolled her eyes. She turned, held out her arm. "This is Cord and Riley, my men." "Ma'am," the bigger one said, eyeing my attire but making no mention of it. "It's great to put a face with a whole bunch of paperwork," the other one added with a smile. Riley Townsend, the lawyer. "Let's get them in the front door, kitten," Boone murmured from behind me. I stepped back and Boone led them into the great room. Jameson shook the other men's hands. He eyed me, then Katie. "Boone has a new camper. Have you seen it?" "I heard about the ATV," Cord said, rubbing his hands together. Boone cocked his head. "I'll show you both and give the ladies some time to get to know each other." He winked and then led the men through the kitchen and into the garage. When the door slammed shut, Katie spun to me, took my hands. "Talk." I frowned. "About what specifically? We had our whole lives to catch up on. Where was I to start? About why you're wearing a man's flannel shirt and not much else. Why you're here with Boone and Jameson. And don't tell me you guys played Scrabble. Is it that obvious I'm not wearing a bra?" She shook her head. "Only because I've got big boobs, too. I'm in the club." "I better get dressed," I said, turning toward the bedroom. "I'm coming with you." She tagged along right behind me. I found my clothes neatly folded on an overstuffed chair beneath a large window. The bed had been made. There were no signs of any kind of sexy times whatsoever. Bless Boone's OCD heart. It made the pseudo-walk of shame a little easier. "What's this about Scrabble?" She laughed, crossed her arms over her chest. "Jameson and I played Scrabble one night. He's ruthless. Fair warning." Huh. I thought of him playing the board game. It seemed I had much to learn about him, about both my men. "By the way you're blushing, I'd say no Scrabble. I want details," she said, sitting down on the corner of the bed. "Don't you want to know about my middle school years or when I got my ears pierced?" I countered. She shrugged. "Later. I want the juicy stuff first." I carried everything into the bathroom, set them on the counter. I didn't close the door, but I got changed with a little bit of privacy. I stripped and put on my underwear, my skirt. "I'm sure you can guess I'm in Boone's house wearing his shirt." "Cute knee-highs," she commented as I put on my own shirt. "I slept with Cord and Riley the day we met." My fingers stilled on the buttons. I turned and stood in the doorway at that bombshell. "You did?" She gave me a sly smile and her cheeks turned pink, nodded. And by slept, I mean had wild monkey sex on the front porch of the main house. My mouth fell open thinking of that porch, of sweet Katie getting it on outside like that, with both of those big cowboys. It seemed Katie had an inner slut, and that meant that it was okay for me to wonder about mine, to know that it was okay to have one. Wow. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I was highly educated, and she'd reduced me to single syllables. "And you?" Her eyebrow went up and she stared at me with mischievous green eyes. I went back to work on the button so I didn't have to look at her as I responded. "Well, I met them the other day when I first arrived. Met all the guys from the ranch. Just a quick introduction, nothing more. I didn't see them again, Jameson and Boone, until last night at the Silky Spur. I don't really understand it. Us. It's a little crazy. I mean, I had sex with them after knowing them only about an hour." She stood, waved her hand in the air as if it were nothing. "The way they look at you?" She fanned herself with her hand. "It's obvious they really want you. And I don't mean for sexy times." I'd never really talked to anyone about sex, or my lack of having it. It had gotten to a point where I'd gotten too old to have the conversation. Every friend in college had had sex before, and me asking them questions was too little too late. And it wasn't as if my mother had talked to me about sex. She'd only told me never to disgrace the family, that I had to be discreet in everything I did. I'd made out with 2 men in a gas station, then slept with them. And by slept, I didn't mean sleep. And then wasn't discreet about it in the slightest when answering Boone's door in just his shirt. I've never done it before. Last night was my first time. Katie's mouth fell open, but then she cocked her head to the side, smiled at me in a wistful way. How sweet that it was with them. I bet those 2 went all alpha male on you with that one. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, yeah. Did they make it good for you? She asked, then waved her hand through the air again. Never mind. Of course they did. If they're anything like my men, then they even had you come at least once before they even got inside you, right? It was now my turn to blush. I had no intention of telling her we hadn't used any protection, that they might have gotten me pregnant, that I might be excited about the possibility. I wasn't ready to explain all of that to her, not now. Are you okay? She asked. Emotionally, I mean. Yes. It wasn't a one-night stand, she said, as if she knew this for a fact. I might have slept with Boone and Jameson, but she'd known them longer. I'm sure you're worried about that, even if they've said otherwise. I heard about your masters. Congratulations. That means you're one smart cookie and you'll probably analyze all this to pieces. I know I did. I didn't have the whole virginity thing to deal with. Whatever they say, believe them. They want you, seriously want you, or you wouldn't be here. They said they wanted forever. She bit her lip and tears came to her eyes. God, that's so sweet. We're trying to have a baby, she admitted. Baby? My cell rang from my purse. I went to the chair and pulled it out, saw it was my mother. I swiped the screen to dismiss the call, put the phone away. Sorry, my mother. You don't get along with her? No. That conversation is best served with a bottle of wine, maybe 2. I wasn't going to say more about my mother. Not now. I was too overwhelmed with everything else. Boone and Jameson, them wanting forever, meeting Katie. So a baby? I asked instead, turning the conversation back to her. She stood, went over to the window, nodded. Cord was riding Boone's ATV across the big backyard. Boys and their toys. She looked at Cord the same way he looked at her earlier, wistfully. You love them. She nodded. Oh, yes. Would you believe me if I said it was love at first sight with both of them? With my eyes, I followed Cord and the ATV back and forth across the yard. If we'd had this conversation before I'd met Jameson and Boone, I'd have probably said yes just to make her feel good. But now? Now I believed it 100%. What else could this be? The attraction, the need, the desire to just be with them, it had to be love. I told them my deepest secrets and dreams, given them my virginity, and even made myself susceptible to so much more than heartbreak. But I knew they wouldn't hurt me. Stupid, my mother would say. Perhaps I was being stupid. But I was stupid in love and I wasn't going to waste it. Wasn't going to run away from it just because it might go bad. That it might be inappropriate that I wanted 2 men. I might be a Vandervilk on paper, but my DNA screamed Steele. Absolutely, I told her. That's why we're trying for a baby. I want one. I always have. Them too, it seems. Well, at least they want one with me. Her hand slid over her flat belly. I'm excited. Based on what Cord said in the doorway, the 3 of you are trying pretty hard. She grinned wickedly. I was on the pill, but I stopped a few weeks ago. It might take a while, but they're willing to put their best efforts into it. I thought of Boone and Jameson, of how they'd taken me without protection. They'd been like 2 cavemen seeing their cum slip from me. The idea of them making a baby with me had only made them hard again, which made them fuck me again and filled me with more cum. I wasn't sure how I wasn't pregnant. If Katie's men were as virile, as attentive, she was probably pregnant now. Maybe that was why she was so weepy. You have the main house now to yourself, although if your men are anything like mine, you won't be staying there all too much. We hadn't spoken of next steps, nothing more than forever. Boone had a shift at the ER tomorrow, and while the ranch would probably survive without Jameson, he couldn't shirk his duties because of me for very long. While I wanted a family, a house to take care of, I didn't think the men meant Boone's house, nor beginning immediately. I assume we'll be dating, having more quiet times on the couch watching movies. Months of getting to know each other. I'll be back at the main house by dinner, alone. She laughed, then stopped when I wasn't laughing with her. Instead, I frowned. I'm sorry, but you're serious, aren't you? I realized I hadn't finished buttoning my shirt, and I did them up as I replied. Yes, I'm serious. I have stuff to resolve. I pointed at my purse. My mother is going to hound me about something, most likely the outline for my dissertation or the job offer she somehow heard about. I swear she has my email bugged. Isn't she a congresswoman? Yep, I said, tucking my shirt into my jean skirt. And she's not thrilled I'm here. Aiden steals her dirty laundry. The sooner I'm out of Montana, the better. What? She gripped my forearm. You're not leaving, are you? I have no intention of going anywhere. I like it here. I like Jameson and Boone. I really like what we did last night. She waggled her red eyebrows and grinned. I smiled. I just have to figure out my stuff. It's not like I've known about the inheritance for very long. She offered me a small smile in return. Well, I'm glad you're here. I have a half-sister, Beth, who I grew up with. She's a drug addict, and in a lockdown rehab. She sighed. We'll need something even stronger than wine for that topic. What I'm telling you is I miss having a sister. Now I felt wistful because she was actually interested in me. I have a half-sister I grew up with too, Evelyn. She's 6 years older. I was shipped off to boarding school when I was 11. Like Harry Potter? I'm a teacher, remember, so I know everything about the series. I thought of Chapman Academy, about my years there. My mother got her money's worth out of the place, but I'd gotten more out of it than just the fancy education. I'd learned just how little I'd been wanted. I'd been like the fancy silver, pulled out for special occasions, then put away once the need for me was over. No flying brooms, unfortunately. Evelyn and I were never close. She's a lawyer now in North Carolina, so yes, I'm glad I'm here too. With you. She slung her arm over my shoulder and we looked out the window. Boone, Jameson, and Riley were standing together talking, all manly and a feast for the eyes. The loud motor of the ATV came first. Then Boone flew by the window on the all-terrain vehicle. They have too much testosterone for their own good, she sighed. That's not what you said last night, I teased. She giggled. I bet you didn't either. Chapter 10. Jameson. I stopped the truck in front of the main house, but didn't turn off the engine. The windows were open because the early evening was a perfect temperature. I hated wasting the good weather on my truck's AC. Before too long it would be snowing again. The weather in Montana was fickle enough. Will you stay with me at my cabin? You're asking? Kitten asked, glancing up at me through those long, pale lashes. Boone had been none too happy when we left, but he started his shift in the ER at 7, so he needed a solid night's sleep, not a temptation like our kitten in his bed. There was no way he'd get any sleep if she were. Just like the night before, we'd barely slept. Because of it, I was exhausted, yet my cock was hard again. No, still. Just thinking about what we'd done, how she'd felt, tasted, screamed, clenched, begged, fucked. I would never forget the look on her face when I filled her for the very first time. I am. We claimed you last night, kitten. You're ours now. Mine and Boone's. But that doesn't mean we'll boss you around. If you want to stay in the main house, then I'll respect that. But she won't like it. I shook my head. No, I won't. After what happened to Katie there, I don't like the idea of you being up there alone, even if the man's dead. Someone tried to kill her. That's right. But I stayed there the past few nights. But you weren't ours then. Sutton had killed the fucker, a single perfect shot to his heart, but that had only been after the intruder stumbled around in the dark trying to find Katie. We'd gotten there in time to save her, although she'd done a pretty good job of it herself, hiding out on the porch roof. Since then, I'd wondered if the asshole would have ever found her. It had been a moonless dark night, and she'd been tucked in a corner by one of the chimneys. The thought of kitten like that, huddling on the roof petrified, made my dick shrink. I'd respect her decision, but that didn't mean I wouldn't stay there with her, rifle in my lap as I watched her sleep. I'd been a cop, was familiar with the underbelly of society. I'd seen shit I would never forget, and I wanted none of that to touch Kitten. Her cell rang in her bag. She pulled it outside. It's my mother. This is the third time she's called today. She didn't look happy about a call from her mom. I spoke to my parents twice a week because, well, I like them. I love them too, of course, but I enjoy talking to them, hearing about their lives. It was obvious this wasn't the relationship Kitten had with her mother. I hated that for her because she was missing out. I lifted my chin. Answer it. But she's not going to stop, and when I get you in bed later, neither will I. Her mouth fell open and her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. I couldn't help but wink at her, enjoying this lingering innocence about her. She took the call, put her cell to her ear. Hello, Mother. I wanted to listen in on this call, not to eavesdrop per se, but to witness the dynamic between mother and daughter, to see how Kitten was affected. From what she told us the night before, she didn't like Congresswoman Vandervilk very much. I only knew of the woman from her political career, and I looked her up online, studied her platform, her stand on important issues. While I might not have voted for her, she had an impressive track record in Congress. With her daughter, not so much. I could hear the woman's voice, but couldn't make out the words. Yes, I'm still in Montana. Yes, the outline is progressing. She'd mentioned her dissertation outline that was due to her advisor, but based on the way her body was tense, she wasn't telling the truth because she had no intention of continuing on in the program. She didn't like lying to her mother, but had yet to tell the woman off. From what she'd said, the stakes were high. If her family did cut her off, she wouldn't be alone. We'd meant every word of what we'd said the night before. We wanted forever with Kitten. Hell, we wouldn't have fucked her otherwise. Taken her without protection. And when we'd found out she was a virgin, fuck. Her pussy was broken in just for our dicks, molded to fit us. No one else would know the hot, wet grip of it. See his cum slip from her, knowing he'd filled her to the brim. Most likely filled her with a baby. Fuck no. Only me and Boone. Borstar? Yes, I received emails from them. A phone call too. Yes. There was a pause as she listened. Yes, the job description is impressive. Salary too. Yes. Why? Because I don't want to work for an oil and gas company. I could hear her mother talking then, her voice louder. Kitten pulled the phone away from her ear, turned and looked at me and mouthed, Sorry. There was nothing more that I could do than wink. This was her battle to fight. While I wanted to rip the phone out of her hand and tell her mother off, that wasn't going to end this shit. I'd be here for her, Boone too, in any way she needed, but she had to come to the decision on her own to cut the ties, to walk away, to live her life the way she wanted. Last night with us was the first step. We'd take the next one, and the one after that together. Mother, I have to go now. No, I won't call the company back. I'm not interested. Goodbye, Mother. Her mother's muted voice continued to rant till Kitten ended the call. She propped her head back, closed her eyes. Sorry about that. You can't change your mother. She turned her head, looked at me, smiled. I can change my father, though. Very true. And see what that's done? You're here in Montana, claimed by 2 men, and you've just told your mother you turned down the job offers. I'd say that's a good start. And your mom? Is she a power-grubbing congresswoman? I ran my hand over the back of my neck. My mom lives with my dad in a beach house in Alabama. They were snowbirds, retiring and leaving the cold of Montana in the winter, but then decided to stay year-round. When I was growing up, her job was taking care of me and my 3 brothers. Now her job is to stay sane while living with my father. I smiled, thinking of my parents' loving relationship. My father likes to tag along to the grocery store, look at everything, talk to people. My mother likes to get what's on her list, get in and get out. He drives her crazy. I'm waiting for the call when I'll have to bail her out of jail. Kitten smiled at my story. That sounds nice. Normal. Although any woman who had 4 boys should get a medal from Congress. Maybe I can get my mom to give her one. I remained quiet for a moment, let her think about that. I couldn't imagine 2 mothers being polar opposite more than ours. You were offered a job? I let that question bounce around the cabin of the truck, even though I knew the answer. I told you yesterday they'd been in touch. Emails from several places. But one company is more persistent than the others. I guess they really want me working there.
That must feel good, knowing all your hard work is paid off.
She shrugged. I don't want the job, turned it down. I'm glad I finished my degree, but I'm just not interested anymore. It's not what I want.
Okay. I nodded, ending the conversation, at least for now. Nothing about it would change overnight. So will you stay with me?
She glanced at the house. Yes, but I need to pack a bag. I need something besides this outfit.
I looked her over, but didn't see the jean skirt and shirt she'd put back on. I saw her pale skin, the curve of her wide hips, the soft swells of her full breasts as she sprawled across Boone's sheets. Every bare inch of her. Pack it all, kitten. You'll be in my bed or Boone's until we decide where all of us should live together.
Her wide eyes met mine. I thought, you want to live with me?
Don't go saying we just met. She pinched her lips together. I thought we've been over that. She reached out, took my hand, curled her fingers around mine.
We have. It's just, I'm not used to someone, or to someone's wanting me. I'm not used to it.
I tugged her hand, pulled her close for a kiss. Get used to it. Fast. Like we said, we wouldn't have taken that sweet cherry of yours if we didn't mean forever. She blushed bright red as a cherry, stared at a button on my shirt.
You've had women before.
This was a dangerous conversation I had to tread carefully. I understood the difference between Kitten and the woman I'd been with in the past. I'd fucked for 20 years, but it had never been with Kitten, and had meant nothing, a quick release. But I had to make sure she understood that. Yes, I have, I admitted, but I never once fucked without a condom. She may have had access to my dick, but never once did I give a woman my heart. Until you.
Her full lips parted. Jameson, she whispered. What we did wasn't making love, it was...
Wild?
Yes.
Dirty?
Yes.
Really fucking naughty? She went cold then. Her expression went blank and she stiffened. What? What is it? I asked, recognizing things had just changed, that something was wrong. I glanced out the windows to see if she saw something.
I don't like that word. Naughty. I haven't been bad.
Shit. It was a trigger for her. Naughty. Of course it would be. She'd been trying to be loved by her family so desperately that she probably hadn't done anything wrong in her life just so they'd give her a scrap of praise. And yet she'd most likely been shamed instead, sent to boarding school because she just hadn't been good enough. She wasn't like her stepbrothers and stepsister, and because of that, she believed she'd done something wrong. I groaned, wishing I could heal this wound of hers. No, you haven't been bad. You've done nothing wrong. You were perfect. You'll always be perfect even if we argue. Nothing will change how much both Boone and I want you. Never. I evened my voice, made it soft, gentle. I tugged her close, kissed her gently, a brushing of lips. You're such a good girl. She sighed, her warm breath blending with mine. When we touch, it's not just lust. I'm passionate about you, just as you are for me. I want you, your body. My body wants yours. But my mind, my heart, wants you too. All of you. I'm desperately passionate about you. She glanced at me and I saw she was thinking about my words, the flicker of hope, surprise. That's what makes this special. She nodded.
Yes, I understand. I'm passionate about you both too. For the first time, I know exactly what I want.
That's right. And sex? It's how we show each other just how much. I grinned then, sliding my thumb across her cheek. And we've just gotten started. We haven't done all the possible ways to fuck. Yet. Do you want to know what I want to do with you?
Yes?
She breathed. She was back with me, aroused again, interested. I knew how to steer clear of that word and I'd be sure to tell Boone about it. I want to fill you with my dick nice and slow, missionary position so I can watch your eyes as I do, before I fill you up with my cum. She gave me the barest of whispers. I'll give you that, I murmured softly.
I'll give you whatever you want. I saw her blush, her eyes flare. Oh, kitten, you've got something in mind, don't you? She licked her lips, nodded. I groaned. Good girl. I turned off the truck. Let's get your things, then we'll go back to the cabin and you can show me. I had a feeling being with Kitten was going to be one wild night. And Boone? He'd be missing out, but he'd have his turn soon enough. Kitten could have all the dicks she wanted. No, now. Here. Her small hands pushed me back and dove for my belt buckle. Chapter 11. Jameson. Here? I'm not a virgin anymore. I stilled her hands, but didn't move them away. I could feel the heat of them coming through my jeans, and there was a chance I'd come right then and there. You've got to be sore. She shook her head, bit her lip as she tugged her hands free, took hold of the zipper. Careful, kitten. Moving my hands away, I let her do what she wanted, but I didn't need to see Boone in the ER because of a fucking zipper injury. I'd rather be balls deep inside my very eager woman. Once the jeans were open, she stopped. I thought it would pop out. I laughed, but it was a partial groan. She eyed my groin as if she hadn't eaten and my dick was her first meal in a week. I lifted my hips, worked my jeans down enough so that I did pop out. Oh, she said in breathy surprise. I'm big and it lays down my thigh, I told her. She flicked her gaze to mine for a second, then right back down at my lap. Can I put my mouth on it? Pre-cum emerged from the tip. A drop of it slid down the flared head. Fuck yes. Undoing her seatbelt, she tucked her legs beneath her so she knelt on her seat, leaned over the center console. I couldn't miss the way her sweet ass was up in the air, her jean skirt riding up. Reaching out, I put my hand on the back of her silky thigh, slid it up to find her bare. No panties. I closed my eyes, pressed my head into the rest, knew that little scrap of silk was still in my shirt pocket. Her tongue flicked out and I watched as she licked up the slide of pre-cum, licked her lips. The sight of her glancing up at me from my lap had another stream of it seeping out. Don't tease, kitten. She smiled like the kitten who got on the cream. Perhaps she was, but I wanted her to have all of it. Take me into that virgin mouth of yours. Show me what you can do. She did as instructed, opening nice and wide and taking the entire head into that wet heat, her tongue swirling over it as if she were eating a fucking ice cream cone. I groaned watching her take me. It was the most erotic sight I'd ever seen. Grip the base. Good girl, yes, like that. Now take it as deep as you can. She quickly discovered her gag reflex and backed off. I wasn't the kind of fucker who forced a woman to swallow a dick. Just the tight suction as she drew her cheeks in, worked me with an eagerness I found endearing and hot as fuck, was enough for my balls to draw up. I slid my hand up and cupped her pussy from behind. She moaned and the vibrations of it around my dick made me groan. Jesus, kitten, you're wet. I slipped a finger carefully inside, and I can feel our cum nice and deep. The idea that she was still full, that the proof that we'd been at her all night and Boone this morning, made me feel so fucking possessive. She moaned again because I'd found the little ridge of her G-spot and curled my finger over it, and I felt the vibrations clear to my balls. Her arousal made her wild, voracious. She swirled her tongue over the very tip, lapping up the next batch of pre-cum I spurted into her mouth. That's it. I can't take any more of those sweet lips. I grabbed her shoulders, carefully lifted her off of me. Her eyes were blurry as she looked to me. Why'd you stop? Don't you want to come in my mouth? With one hand, I pushed the button on my seat for the back to recline. The other brushed over her bottom lip. Fuck yes, but all our cum goes in that pussy. Once the seat was flat, I scooped her up and onto my lap, her knees going to either side of my hips, which bunched her skirt about her waist. I pushed back so she had more room to maneuver with the steering wheel behind her. Thank fuck she was tiny and she fit. She didn't even bump her head. My cock rose up between us and she stared down at it, saw it slick from her mouth. It's all yours, kitten. She met my gaze and she bit her lip, shifting her hips. Then she turned her hair behind her ears, glanced out the window, as if she'd just now realized we were in my truck, and if someone drove up, we'd be seen. I didn't give a fuck. Of course I was possessive of Kitten, but there would be no question that she was getting well fucked, well pleasured by one of her men, and that while she was absolutely gorgeous when she came, all they could be was fucking jealous. Kitten was mine. I clenched my fist to keep from lifting her up and sinking her right onto my dick to prove that. Thank fuck she went up onto her knees so she hovered over me, then shimmied and slid, shifted her hips and worked herself down. I had my eyes fixed right on her pussy, and how my dick was disappearing inside. She was hot and so fucking tight. While I had no doubt she'd be wet all on her own, having her come inside her already helped ease my way, especially since she had to be sore. We hadn't been rough with her, but an unused pussy needed some TLC, and this wasn't it. Later, when I got her into my bed, I'd be sure to get my mouth on it to make it all better. Penny. One hand gripped the top of the passenger seat, the other in the open window, balancing myself as I rode Jameson like a cowgirl. I even had my boots on. Last night in the back of Boone's truck, Jameson had said I'd take their dicks for a ride. I didn't think he meant like this with all the world to possibly see. Maybe not the whole world, just the ranch hands. Maybe Mrs. Potts, the housekeeper. I was just too eager to wait. Why should I? Jameson had all but promised me a wild night, and they definitely made good on it. But they'd made me insatiable, needy, greedy for cock. A whole bunch of men-induced orgasms could short-circuit a woman's brain. He didn't laugh. Nope. He just moved his hands out of the way and let me open his pants, then take him into my mouth. I'd felt powerful knowing I made him hard, made the tip weep, made him lose control. Me, virginal me. And I was like this because Jameson was right. I was passionate about him, about Boone too. They were something I wanted with all my heart, and that made all the difference. They made me realize I'd just been going through the motions of life until now. And finally, I knew what I wanted, and I was going to take it. And that was Jameson's dick. I wanted it. Wanted to share this overflowing passion with him. I needed this connection, this bond. And it wasn't naughty. I wasn't naughty taking what I wanted because it was right. I'd made him crazy enough to tug me over the center console and onto his lap. Through gritted teeth, he told me to have my way with him. With a gorgeous cowboy, all muscles and strong hands, powerful thighs, thick cock. This man who could overpower me, hurt me, destroy me, lay in wait for me to take whatever I wanted from him. And so I was taking full advantage of that welcome. When I first lowered myself, I felt the burn, the soreness of being filled again, wiggling my hips to take him in. But it immediately was replaced by pleasure. Somehow Jameson was hitting every spot I had, and I was on the brink of coming. I'd been close before, the two of them leaving me simmering all day with their touches, their words, their darned promises of what they were going to do to me that I'd mentally said fuck it and jumped Jameson. I laughed, let my head fall back as I reveled in the thick feel of Jameson deep inside me. How I could take from him what I wanted. Being with him, to some might be considered stifling. Him and Boone both were dominant men. But it was the opposite I felt. I felt free for once in my life. They accepted me as I was, wanted me, and based on the way their cocks were always hard, wanted me. Jameson was giving me the room, in this moment, to explore my own desires, learn from them, even use him. I clenched around him, felt the flare of heat, the sweat bloom on my skin from that simple motion. He was really deep. This angle had him bumping the top of me, and I knew I took him all, especially when I was sitting on top of his thighs. His hands tightened on my hips, but he did nothing to move me. "Kitten," he warned, the sound gravelly. His gray eyes held mine, a hint of warning there. For what, I didn't know. I grinned slyly. "What?" His hands came up then, not to get me to move, but to grab the front of my shirt, rip it open. The buttons were no match for his strength, and they went flying. His eyes flared at the sight of my breasts in the lacy bra. "Ride me. I want to watch those gorgeous breasts bounce as you make yourself come all over my dick." I felt myself get wet at his dirty talk and decided to take mercy on him, on both of us, and began to move. Up, down, swirl my hips, over and over until I sensed I was close. Rode him toward the pleasure, taking him faster and faster. My thighs would be sore later from the workout, but that was so later. Jameson, God, I'm going to. Oh yes, it's so good. I was so lost to the need to come that I missed that his hands had moved. One finger pressed against my back entrance in a slippery circle. His other hand cupped my breast and pinched a hard nipple through my bra. Jameson! My eyes flew open and I met his narrowed gaze, saw the way his jaw was clenched, his cheeks flushed. Like that? Did I? I had no idea there were so many nerve endings there, that it would feel so good. Fuck yes, I cried. I couldn't help but squeeze and clench around him, my mind giving up the fight and my body taking over. He pulled away, gripped my hips, and lifted me off of him. What? Turn around. I worked my legs over his waist, difficult in the small space, until I straddled him again, facing away from him, as if I were driving the truck. My hands went to the steering wheel. Jameson slipped his thumb over my pussy, dipped it inside before pulling it free and working me down onto his cock. This direction had him hitting all different places inside. I whimpered, glad to have him back inside. You came with my finger pressing against your ass. Time for more. His palm flattened at the very base of my spine, right before his slick thumb pressed to my back entrance and slipped in. Between the angle and the lubrication, he went right in. I groaned at the stretch, the slight burn. Feel full? He asked, his voice rough. I nodded, glanced over my shoulder at him. Fuck me, kitten. Fuck the cum right out of me, and you'll see what it will be like when we both get in you. One of us in your ass, the other in your pussy. I could picture it, me being between both of my lovers. The idea of it wasn't scary. No, the feel of Jameson's thick finger proved I liked butt stuff, and when I began to move, lifting and lowering myself as I used the steering wheel for balance and leverage, he slid his thumb carefully in and out. Not too far, but enough to let me know an actual dick would be incredible. It was too much, all of it. The first orgasm had primed me for more, making me so sensitive that it wasn't hard to tip over the edge. And his thumb. Come for me. Come now. It may have been the gravelly bite of his words, the surprising pleasure pain of his fingers, or because I felt him swell even thicker inside me, but I came. I screamed the sound. I knew, carried out the open windows and across the open ranch land. That's it. Milk the cum from my balls. Yes, fuck. You love something in your ass. My dick will be there soon. You're going to love it. My hair was long down my back, breathing ragged as I used Jameson for my pleasure, eked out every bit of it as I worked my pussy on his cock, rubbed my clit against his body as he continued to talk filthy. I wanted everything he said, every single word. His thumb pressed even deeper as his entire body went taut. A deep groan escaped his lips as he came. I glanced over my shoulder then, watched him as he did so, seeing him lost to the world, to the pleasure he'd pulled from my body. At the same time, I could feel the hot cum spurt inside me, so deep, so much of it that I would be marked, inside and out for days. He shifted his hips up and down, the tiniest amount as he came, his cum starting to escape around him, coating my thighs, his lap. I couldn't catch my breath, couldn't do anything but hold on tight. Eventually his hands moved away. I lifted myself off him, turned back around so I faced him once more. Wait, he said, his voice soft now, tender, as he looked at my pussy hovering over him. His dick was glistening, coated in our combined fluids, still hard, angry looking as if he still had to come. What? I asked. I love seeing you coated in my cum. His hand cupped me gently and began to work all that cum that slipped out over every inch of my pussy, even working some of it back up into me. Get my cell. It was in the center console and I picked it up. You're not taking a picture. Fuck no. Find Boone's number, call him. I wasn't sure why, but I nodded and did as he wanted. Boone answered on the first ring. Hi, Boone. I said, my voice deep and rough, probably from screaming. Put it on speaker, Jameson said. I pushed the button. Hi, kitten, Boone replied. Tell him what we just did, that I fucked your broken-in pussy with this cum easing the way, that you came hard because I had a thumb working that virgin ass, in my truck. I heard Boone's groan through the phone. Kitten, he asked. I cleared my throat, repeated Jameson's words. You just got me so hard, Boone told me when I was done. Want to know what I'm going to do to you tomorrow night when I pick you up? I bit my bottom lip, looked at Jameson, knew it was going to make me all hot again. I wouldn't be able to wait until then to come again. I'd need Jameson to ease the ache later, and I knew he would. Knew his dick would be up to the task. Jameson's hand came up, stroked over my hair down my arm. An easy, light gesture, a tender one that was completely at odds with the wild fucking we just completed. Tell him, kitten. Tell Boone exactly what you want, no matter how dirty it is. He'll give it to you. You'll get more than a finger in that tight ass. He'd get a plug in you, and soon one of our dicks. We'll take that virginity, too. You're ours. Always. Yes, I was seeing that now. Katie had been right. They wanted more. They wanted it all, and I felt good. Not just my pussy, but my heart, too. I put my hand on Jameson's chest, nodded. Yes, Boone. Tell me. I can't wait. Chapter 12. Boone. It had been a week since we claimed Kitten for the first time, and while she'd spent each night at either my house or Jameson's cabin, we were in the main house for a large group dinner. The space was the easiest for such a task. The kitchen large, the dining room table big enough to fit a bunch of oversized men. She'd insisted on cooking for everyone, all the ranch hands plus Katie and her men. Both women decided a weekly meal together was good for all of us. Since I was pussy whipped, or kitten whipped, if she wanted to cook for our pseudo-big family, I'd eat. Happily. Other than this meal, the house went neglected. Katie lived with her men, and Kitten had spent every night since we claimed her in one of our beds. I didn't want her staying there. Jameson really didn't want it. He was adamant about it since he'd been there when the fucker went after Katie. Seen the first time, and while she'd spent each night at either my house or Jameson's cabin, other than this meal, the house went neglected. Katie lived with her men, and Kitten had spent every night since we claimed her in one of our beds. I didn't want her staying here. Jameson really didn't want it. He was adamant about it since he'd been there when the fucker went after Katie. Seen the dead body, the knife he'd had on him. It would remain vacant, except for one of these big group get-togethers, until the next Steele daughter was found and moved in. Before then, Jameson and Riley were working with a security company to get it well protected. Jameson had read Patrick and Seamus the fucking riot act for not watching out for Kitten of the Silky Spur. Based on the way they were all but falling over themselves for her and Katie, they'd gotten the message loud and clear. Since then, they'd been on their best behavior, which was why they popped up, their chairs scraping across the wood floor in their haste when Jameson said, "You know what the rule is," Jameson told the table at large. He stood and grabbed his plate, winked at Kitten. "He who cooks doesn't clean." They grabbed as many empty plates as possible and beelined right for the kitchen on Jameson's heels. Sutton, one of the other hands, remained in his seat, arms crossed, slowly shaking his head. He was older than the others, close to my age, and had spent years in the military. He was ruthless enough to shoot the fucker that had gone after Katie. A perfect single shot right through the heart. If he'd been at the Silky Spur last week, no way would he have let Kitten out of his sight. Riley stood, leaned down and kissed the top of Katie's head, murmured in her ear, "I'll get the dessert. I'm looking forward to the whipped cream." Her face turned beet red and she refused to look up from her plate. I had to wonder what the three of them had done with the sweet topping. "Everything was delicious, Penny," Sutton said, placing his napkin on the table. She'd gone simple with hamburgers and all the fixings, potato wedges and a salad, brownies with whipped cream, and she'd been smart enough to know big men ate big quantities and had made tons. Beneath the table, I took hold of Kitten's hand, squeezed it. She blushed, pleased by the praise. She'd been soaking it up all week, relaxing and settling into her life in Barlow. Out from under her mother's ruthless dictates, she was blossoming. The congresswoman had called a few times, but Kitten had let them all go to voicemail. While I would never lay a hand on a woman, I wanted to with Nancy Vandervilk. She'd used her daughter's need for motherly affection as a weapon. If Kitten toed the line, did exactly what her mother wanted, she was given scraps of attention. Affection. If she didn't, Kitten knew what would happen and hadn't been prepared for the consequences. That was why she was 22 and had just finished a master's program in an area where she had no interest. No longer. I had to agree with Kitten. Aiden Steele had saved her. His death had brought out the truth of her past. No. It had pulled out all of her mother's lies. Knowing this allowed Kitten to understand more about herself and begin to break away. The fuck all was, her mother had made her feel like the real Penelope Vandervilk was a failure for wanting something different than her mother, to be different than her overly ambitious stepbrothers and stepsister. But she was only a Vandervilk on paper. Her personality, her spirit, was all Steele. She hadn't confronted her mother yet, but it was only a matter of time. When she truly believed Jameson and I were around for good, for forever, she'd have the confidence, the support in place to finish the job. How she didn't completely trust yet only proved how many wounds her mother had inflicted. She gave herself to us wholeheartedly, but until she resolved things with her mother, she'd never be completely free. Because of that, she'd move from house to house, Jameson's and mine, depending on whether I was working. Soon we'd work out where we could all live together, one house for the three of us, and all the kids that she was going to give us. She'd get the real family she wanted so badly, that I wanted to give her. She'd shared so much of herself in the past 7 days. She was allergic to blueberries, loved action and adventure movies, liked the color purple based on the sheer quantity of sexy lavender lingerie she taunted us with, and was as ravenous for us as we were for her. The only casualty were the sexy panties we ripped off her. She was far from a virgin now. That first night she'd been right about us. We'd been thinking she'd be all tentative and fearful of 2 big men, and even bigger dicks wanting to get in her. All the dark and dirty things we wanted to do to her just because she'd never fucked before. She told us off, stomped that cute little cowboy boot, and had never looked back. I smiled to myself, thinking about that the only time she did look back was when I had her in my bed and took her from behind and she told me deeper, harder, more. I shifted in my seat, my dick hard, just thinking about how she'd pushed back, giving as much as she got until we came together in a hot, sweaty mess. As for the rest, Kitten was here with us, and that alone allowed me to be patient for her to be ready for more, for the next step, a ring on her finger. That would probably happen in the next week or so, when she most likely missed her period. I'd done a rotation in OBGYN during my residency, knew all about the best days to get pregnant. For Kitten, until I knew about her cycle, I couldn't actually calculate the days she'd be ovulating, but was pretty sure we'd hit every one of them, fucking her and filling her up sometimes twice a day. She was young, healthy. I had no doubt we'd bred her. When I groaned low in my chest, she turned to look at me, a little frown on her brow. Taking the hand I held, I moved it to my lap, settled it on my dick. Her eyes flared wide. As soon as we knew for sure, we'd be hightailing it to the courthouse to make it official. While she couldn't legally marry both of us, she'd have the protection my name provided. He and I had talked about it, and legally she'd be mine. But that didn't mean she'd be his any less. She knew she was both of ours. The mixed cum on her thighs was proof. That baby would know not just one dad, but 2. Know the love Kitten never had. Until now. Kitten cupped my dick, gave it a slight squeeze. I stood, tugged on her hand, and lifted her out of the chair. "We'll be right back." As I led her out of the room and down the hall to Aiden Steele's office, I heard a few chuckles, but I didn't pay them any mind. As soon as I closed the door to the masculine room, I undid my belt buckle. "You on my dick, Kitten?" She looked up at me with very precocious eyes. When she licked her lips, her pink tongue flicking out, I knew we no longer had a sexual innocent. She was now a vixen who knew just how to get what she wanted. "Oh yes," she all but purred. "The plug you put in me is driving me crazy." Before she left Jameson's cabin, I'd worked the smallest plug into her. She'd taken bigger over the past week, but I'd wanted this one to stay in over the meal, so she'd remembered who she belonged to have it in the back of her mind that one day soon we'd claim her together. For me, it was hot as fuck knowing she had it in her all that time. She started to fall to her knees before me, but I caught her by the arm. I slowly shook my head, kept her from kneeling and taking me in her mouth. You know the rule. Ladies first. But we have to be quick. I don't want anyone to know what we're doing. I walked her backwards toward the wall. Kitten, everyone knows what we're doing. And as for fast... Oh! She gasped when I lifted her up, cupped her glorious ass in my palms until she wrapped her legs around my waist. I'll have you coming all over me in about 30 seconds. She was so small, so light that I leaned in and pinned her in place as I pulled myself free. Still bare beneath this pretty dress? Nodding, she bit her lip and rested her head back against the wood paneling. Still like the plug? She nodded again, her cheeks flushing a pretty pink. When I found her slick heat slid over the plush folds she thought were too big, I groaned and pre-cum seeped from me. She had me primed and ready to fuck at all times, and the feel of her, all swollen and ready for me, was too much. My finger bumped the base of the plug. I couldn't wait. Lowering her, she slid right back down onto my dick. She gasped out and I leaned in, kissed her neck. Shh, kitten. Don't let anyone hear your little cries. I pulled my hips back, plunged deep. More? I said, breathing in her soft scent. More? She whispered. I didn't hold back then. Jameson and I had trained her to come all over our cocks, her pussy responding to us beautifully. I knew her body, knew the spots inside I had to stroke that would set her off, and I aimed for them, rubbing over them until she came. I felt her begin to milk me, pull me in, try to hold me as deep as possible, as if her body craved my cum. She had her lips pinched closed as her cheeks flushed, her moans stifled. That's my good girl. Jameson had told me about her trigger word, that it shamed her to be considered naughty, even if she were anything but. Instead, we praised her often, ensuring she knew she was absolutely perfect. I thrust deep 2 more times and followed her over, filling her right up. Load after load of cum until she drained me dry, until my brain was fried and I could do nothing but cup her ass with one hand, press against the wall with the other. She couldn't get down on her own. I was too tall and she was impaled on my dick. Little aftershocks rippled along her pussy and I was ready to go again. But Kitten was right. A quickie was all fine and good. Everyone understood the need behind one of those, but anything longer was bad form. I bent my knees, finally set her on her feet, my cock slipping free. With the hem of her dress still caught up at her waist, I couldn't miss the hot gush of cum that slipped down her thigh. I don't think that was 30 seconds, she said. Nope. I grinned, feeling very virile. Tonight when Jameson and I get you between us, I promise we'll go a lot longer. All night if we don't fuck you unconscious. She grinned at that. Promises, promises, she replied, using the same words she'd uttered the night we'd first taken her. She slipped out the door and down the hall to the powder room before I could reply. Vixen. I righted my pants, then returned to the dining room. Chapter 13. Boone. Jameson was in his seat, the table empty of everything from the meal. Sutton leaning forward with his elbows on the table. I heard the sound of washing dishes coming from the kitchen. Cord had moved a seat closer to the other men, Katie on his lap. Jameson gave me a once-over, and only the slight turn of his lip indicated he knew what I'd been up to with Kitten. Sutton was telling us about a man who came to the ranch yesterday. I stilled as I pulled out my chair. Oh? Sutton glanced up at me, nodded. He had close-cropped brown hair, and I could see the crease in it from his hat. His eyes were dark, intense. He was quiet and calm like Jameson, but he had a sharp edge to him, as if he'd seen things, lived through hardships or horrors that changed him, and that kept him quiet. So when he spoke, Jameson listened. Hell, we all did. Said he was a surveyor. Riley came back in through the door with a platter of brownies in his hands and a can of the spray whipped cream tucked under his arm. Know anything about a surveyor? Jameson asked him. He put the platter down in the center of the table, tossed the whipped cream to Cord, who caught it easily one-handed. No? He shared his ID and I wrote the info down. He's a small fish in the big oil pond. Shit, this wasn't good. Jameson's eyebrows went up and he met my gaze as he responded. Big oil. Which company? Borstar. Ever heard of it? I shook my head as Jameson said, Actually, yes. I frowned. Last week, he explained. Penny mentioned being offered a job with them. You were working. The last he said to me. A job offer with whom? Kitten asked. I turned at her return, looked her over. So fucking gorgeous. Her cheeks were a little flushed, but otherwise, there was no outward sign she'd just been fucked. Her casual dress was a pale blue and matched her eyes. Not that it was immodest. The cut of it was like a t-shirt, but it fell to her knees, and it was perfect for easy access. Now I knew why Cord and Riley loved Katie in dresses so much. Jameson held out his arm and Kitten went over to him and he wrapped it about her waist. Her being so small, they were almost the same height with him seated. When you talked to your mother last week, you mentioned Borstar, he said, his voice soft and gentle, in the way he only had for her. That's right. I had job offers from Borstar and 2 others. She bit her lip. A small company in Iceland, and the last wasn't an oil company, but does soil cleanup that contracts solely for Superfund sites. I'd heard about places that were classified as Superfunds, like the town of Shelby a few hours north of Barlow, and how the government was required to mitigate environmental damage. As for Iceland, I knew little. I never even heard of Borstar. Sutton met a man from Borstar who showed up on your land, Jameson added. Your land? It did belong to her and Katie, and 3 other mystery sisters. Kitten looked to Sutton. A surveyor, he repeated. He'd be looking at topography, geographical specifications like rivers or a creek, large rock formations, outcroppings, buttes. She frowned, considered, then glanced at Katie. You didn't ask for one? Me? Katie's eyes widened in surprise, then she laughed. I'm an East Coast girl and wouldn't know a butte from my butt. I barely figured out how to ride a horse. Jameson chuckled, stroked his knuckles down Kitten's cheek. That's true about the horse part, but she's getting much better at riding. He softened his teasing with a wink. I saw Kitten's cheeks heat as she glanced at the floor. Then what was he doing here? Looking for oil? I asked. Can someone just look at land and know there's oil on it? I wasn't involved with Steel Ranch. While I was born and raised in Barlow and considered myself a little bit of a cowboy, I was also a city slicker. A doctor. I spent my days in the ER dealing with everything from the flu to alcohol poisoning to cardiac arrest. A completely different experience than riding the range on the back of a horse. Even though I was friends with Jameson, I didn't come to the ranch often. Maybe a few times a year if one of the guys were sick. 8 years I'd been away at college and then hospitals from Chicago to Austin for my residency, and other years training to be a doctor. It's possible to find patches of oil that have seeped to the surface. Unlikely, but scientifically possible, Kitten said. But you can study rocks, see if there's a presence of hydrocarbons. She stopped there, looking around. While none of us had glazed looks on our faces, she was definitely talking over our heads. She recognized that and looked to Sutton. Did he have any equipment with him? Something to collect rocks or soil samples? Maybe a machine that looks like a fancy-looking metal detector? Sutton shook his head. He had a small backpack, nothing bigger than what a kid would take to school, water bottle in the side pocket. He had his phone out, so maybe he was taking some pictures? A company that wants you to work for them has a surveyor stop by your property? I said aloud. This wasn't over. Sutton may have driven the man off, but it wasn't over. I could feel it. Maybe our father made arrangements with them before he died, Katie wondered aloud. It's possible, sweetness, but we didn't find any record of it when we cleaned out his office, his papers, Riley told her. There's no mention anywhere of any kind of oil or mineral rights leasing. As far as I know, the land's untouched. If Borstar made a deal with your daddy, they'd be in touch with me about any dividend checks since I'm executor. Those you can't hide or avoid the taxes on. True, Katie finished, shrugging her shoulders. An old arrangement with Steele was a plausible scenario, but Riley was right. He'd have gotten a letter from the IRS if there were any unpaid taxes. I took hold of Kitten's chin, had her look at me. I think you should reach out to your contact there, see what's going on. Kitten met my gaze. She had her bottom lip between her teeth, a sure sign her smart mind was at work and thinking about more than just hydrocarbons. All right. Do you think we're in danger? She asked, glancing at Katie. The women had had several girls-only get-togethers since they first met at my house. No doubt Katie had shared what had happened to her. Cord had Katie tucked on his lap, an arm about her waist. While I saw the hard glint in his eyes at the possibility, there was no way he was letting anything happen to her. No fucking chance. While he seemed harmless enough, the guy's a credible threat. I'll call Archer, Sutton said, getting to his feet. Archer was the town sheriff. He'd been involved with Katie's murder-for-hire case and knew to take this seriously. While Jameson and I had gone to high school around the same time with him, he was close with Sutton. If they ever found a woman, they'd definitely share her. Someday. I'll also update the men, tell them to keep an eye out, Sutton added. After the fuck-up at the Silky Spur, they'd be watching. I'll keep you posted on what Archer says. Strange men on Steel Ranch land was not a good thing, especially when the women seemed to be directly involved. It could just be a coincidence that Kitten inherited and Borstar followed. He gave the women a nod, then strode into the kitchen where the dishes were still being washed, letting the door swing back and forth behind him. Borstar is based in Texas, I think, Kitten said. Their offices are closed this time of night. I'll contact the HR person tomorrow. Tomorrow, Jameson said, lifting Kitten over his shoulder as he did so, and grabbed the whipped cream off the table in front of Cord. I'm taking this. Thanks for the idea. Kitten's calls to be put down were ignored as Jameson strode from the room. He didn't close the front door behind him, knowing I would follow. I looked to the others who were grinning. Sutton would connect with Archer and the men would be vigilant. Katie was safe with her men and Kitten would be safe with us, especially between us. That didn't mean she wouldn't worry, and that was why Jameson had carried her off. He wanted her distracted and knew just how to do it. I couldn't agree with him more, especially since the quickie had done nothing to ease the ache in my balls. They were heavy and full of cum for her already. I shrugged, then followed, my hard dick leading the way. Chapter 14. Penny. What is this place? I asked, putting my hand on the back of the passenger seat, looking out the front windshield. Jameson turned off his truck. After eating at the diner in town for a late breakfast, we'd driven out of town, the opposite direction of Steel Ranch. He turned off the main road 5 minutes ago, followed a dirt road for another few, before turning into a short driveway. We were closer to the mountains here, the setting lush and green. A river was to our right, the water flowing high and hard from the runoff coming down through the canyon. Directly before us was a house, an old 2-story farmhouse. Crisp clapboard siding, a front porch with a swing, a steep metal roof. It was reminiscent of the house in the American Gothic painting, only larger. Based on the size, I estimated it to have at least 4 bedrooms. Yet it was quaint and charming. Even from the truck, it had a welcoming, lived-in feel to it. In the distance, I could see another house, so it wasn't as isolated as Steel Ranch. This is where I grew up. Your parents' house? That's right, Jameson said, taking off his seatbelt and getting out of the truck. By the time I got mine off, he had my door open to help me down. He took my hand and led me toward the house. Boone followed right behind. I thought they moved to Alabama. They did. I bought it from them. I stumbled at the words and Jameson stopped, looked down at me. His hat cast his face in shadow. What? You have this beautiful house and yet you live at Steel Ranch? Why don't you live here? He shrugged. I've been waiting for you. He started walking again and I followed along. He'd been waiting for me? You didn't even know about me a month ago. How could you have been waiting? Unlocking the front door, he pushed it open, waited for me to enter first. The floors were wood, the walls a soft cream. Directly before me was a stairwell with a banister perfect for sliding down. A formal living room was on the left, a central hallway that led to the back of the house in the middle, and a dining room to the right. There was some furniture, a couch and a large bookshelf, a sideboard. Curtains hung at the windows. The floors were bare. It seemed Jameson's parents had chosen to leave some pieces behind. With all the windows closed, the house was warm. The air a touch stale, but the interior was spotless. It appeared as if the owners were away for the weekend instead of living elsewhere. "This house is meant for a big family," Jameson told me, taking off his hat and hanging it on the newel post, as if he'd done it 100, 1,000 times before. "A big one. One we want to have with you," Boone added. I spun on my heel, looked up at him. Unlike Jameson, he never wore a hat. His hair was so dark, almost black, and I knew exactly how it felt between my fingers. He'd shaved this morning, but the hint of his whiskers would appear in a few hours. He wore jeans and a t-shirt with the name of his medical school on the front. Casual, laid back. Yet his look was anything but. He was serious. His words were serious. "You want us to, what, live here?" He nodded. "What about your house?" I glanced over my shoulder at Jameson. "Or your cabin at Steel Ranch?" "The cabin's for a bachelor. It's too small for a family," he said. "I've lived there because it's easy. We can live in my house if you want. Hell, we can build a house on Steel Ranch land if you want. But this place, I grew up coming here. Loved it. The noise, the chaos. Something was always in the slow cooker and the house always smelled so good. Like pot roast." I didn't say anything, just glanced between them. They wanted to live here, in this house. It was tangible and blatant, proof of the forever they wanted to have with me. "What's going on in that gorgeous brain of yours?" Boone asked. "I believed you," I said on a big scale. "I did, but this, it's real. You're serious." Jameson huffed. "Kitten, I should sit on the steps and take you over my knee. What do you think we've been doing with you?" "Well, getting to know each other?" I replied. "You were going to say fucking," Boone countered, crossing his arms over his chest. I shook my head. "No, it's more than that." "That's right," Jameson said, moving to lean against the wall. I recognized his casual stance, but it was anything but. When he was bothered by something, he grew quieter, not louder. "It's more than fucking. It's loving. We've been loving you." Blood drained from my head and I had to sit down. Loving? On shaky legs, I moved to the steps, sat down on one of the worn pine treads. I had to imagine how many times Jameson and his brothers had flown down these steps to get some of that pot roast. "You never said." "What?" Boone asked, walking over and squatting down before me so we were at eye level. "That we loved you?" I nodded. Tears burned the back of my eyes and I blinked them away, yet Boone still blurred before me. "We told you with every touch, every hug, kiss, with everything we are." The tears fell then, hot down my cheeks. When I wiped them away, blinked, Boone held something before me. A ring. "Oh my God." "We can go to the courthouse, make this all legal, but it won't make a difference. Not to me." Jameson pushed off the wall, moved to the steps, sat beside me so our sides touched. "A piece of paper doesn't mean anything." Jameson turned, put his hand on my chest so his pinky rested on the swell of my breast. His touch was reverent, not sexual. "It's what's in here that matters." Jameson reached into his shirt pocket, pulled out a ring of his own. Both were simple bands, nothing fancy. Jameson's was gold, Boone's platinum. "Marry us, kitten. Be our wife. To have and to hold and everything else," Boone said. "Babies, lots of them. And pot roasts, lots of them," Jameson added, and I couldn't help but laugh. The tears were still falling now, but joy filled my heart. I'd never felt so happy, so whole, so complete. I love you, both of you." I'd never said the words before. There hadn't been anyone who I'd felt enough for to have earned those words, who deserved them. I thought I loved my mother. I'd ached for her acceptance, her approval my entire life. I'd craved love from her. But since I'd never received it from her, not once had I ever felt that she loved me, and I never had it for her in return. But what Boone said was right. They hadn't said the words, but they'd shown me their love. And everything they did, and every look, touch, breath.
Those are the words I've longed to hear, hoped for. I've waited for you, the woman we'd share, love and grow old with for 38 years. Jameson said, I love you too. Ah, kitten, I love you too.
Boone added,
marry us.
I nodded, my throat clogged with tears. They waited as usual with their never-ending patience for me to pull myself together. Yes, God, yes, I'll marry you.
We claimed you that first night, and you have been ours since then. When we took your virginity, we told you forever, and that meant when we filled you with our cum, with our baby.
Boone slid his ring on my ring finger. I didn't know I was pregnant, not for sure, but he believed we'd made a baby. With all the love between us, I had no doubt it was possible. I felt no different, but we'd know in a few days. Jameson took hold of my hand, slipped his ring on so the two of us were side by side, proof that I belonged to both of them.
You're ours, kitten,
Jameson said, his tone vehement. He took hold of my chin, kissed me. It went on and on, hot and with lots of tongue. My hands found their way into his hair and I held on. He stood, scooped me up and carried me up the stairs, not once breaking the kiss. I had to wonder if I would always be carried off to the nearest bed. By the time he laid me down on a soft mattress, I had my legs wrapped around his waist, my ankles hooked at the back. He lifted his head and I looked into his gray eyes, saw the heat, even the smile there. I loved the way the corners crinkled, the way his look softened just for me.
When I was a teenager, I dreamed about fucking a woman in this bed.
The walls were a soft blue, the bed narrow. This is your bedroom from growing up?
Yep,
he replied, his gaze dropping to my mouth.
You dreamed about fucking a woman in this bed, or did you dream in this bed about fucking?
I asked, trying to get clarification.
He stilled, frowned. Definitely both.
He stood to his full height, Boone moving beside him. They loomed over me as I lay on my back. Big, virile men with very obvious bulges in their jeans. And those bulges were all for me. I knew what they felt like in my grip, what they felt like in my mouth and deep inside my pussy.
You're every man's fantasy, but you're ours, Boone said, and it's time for us to claim you together.
I arched my back, clenched my pussy. I know you just had me last night, but I want more. I'm insatiable with you two. Boone leaned down, put his hand beside my head and kissed me. He kissed differently than Jameson, more insistent, intentional, but gentler somehow. He tasted different too. I liked both of them, needed both of them to feel complete.
This means you'll take both our cocks. I'll be in your ass, take that last virginity, while Jameson's fucking that sweet pussy.
I moaned at the thought. I loved ass play. Loved that they used their fingers, the plugs on me. God, having it in last night while we had the big group dinner had been so hot. It was like we were sharing this dark secret only the three of us knew about. It felt intimate. And the sensation? Exquisite. Turned out it made me come. Hard. And to think of Boone's big cock deep inside me there, I squirmed. Yes, please. I want that so much. He kissed me once more, his free hand going to the buttons on my shirt, getting them all undone and deftly opening the front clasp of my bra. His nose nudged the lace to the side, and he had his mouth on my nipple, strongly pulling on it in the way he knew I liked. It was as if his action sent a direct message to my pussy to get all wet. Jameson's cell rang, and a second later so did Boone's. I watched as he clenched his jaw, closed his eyes for a moment.
What?
Jameson growled, Boone's cell still ringing.
Yes, she's with me, Boone too.
There was a pause.
Who? You're fucking kidding me.
Boone's eyes met mine before he pushed off to stand. His cell had stopped ringing, most likely whoever Jameson was speaking to with knew we were all together. I lay there, shirt opened, watching as Jameson glanced down at me even as he listened.
We'll be there in 30 minutes.
He ended the call. What's the matter? I asked.
You've got a visitor at Steel Ranch.
I frowned. Katie? Jameson slowly shook his head.
That was Sutton.
A woman showed up at the ranch with a handful of men in stiff suits and sunglasses. I popped up off the bed, my fingers flying to fix my bra and shirt. Nothing made me lose interest in being taken by both my men at the same time, but this did. My mother is here. Chapter 15. Jameson. It's not often a guy's cock blocked by a member of Congress. I hoped it was the first and last time. As I drove down the Steel Ranch's long, dusty driveway, I flicked my gaze up to the rearview mirror, checking on Kitten. She'd been quiet looking out the window the whole way. Her relationship with her mother had come to a head, and I hoped this would be the showdown Boone and I had been waiting for. A parent had to cut the fucking apron strings at some point, but because Nancy Vandervilk hadn't yet the perfect example of a helicopter parent, she perhaps assumed she could maintain control over her adult daughter as well. Kitten had enabled her mother to do so, until now. Now she had us. She had the power of the Steel name, even if it wasn't hers legally. She had the backing of Katie, Riley, and Cord, the other men on the ranch. She had a family. Not a blood one, but a group of people who truly cared about her and her well-being. And she had money. Money to live her life where she wanted, how she wanted. And when we took her to the courthouse to be legally wed, she'd take Boone's name. What she didn't know was that he was rich as fuck. He had Copper King money in his past. His Butte predecessors had made fortunes in the copper rush in the 1800s, and generations after that were smart enough to invest the money to make it grow. He knew what it was like to have a woman after him for his money, and he hid the wealth well. Kitten didn't give a shit about it. She hadn't from the start. But he tested her that first night in the gas station to see if she was more interested in a Jaguar in her garage than anything else. She'd passed and claimed Boone's heart then and there. She didn't need her mother in her life. If Nancy Vandervilk was going to be a stone-cold bitch, then Kitten could just send her on her way. I had a mother too, so did Boone. Both of them were eager to hop on the next flight and meet our Kitten, hug her right up and never let go. But this meeting, all of it was up to Kitten. If she wasn't ready to deal with her mom, I'd be disappointed, but I'd be patient. Family was great, but they were hard on the emotions. All that mattered was that Kitten was safe and happy, and that Nancy Vandervilk's job kept her 2 time zones away. I parked to the side of the main house. 2 identical black SUVs were parked out front, and I had no intention of blocking them in. If they wanted to leave and take the Wicked Witch of the East with them, I wasn't going to stop them. 2 suits stood on the front porch steps, the woman herself or the rest of her entourage not visible. I glanced over my shoulder at Kitten. Ready? Boone unclipped his seatbelt, spun around. We can leave. Jameson can turn his truck around and head right on out of here. She may have come all this way, but you don't have to see her. She smiled at us. Thank you for that. But she wouldn't have come here if it weren't important, at least to her. She won't linger. But the fallout might. Trust me, she likes a lot of concrete. She opened her door and we followed, flanked her as she walked around to the front of the house. Let's get this over with. Penny. It had been 16 days since I'd seen my mother last. Yes, I knew the exact count. Since I was 10, I'd been parted from her more than I'd been with her, so it wasn't anything new. But I was. New, that is. I wasn't the same woman who'd driven up to the ranch with my belongings in the back of my car. I knew now that I truly was a steal. I looked nothing like my father, nor my mother for that matter, but I had his spirit. I knew it, felt it on the ranch. The freedom, the open spaces, the opportunities to stretch and grow, to be whatever I wanted. It wasn't stifling or confining. That was all intangible. Just like my feelings for Boone and Jameson. The love I had for them wasn't measurable. It wasn't a thing. It existed without being seen. I knew they loved me. I knew they would be there for me no matter what, to take my burdens, to even carry them for me. I felt the weight of their rings on my finger. I was unused to the feel of them, the sight, but it was a reminder of that love, a tangible reminder. So was the baby most likely growing inside me. There you are, my mother said, coming out onto the porch, her heels clacking on the wood boards. She had on one of her power suits, as if she'd just walked out of a committee meeting and not the front door of a ranch house in Barlow, Montana. Her dark hair was perfectly groomed, her makeup suitable and understated. Sutton followed behind but lingered by the door. He didn't look happy, but he never really did. He was probably the perfect person to wait with my mother, because he could have withstood any interrogation she may have attempted. Out of all the men on the ranch, he'd survive unscathed. Patrick and Seamus would be crying by now. "Here I am," I replied neutrally. I remained at the bottom of the steps. While she had a height advantage, I had no reason to get close to her. It wasn't as if we hugged. And her security men stood on either side of her. She appeared unapproachable, not superior as she wanted. She only looked at me that way when I let her have that edge over me. Not any longer. "What is that ridiculous outfit you're wearing?" She stood, hands folded in front of her, her eyes taking in every inch of me. I didn't look down at my button-up shirt, the jean skirt and cowboy boots I love so much. "You've met Sutton, I'm sure," I said, not responding to her question, to her dig. She angled her head in his direction but didn't look behind her. "Yes." "May I introduce you to Jameson?" I lifted my hand in his direction, then toward Boone. They remained behind me a few feet. "And Boone." I didn't tell her anything more about them. The less she knew, the better, and I doubted she even cared. "How quaint." Just as a thought. "What is it you wish to speak about, Mother? Surely you didn't come all this way for the scenery." She pursed her lips, not liking my sarcasm. "You could at least invite me into your home. May I offer you and your security detail a beverage?" "No, thank you. Sutton has seen to us." I inwardly rolled my eyes. "Mother, you pulled me away from something important with your unannounced visit. Please tell me why you are here." Her eyes narrowed. I recognized the look. I'd seen it often enough. She was upset at my lack of interest in her presence. "Perhaps we can have some privacy." I sighed then. "You wish me to dismiss my friends while your security detail listens in? I think not. I have nothing to hide. The question is, do you?" She turned on her heel and walked right past Sutton and into the house, the two security men following. Sutton remained where he was, and I gave him a small smile as I walked past him. I heard Boone and Jameson's boots on the steps, knew they were right behind me. I found my mother in the dining room, sitting at the head of the table as if this was a conference room and she was in charge. I remained standing, my hands on the high back of a chair at the other end. The security men remained in the great room, nearby if I decided to jump across the table and harm their charge. Boone, Jameson, and Sutton all came into the room, pulled out chairs and sat down. 3 big cowboys, hats resting on the table before them, ready to listen. My mother raised one plucked eyebrow, then said, "You told me you turned down the job offers you've received." "I did." "Why?" "I didn't wish to live in Iceland." She lifted her hand, gave a quick wave as if pushing Iceland to the side. "The company in Charlotte didn't seem like a good fit," I continued. "But the one with Borstar would be much more accommodating. You may complete your dissertation and have the job. They will be quite flexible, I'm sure, with someone of your abilities." She folded her manicured hands on the table. I studied her closely, remained silent, considered her. She'd come 1,800 miles for something important to her. She didn't care about me, and she really didn't care about Aiden Steele. She wanted to erase him from her life. Probably me too, except I held some value to her. Not love, value. I could infer so much from her words, everything in fact. It was so obvious now. I laughed, looking at the woman who'd given birth to me. It was as if I needed glasses and I'd finally put them on. It was crystal clear. "I was sent to boarding school to get out of your life." "That's not true," she countered. "It was to give you the best education, advantages other children could never dream of having. Of a life devoid of love, a childhood no one would want. Your money paid off. I'm smart enough to see what this is all about." She remained quiet, poised. "You knew about the job offer with Borstar. Now I have to wonder how I got the job, because of you or because of my brains." She gave a negligible shrug, but her shoulders stiffened impossibly more. "A surveyor from Borstar was here the other day. What arrangement do you have with them?" "I don't know what you're talking about," she countered, a little too quickly. "I didn't raise you to speak to me like this." "You didn't raise me. Chapman Academy did." I stepped back, turned around in a circle, bit my lip. "You're on the Committee for Energy and Commerce." "The Environment Subcommittee, to be exact," Boone clarified. All eyes shifted to him. He'd obviously checked out more than me with his online search. "I've been in college for 5 years," I continued. "It took you that long to get yourself set up within the ranks in D.C., and Borstar helped you. How much money did they provide to your campaign?" My mother stood abruptly, her chair scraping across the floor. "Penelope!" Her tone held censure, anger, yet she kept her cool. Barely. I cut her off with a wave of my hand. "In exchange, you gave them me." I paused, analyzed. "At first you did, but then you tossed in Steel Ranch to what? Sweeten the pot? Figured out how to use your one-night stand with Aiden Steele to your advantage?" She gasped in feigned outrage. "The surveyor was here, what, a day early? Because you told them I'd work for them, that once I was on their payroll they'd have access to my inheritance, prime oil and gas land." She pursed her lips, remained silent. "I'm not taking the job. I'm not doing the stupid dissertation." Her eyes narrowed. "You will do as you're told." Boone and Jameson stood to their full height, towering over both me and my mother. Perhaps that was the DNA I'd gotten from her. Short stature. "I'm staying here in Barlow." She laughed then, but it was laced with sarcasm. "And do what? Can homegrown vegetables?" I shrugged. "Maybe I'll dig for oil. I'm certainly well versed in it. But you planned for that, pushing me into that area of study, for just this moment when you needed an insider in the field." She sputtered, then stopped, took a deep breath. "Do you remember what I told you would happen if you didn't follow in the Vandervilk footsteps?" I nodded. "Oh yes, you'll cut me off. Consider it done." I stuck my arm out, pointed. "There's the door. I don't need you. I don't need your money. I certainly never had your love. What do you have here in this godforsaken place?" I glanced at Jameson and Boone. "Everything." She followed my gaze, raked her eyes over Boone as if he'd just rustled a nest of snakes. "You found love with a cowboy. He's at least a decade older than you." She laughed then. "What would he want with a child like you?" "Oh yes, he's in it. In you, for your money. For the inheritance. At least my interests are for the good of the country. My connection with Borstar will lessen the American reliance on outside energy resources. No, your connection with Borstar lines your pockets and ensures your political position. Nothing more. You don't give a shit about America. You don't give a shit about anything but yourself." Her mouth fell open then, practically to the floor. I'd never spoken back to her like that, never used foul language. "So you'll shack up with an old cowboy? All the education for nothing. You're a waste." Boone took a step toward my mother, but didn't touch her. I could see the anger radiating off him in waves. "I've never hit a woman, but that might change today." Mother paled. "How dare you?" "You don't speak to my wife that way." Wife?" she sputtered. I held up my left hand, let her see the rings on my fingers. While Jameson remained quiet, I knew he was ready to toss her out the front door if I gave him the green light. "You are an idiot. He now has half your property." "I don't think I've formally introduced myself. I'm Boone Montgomery, of the Butte Montgomerys." When my mother didn't even blink, he continued. "Never heard of me?" She shook her head, writing him off. I had no idea who the Butte Montgomerys were either, but I didn't really care who his family was. Based on my mother, family didn't make a person. I just wanted Boone. "No? Then perhaps you've heard of Nathan Montgomery, Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. He's my uncle. I believe he's in your neck of the woods. Then there's Jed Montgomery, but he's a little before your time. He was senator from Montana back in 1924. Then there was his father, Garrison Montgomery, who was one of the great copper kings. You've heard of them? They have more money than the Rockefellers, but that was only a small amount of money. It's been over 100 years, and I'm sure the sum's much bigger now. Are those enough big names for you, or did you want me to go further back on my family tree?
Mother sniffed. So she married you after 2 weeks? She must want you for all that money.
So am I after her money, or is she after mine? He asked. When she realized she'd gotten caught in her own words, Boone relaxed, smiled. You think she's after me for my money? Please. She wants me for my big dick. I choked down my own spit. Jameson outright laughed. Sutton's lips quirked up, his version of a smile.
That will be quite enough, she replied tartly.
That's right. We're done here. She glanced down the table at me, but didn't say anything.
Tell Borstar to stay off my land, or I'll have them arrested, and you as well. You're not welcome here. At first I thought you walked away from my father, my real father. But now I'm sure he walked away from you. What were you guys, drunk? Is that how we got you pregnant? I shook my head when she pursed her lips so tight it looked as if she were sucking on a lemon. She did flush a bright red but made no comment. It didn't matter. I really didn't want to know about her one-night stand. If you come back or make any contact with me, I'll talk, I added. About Borstar, about Aiden Steele. You'll be ruined, she said. While she was full of bravado, I saw her powerful walls crumbling. Slowly I shook my head. No, I won't. You will. Goodbye, Mother. I went around the table, stood between Jameson and Boone. She gave me one last disdainful look, then turned and left. The security detail followed. We didn't move until the SUV started up and pulled away, their engines fading into the summer day. They didn't even close the front door, Sutton said. He stood, grabbed his hat and walked out, closing the door behind him. Are you all right, kitten? Jameson asked, coming over to me, putting his hands on my shoulders, leaning down so his gray eyes met mine. I smiled. Brilliantly. My mother was gone? For good. Fabulous. He smiled. That's right, you are. You told that woman she'd interrupted something important. I flicked my gaze up to Boone. That's right. She did. Oh? And what was that? He asked. Seeming content I wasn't going to burst into tears over the confrontation, Jameson stood to his full height, crossed his arms over his chest, waited. It's not Scrabble. Chapter 16. Boone. You really have an uncle who's a judge? Kitten asked as I worked to undo the buttons on her shirt. Again. This time, even if the house caught fire, I wasn't stopping. For a scientist, you didn't do much research. I was responding, but I had no blood left in my brain to process. It had all dropped to my pants at the sight of Kitten in her bra. Jameson knelt behind her and was helping her off with her skirt, providing her balance as she stepped out of it. Jameson stood. She was now before us in the matching black lace, her cowboy boots, and our rings. Fuck, Kitten, Jameson said, running a hand over his mouth. You're the hottest thing I've ever seen. Get naked or those panties will be ruined. I growled. I was too far gone to be tender. I'd been cock-blocked by a parent when I was a teenager, but that had been in high school. My balls ached from having to take time to deal with Congresswoman Vandervilk, and now with Kitten undoing the clasp on her bra and seeing how luscious breasts bounced free, I groaned. I knew how they felt, tasted. I watched as her little upturned nipples hardened. Jameson glanced at me, then back to her chest. One for each of us. I liked the way he thought. We moved on her then. She stepped back once, then again until the backs of her legs bumped Jameson's bed, and she dropped down so she sat on the edge of the mattress. We'd made it to his cabin. We weren't fucking her in the main house. We wanted privacy and lots of it for what we were going to do. Jameson dropped back to his knees and got his mouth on her, sucking a nipple hard enough his cheeks pulled in. Her hands tangled in his hair as his eyes slipped closed. I joined him, cupping her other breast, laving the nipple. I'm rich, Kitten, I said, before wrapping my lips around the tip, grazed my teeth over it. I don't care about your money. Are you sure? I asked, glancing up at her, seeing her with her eyes closed, her lips parted.
Her cheeks were flushed, the pink color spreading down her neck and almost to our mouths. "I didn't even know you had it until a little while ago," she gasped, dropped her hand on my head, curled her fingers and tugged. I should be upset, but I'm not." We took our mouths off of her, Jameson with a loud pop. Her nipples were a cherry red, glistening from our mouths. "Why not?" I asked. Her eyes fluttered open and she slid her hand around to cut my jaw. She smiled so sweet, so pure. Her pale eyes held mine. "Because I'm only interested in your big dick." I laughed, leaned forward and kissed her, and kissed her. "Hey," Jameson said. "What about me and my big dick?" I pulled back. Kitten reached out for Jameson and leaned forward and kissed him too. "Yes, you and your big dick too. I love both your dicks equally." "Good, because we're going to fuck you at the same time," Jameson added. He stood, began to strip. "There's lube in the drawer, Boone." I moved to get the lube, tossed it on the bed. We'd been needing it. Lots of it. I'd claim her virgin ass, but I'd do it carefully. She loved ass play, and I knew she'd love this. Kitten was so fucking passionate, so sexually responsive. She'd come in hard. Jameson dropped down on the bed beside Kitten, his knees bent and his feet touching the floor. His dick was hard and pointing straight up. He crooked a finger and Kitten moved over him, straddling his waist, the cowboy boot sexy as hell. Her breast swung down, brushed his bare chest. I loved seeing the black lace on her ass, but it had to go. Grabbing the band at the waist, I carefully tugged, tore the delicate fabric so it was in 2 pieces in my hands. She gasped, but said nothing as she watched it flutter to the floor. "I warned you, Kitten." Jameson shifted then, one hand on her hip, the other between her parted thighs, sliding in and out, testing her readiness. From my vantage point, I couldn't miss how wet she was, the way his fingers came out of her pussy coated with her sticky honey. "Please, Jameson, I'm ready." She shifted her hips forward so he slipped out. With one hand on his shoulder, she gripped the base of his dick and hovered over him. "I don't need to come first. I need you in me now." Jameson didn't respond, most likely because she'd gotten her little fingers wrapped around him, but she slipped in the broad head and he groaned. He knew she was ready and wasn't going to argue. He wanted in. So did I, but I had to wait. Her pussy might be ready for a dick, but her ass wasn't. Not yet. I grabbed the lube, flipped the lid, and squirted some of it onto my fingers. I watched as Kitten fucked Jameson, took his dick nice and deep, then lifted off. Watched the way her virgin hole winked at me as I knew she clenched her pussy. It was time. I moved toward her, slid my coated fingers over her. It was time for her to bring us together as one. The one person who could make us a family. Our kitten. Jameson. I wasn't sure if I was going to last. Being inside Kitten, having her ride my dick, using it for her own pleasure had pre-cum coming out in little spurts. It was as if there was too much cum in my balls and I had to get some of it out. She was so fucking wet. She needed none of it to get her slick to take all of me. Nope. She slid right down in one quick slide. The way she'd handled her mother had made my dick hard. Insane, really, but it had. She was smart, a fucking ball-buster and gorgeous as hell. I was so proud of her, so insanely in love with her. I was losing my mind, and seeing our rings on her fingers was my undoing. She belonged to us. No legal document was needed. Just her words, her love. The rings of physical proof. My dick buried deep another one. And soon Boone would join me in her. We'd prove to her she was everything, the center of our world. I gripped one curvy hip and lush tit, cupped it, kneaded it as she moved. The sound of the flip-top on the lube made me thank every god out there, and when Boone leaned in and began to get her ass all ready for him, she stilled, leaned forward. I took that opportunity to lift my head and take a nipple back into my mouth, suck on it. Hard. Hard enough that it made her walls rhythmically pulse around me. Sweat beaded my brow. She barely moved, just circled her hips. I was going to die. Killed not from Kitten's claws, but by her sweet pussy. She groaned, her eyes widening as she relaxed her neck, her head dropping and her silky hair falling in a curtain around us. I knew Boone was working her, carefully opening her up with more than just a finger. 2, possibly even 3. You're going to come, kitten, just from this. From Boone opening that ass up and you rotting my dick. And while you're coming, Boone's going to fill you right up. You'll have both of us nice and deep. I kept my words low, even, crooning promises. I dropped both my hands to her hips as I widened my knees, parted her for Boone. I took over, lifting and lowering her as I rocked my hips up, fucking her in shallow strokes, getting Boone's fingers to go even deeper. I could feel him through the thin membrane that separated us. Kitten's eyes fell closed and her whole body softened, giving herself over to us. I met Boone's gaze over her shoulder. He was barely hanging on. He gave a nod and I thrust a little deeper, gripped my teeth at the exquisite feel of it, the feel of her. So beautiful. That's it. Come.
Penny. I was mindless, boneless. I felt their hands, their dicks, the bliss. I heard their words, their praise, but I was lost to the pleasure. I'd come riding one of them before, several times. But as I came all over Jameson, Boone had pressed into my bottom, the broad head stretching me wide, wider, even wider still until it silently popped in. That stretch, the burn of it only added to the orgasm, and it just went on and on. I was so full, completely surrounded by them. I dropped onto Jameson's chest. My arms couldn't hold me up any longer. I panted into the crook of his neck, breathed in his manly scent, tasted the salt of his sweat. His chest hair tickled my sensitive breasts as lower they ruled me. My pussy was rippling and milking Jameson's dick as Boone pressed in, pulled back. The nerve endings that I hadn't even known I had flared to life. Look at you take us both. Such a good girl, Boone murmured. I felt his fingertips slide down my back as he rocked into me a little more. I was slick, so slick from all the lube. I felt a trickle of it now and then as he added more, ensuring I could take all of him. Jameson shifted his hips, thrust up, and I moaned. He had it come, only stilled as I recovered. We're not done, kitten, he breathed as he kissed my hair. I groaned, squeezed them both. Boone gave my bottom a little swat. She knows how to make us come. I grinned, kissed Jameson's neck. His words revived me, made me feel powerful. Both their cocks were in me. I felt the press of Boone's hips against my bottom, and I knew he was in all the way. It was almost too much. Jameson's hands came to my arms and he pushed me up, held me there so I was wedged between them and completely at their mercy. Ready, kitten? I nodded, clenched down. They moved then, alternating their in and out motions. I groaned low and deep. God, it's so good. Too much. Not enough. I need... Oh, I'm gonna come. All kinds of words came out of my mouth. I couldn't think, couldn't understand how I was feeling. It was so intense tears came to my eyes. My ears tingled. I was completely theirs. My body didn't belong to me in this moment. I had no control. Nothing to do except give myself to them. Both of them. Come, kitten. Just let go. We're here. We'll catch you, keep you safe. Always. Boone leaned forward and I felt the press of him along my back, felt his lips at my neck. Mine. Mine. Jameson repeated. They stopped talking then. The only sounds filling the room were of our raw fucking, slippery and wet, flesh pounding flesh, slick skin sliding, touching. I came on a scream, my body tensing as they continued to take me, to push me through it with their dicks until Jameson stiffened, groaned, filled me with hot pulses of cum. The only signal of Boone's release was his fingers digging into my hips. He held himself still buried deep, his groans mixed with our ragged breathing. I was spent, ruined for anything but them. Nothing would ever compare. Jameson's arms dropped to the mattress. Boone planted a hand beside my hip to hold himself up. I had no idea how long we remained that way, but Boone finally pulled out, slowly and carefully. I winced at the burn, felt the flood of cum that seeped from me. I lifted my head and took him in. He hadn't taken off his clothes,
only opened his pants until his cock was free and they fell about his thighs. Jameson lifted me off him, another torrent of cum slipping from me as he placed me beside him on the bed, snuggling against his side. The water came on in the shower and Boone returned, stroked a hand down my thigh. "I love you, kitten." I rolled to my back and he leaned over me, kissed me tenderly. I reached up, stroked his face. "I love you too." He grabbed my wrist, turned it over and kissed the rings they'd put on my fingers. His dark eyes met mine, held. I saw the heat, the fire, the love. "Hey, what about me?" Jameson asked playfully, and I rolled my eyes. Boone lifted his head and I turned mine, kissed Jameson too. "Was that okay?" Jameson asked, his lips roving over my face. "Too good." "Sore?" I clenched. "A little. I'd just taken 2 guys at once. Not long ago I'd been a virgin. I'd come a long way. My pussy, my ass, and my heart. We'll get you all cleaned up and then a bag of frozen peas if you need it. Then we'll do it again." I reached up, tugged Boone so he sat beside me, Jameson on the other side. This was where I wanted to be, with them. Here, wherever here was. It didn't matter. I was home. I lifted my hands, cupped both of their faces, felt the scruff on their jaws. Mine. Promises, promises. This has been Wrangled, Steel Ranch Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2018 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2018 by Vanessa Vale. Tangled, Steel Ranch Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Cricket. "You've got 10 minutes. Schmidt growled, pushing an outfit at me. "Put this on and come back out. Find some shoes that fit." He pointed to the floor behind me. The thump of the bass from the song blaring in the main room came through the floor, the thin walls. The scent of stale beer and smoke lingered. I glanced about at my new reality. The space was small, an oversized closet. A fluorescent light bar affixed to the ceiling, casting everything in a harsh glare. 2 movable hanging racks flanked me, lingerie and the skimpiest of outfits hanging from them. Red lace, shiny metal lame, cheerleader and schoolgirl skirts along with midriff-bearing tops. On the floor were a variety of fuck-me shoes with at least 4-inch heels in all colors of patent pleather. I glanced down to what he'd shoved in my hands. A nurse's outfit. A white dress, if it could be called that, with short sleeves and even shorter hem, with Velcro closures on the front instead of buttons. Beneath that, I was to wear a white bikini top made up of 2 tiny triangles and a matching G-string, also white, which had a red plus sign right in the front as if my crotch was the source of medical help. My stomach roiled at the thought of what they expected. I couldn't even put the outfit on. "I can't do this," I said, pleading. One last time. I'd been doing it for the past 2 hours, ever since they'd taken me from my apartment. "You don't have a choice, sweetheart." Schmidt. I assumed it was his last name, but it was all I knew him by. Was in his 50s, built like a whiskey barrel and had a cigarette dangling from his lips. I'd seen the gun in the waistband of his pants. Nothing unusual since it was Montana, and everyone carried, even little old ladies. But I didn't think his was as much for protection as enforcement of his wishes. While he hadn't laid a finger on me, I knew he wouldn't hesitate to do so if he wanted. Same for his sidekick, Rocky. Especially after Rocky had grabbed me and dragged me out of my apartment into my car. I'd had no choice but to drive us to this seedy place on the edge of town. I'd had thoughts of jumping out at a stoplight, but I knew he'd just dragged me back pissed off. Maybe it would have been better to have jumped into an intersection instead of being where I was now. I couldn't get past Schmidt, since he was almost as wide as the doorway. But even if I could, Rocky was looming behind him. And with both of them armed, I didn't risk it. I didn't think they were killers, but I didn't put right past them. Their way to persuade me most likely involved me on my knees or on my back. "I paid you the amount I owed," I reminded him. Again, desperation laced my words. He laughed at that, his eyes roaming over me and my jeans and plain t-shirt. Not the interest. I paid that too, 20%. He grinned, slowly shook his head as if he were talking to an idiot. Maybe I was one since I was standing in the back room of a seedy strip club. Sweetheart, I told you, it's compound interest. Didn't you learn anything about that in the fancy college classes you borrowed money to take? The anatomy and physiology class I'd taken covered how his ACL would be torn if I kicked him in the knee the way I wanted, but it hadn't had any quizzes on being screwed over by a shifty loan shark. I'd been so stupid taking money from him. I could practically see the diploma I'd worked so hard to get, except a new transmission had put me behind, no matter how many extra shifts I'd worked. He grinned, his crooked teeth yellow. He had me, and I had a very good feeling the compound interest would never go away. I was fucked. So damn fucked. That outfit's special. Just for you since you're studying to be a nurse and all. I was nauseated, realizing he remembered why I'd borrowed money from him in the first place. It hadn't been to pay for a drug habit, damn it. It was college to fucking better myself. How long had he been keeping an eye on me? I don't know how to strip, I said, licking my dry lips, stating the obvious. I could barely dance. My friends always teased me that I had no rhythm. You take your clothes off every damn day, he countered. It's not that hard, and as long as you show those big tits and tease the guys with a glimpse of a tight pussy at the end, no one will know. Tears burned at the back of my eyes. I've never done this before. Sweetheart, you're the virgin nurse. Everyone's going to love watching you get your stripper cherry popped out there. You only have to strip until your debt's paid. $2,000, I replied. That's 100% interest and a hell of a lot of stripping. He lifted a beefy shoulder. You can take customers in the back room. Lab dances pay more, especially if you give them a happy ending. Gag. I knew what he meant. Fucking strangers or sucking their dicks for extra money. A happy ending for me would be to walk out of here and never see him again. You can show me how good you are after closing. He winked and I threw up a little in my mouth. I wasn't a virgin and I liked sex a little wild, but there was no way I was doing anything with him or anyone else from this place. I slowly shook my head, my eyes wide. I can go to the police, I added, although the threat I knew was empty. His smile shifted to lethal. Tell anyone and sucking dicks for a 20 isn't all you'll be doing. Hope you like that semester of school. Payback's a bitch. He just smiled. 10 minutes. He stepped back, slammed the door shut, making the metal hangers rattle. I gulped, let the tears fall. Shit. I couldn't do this. I couldn't stand before a room full of strange men and dance, let alone take my clothes off. I'd been naked in front of guys before, but those times had been completely different. Consensual, fun, a little wild. No, a whole lot wild. But this... I had money, now. Not at the beginning of summer semester when I'd borrowed from Schmidt. Last week when I'd received the official letter in the mail, I hadn't believed it. My father, whom I'd never known, had died and left me money. Lots of it. But if I told Schmidt about the inheritance, he'd want more than the $2,000. He'd never leave me alone, and that was why I kept it a secret. I wanted to tell him, desperately, so I could get out of here. But at this point, I doubted he'd even believe me. I'm the heiress to the steel fortune. Yeah, right. He'd seen my apartment, my older car. Hell, I'd borrowed money from him. No millionaire needed to borrow money from a loan shark. The door opened and I jumped, the G-string sliding off the hanger and falling to the floor. You're not changing. Rocky. Schmidt was definitely in charge and he was all business. I didn't doubt he fucked the women who worked at his club, but he wasn't like Rocky. Rocky was all sicklier, handsy. He'd take me right now if he could get away with it, and he scared me more than his boss. He bent down, picked up the G-string so it dangled from one of his fingers. I can help. His slick grin made my stomach roil. I'm going to be sick. I put a hand over my mouth. Perhaps it was the look on my face or the way I probably turned a funky shade of green. but he jumped back and pointed to the door across the hall. I bolted for the ladies' room and into the back stall, leaned over the toilet and dry heaved. The song switched and I knew my turn was coming closer. With one hand on the stained white wall, I caught my breath. Finished, my stomach hurting, I stood, realizing I still held the hanger with the nurse's outfit. No way in hell I could put that on. 5 minutes, Rocky shouted, pounding on the door. He might have wanted to help me get into the sexy nurse's outfit, but it seemed he drew the line at holding my hair back as I threw up. He'd remained in the hall. For that I was grateful. I had to get out of here. Out of this. I'd borrowed the money, yes. I knew going in that it was probably stupid, but I'd paid Schmidt back in full, on time, worked overtime to do so. I never did drugs in my life, didn't even drink, had never smoked a cigarette. I'd seen too much in my time in foster care to know what all that did to people, and quickly learned no one else was going to take care of me. All my money went to my bills and to school, so I could get my nursing degree and get out of the paycheck-to-paycheck existence. But Schmidt just wanted to fuck with me, to drag me down, to make extra cash off the backs of those who unfortunately got involved with him. I'd paid him back. I was tired of being taken advantage of. I wasn't having it, not again. I stepped out of the hall, looked around. Dingy mint green tile, a cracked mirror. Not enough women came to the strip club to warrant a remodel. But unlike the closet, there was a window. A small one, but a way out. I went to it, fiddled with the latch, then glanced over my shoulder. Rocky could come in at any time. He would, I knew, in less than 5 minutes if I didn't come out. I flipped the worn lock, put my palms on the middle part of the frame and pushed. It shifted, but the paint was old, the wood swollen. My efforts producing a loud creak of protest. Glancing over my shoulder once again, I wondered if Rocky had heard it. Hopefully the heavy beat of the music hid the noise. A draft of cool air hit me from the small opening I'd created, spurring me to get the thing open. 2 inches of freedom and my adrenaline surged. The window was small, but if I could get it open, I could squeeze out. I would no matter what. I pushed and worked it open. More, then more still until I could fit through. I shimmied, squeezed, pushed and worked myself through the opening, putting my hands out to block my head as I fell a few feet to the pavement. Looking around, I got my bearings. I was in the parking lot, the dumpster in front of me, meaning I was on the far side, away from the entrance. It wasn't dark yet, maybe 7 o'clock or so. While the lot was partially full, no one was around. No one witnessed my escape. I just had to hope the place was too low class for security cameras, at least on this side of the building. I stood, wiped my hands on my jeans to get the grit off, then ran toward my car. I still had my leather purse slung crosswise over my body. With fumbling fingers, I grabbed my keys from within, looked back to make sure Rocky hadn't found me missing yet. I only had a minute or 2 at the most. Once in my car, I prayed that it would start. They didn't see me much as a threat, knowing that they could intimidate me or hurt me if I didn't keep coming back night after night and strip until the damn debt was paid. They didn't need to hold me hostage to keep me a prisoner. No fucking way. I wasn't coming back, ever. I had to get out of here. Out of this parking lot, out of town. I started my piece of shit car and sped out of the lot, barely slowing to make the turn onto the street. My heart jumped in my throat as I saw in the rearview mirror Rocky's head sticking out the open bathroom window, his eyes murderous. I couldn't go home, not even for clothes or the money I had hidden. They knew where I lived, and no doubt that would be the first place they'd look for me. All they do is grab me and bring me back, the next time with a little more anger and aggression. Probably have a little fun with me first. They'd underestimated me tonight, thankfully, but I knew they wouldn't a second time. I put my foot to the floor at the far side of town, the buildings receding behind me. I needed to get lost, hide. I knew just where to go. Chapter 2. Archer. It had been a long fucking day. A T-bone accident on the highway had shut the westbound lanes down for 2 hours. Miraculously, there'd been only minor injuries. Then Mrs. Bickers had called after lunch. I had lost the coin toss with the other sheriff on duty and had been the one to stop by and check on her stove's pilot light. The octogenarian had nimble fingers for a woman her age, and my butt had been pinched not once but twice this time. Then there was the domestic violence case on Hawkins Creek Road. Barlow was a quiet town, and I liked it that way, content to steer clear of the shit bigger cities dealt with 24 hours a day. Today, though, was a reminder that shit went down everywhere, even in rural Montana. With the sun slowly sinking toward the mountains, I wanted a shower, a beer, perhaps at the same time than a ball game on TV. With the next few days off, I'd settle for a few beers. That was why when a car flew by me in the opposite direction, clocked at 80 in a 50 zone, I swore under my breath. I couldn't let the person go not knowing if they were drunk or not. I couldn't enjoy the double header wondering if the guy had killed someone. Pulling to the side, I did a U-turn and flipped on the light bar and siren of my sheriff department SUV. I radioed in the call as the car pulled over to the shoulder and came to a stop. I parked behind it, the SUV angled so I was protected from traffic when I stood by the vehicle, then plugged in the license plate. The small computer display said it was registered to a Christina Johnson, valid tags, address in Missoula, a 2-hour drive away, but that was nothing in Montana. "Evening, ma'am," I said as I approached the window. I did an immediate assessment. A woman in her mid-20s, dark hair, t-shirt and jeans, no scent of alcohol, tobacco, or marijuana, wearing her seatbelt. "Did you know you were going 80 in a 50? "Oh, hello, officer," she replied, her voice nervous. "I wasn't really paying attention to the speed. Sorry." Her nerves and her tense response were both completely normal for a traffic stop. But she was sweating, her dark hair damp at her temples, even with the window down. The day had been warm, but the sun was dropping, and with it came the glorious cooler summer night. Her knuckles had a death grip on the steering wheel. In my line of work, I'd gotten pretty used to reading people, and she was either high on drugs or freaked out. "Where are you headed tonight?" "Barlow." "License and registration, ma'am," I said. She shook as if taking a second to process what I said. Her purse was slung over her body, caught in the seatbelt. I stepped back, using the car to shield myself as she searched. It was a vulnerable moment for a traffic stop, as I had no idea what she was going to pull from her bag. Carrying a concealed weapon was legal in Montana, for those with permits, which made me a tad nervous. I had my weapon at my hip, but I didn't like surprises. As she did so, I asked, "What's your name?" "Cricket. Cricket Johnson." Cricket? Holy shit. There certainly couldn't be two Crickets in West Montana, could there? My heart skipped a beat and my cock stirred. On a fucking traffic stop, but still. If this was Cricket, the woman Sutton had been looking for, the one we'd claimed together along with Lee that one wild night last summer. "Here," she said, holding her license out. Her fingers shook, and I had to wonder once again if she were on something. She reached over to get the registration from the glove box, but I checked out her ID. Christina Johnson. "Cricket a name? Christina Johnson?" I asked once she handed me her registration. "Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm never called Christina." I remained silent, waiting, forcing her to look up at me. She had long, almost pitch-black hair, windblown and tangled. Her dark eyes were wide and she bit her plump lower lip. Beautiful. She all but vibrated with energy. She didn't look high, but who was to know these days? The Cricket I remembered hadn't been the kind of woman to get mixed up in drugs, but it had been a year, and it had only been one night. In my job, I'd seen some crazier shit than that. "Be right back," I told her, taking her info with me. I returned to my state-issued SUV, swiped her license in the computer to get her information. I got on the horn and updated the dispatcher, said the traffic stop was complete. Technically it wasn't, but I was going into a gray area here, especially since I was off duty. I pulled out my cell. "You're not going to believe this," I said when Sutton answered. "What, Mrs. Bickers pinch your ass again?" my friend asked. "I just pulled over a woman who goes by Cricket." The line was quiet. "Fuck. Seriously?" I glanced at her ID. 25, black hair, dark eyes. A chickenpox scar on the side of her left cheek. Really fucking pretty. "That's her. She also had a scar on the inside of her right knee," he added. The lights were out. I didn't see shit, I grumbled. You felt a whole hell of a lot. I had. That night was seared in my memory. Sutton meeting the woman of his dreams at the Polson Rodeo of all places. Getting her in his hotel room for a wild romp. One night turned into two, and he discovered she was into sharing. Wanting to fulfill one of her fantasies, he called me and Lee, had us join them. God, I remembered every bit of that long night. The plump weight of her breasts, the taste of her pussy as I ate her out, the feel of her walls constricting my cock as she came when I'd fucked her ass. She'd even wanted that, the way she'd taken me deep down her throat, the way she'd been pleasured by 3 men who'd made her the center of their world. It had been intense, incredible, and I'd been lost. Almost as much as Sutton since she'd snuck off. Lee, too. I've told you for the past year she wanted it, but was nervous. Making the room pitch black gave her the 3 guys' experience without seeing faces. She loved it. Jesus, I know. She got 3 mouths, 3 dicks, and 6 hands on her. All night long. And about a dozen orgasms. I heard him groan just from talking about it. She was the one who got away, sneaking out before dawn, never to be heard from again. It wasn't as if I hadn't tried a police search for the name Cricket. Nothing. She'd been a fucking unicorn. Until now. That night is on the top of my spank bank list, I said. My cock getting hard now, even on a stop. Her record pulled up on my screen. You said she was hot as fuck. You're right. I'd remembered the sweet suction of her mouth, the rippling of her pussy, the breathy moans of her pleasure, but I'd never seen her face. For one wild night I'd been blind, and now I could see. Shit. He groaned, most likely wishing he was in the patrol SUV with me. She's from Missoula, I told him, reading what was on the small computer screen. Not even a parking ticket. But something's not right with her. She's nervous, panicked even. Why did you pull her over? Speeding. Where? County Road 34. I'll be there in 20. I'm not letting her get away again. I rubbed my brow. Man, I can't hold her for 20 minutes for a speeding ticket. Right then she climbed from her car, hurried over to mine. Even in her slim jeans, her legs were a mile long. I remembered how they felt about my waist. I wanted that again. Hang on, I said, pulling the phone away from my ear. Look, I did it, she said when she came up to stand within the space of the open driver's door, glancing at me, then over her shoulder, as if someone was after her. The 2-lane road was all but deserted, only 1 car having passed since I'd stopped her. I was speeding, breaking the law. I've been bad. She held her arms out, wrists together. Slap the handcuffs on me. I went from having a semi to fully erect in the span of time it took her to say, slap the handcuffs on me. The Cricket from last year would have loved some kinky restraints. Arrest me, she added with breathy desperation. But while my dick thought otherwise, she wasn't talking like a woman propositioning a man, especially one that she'd had sex with before. Not that she knew it. She had no idea who I was. She never saw my face that night. Heard my voice, yes, but it had been 12 long months. Not something to remember. I didn't remember hers. Maybe if she called out my name in a breathy gasp of pleasure, I might. But she wasn't the least bit aroused. She was afraid. Very afraid. Something had her scared as shit. I stepped out of the car, forcing her to retreat and close the door behind me. You want to go to jail? I asked, assessing her. No, she wasn't on drugs. She'd been speeding because she'd been running from something. Someone. The way she glanced down the road in the direction she'd come from, she was worried this person was following. If she was scared enough to ask to be arrested, then I wasn't going to let her off with a warning and send her on her way to protect herself. No fucking way. If she was scared, I'd take care of her. Keeping my eyes on her, I lifted my cell to my ear and lowered my voice. I'm coming to you. 30 minutes and call Lee. I told Sutton before disconnecting and tossing the cell through the open window and onto the center console. I need to frisk you. Her eyes widened and her cheeks went pink. Turn around and put your hands on the hood. She complied, then glanced over her shoulder at me. Fuck, this was hot. She was all slim curves. I remembered the heavy weight of her tits in my hands, the roundness of her hips, her gorgeous heart-shaped ass. But that had been all by touch. Now I could see all of her. The idea of putting a hand between her shoulder blades to make her ass stick out was all too tempting. She needed a spanking for her reckless driving. I could give her one, would love to get my palm on that pert flesh. But Sutton was the one who dominated best. Now wasn't the time to do that, to even dwell on those thoughts, because she thought I was on the clock. I had been until she told me her name. Still, I wasn't stupid. Last summer, she'd fled in the early morning hours, never to be seen or heard from again. Until now. Traffic stops were dangerous, and I wasn't going to let my dick get me killed. I didn't think she was a threat, but I wasn't going to risk it. If she had a weapon on her, I wanted to know. "Do you have any drugs on your person?" I asked, my gaze raking over her worn jeans, the simple t-shirt. She wore no jewelry. "No." "Any drug paraphernalia, needles?" "No." She shook her head, the tips of her long hair swiping over the SUV's white hood. "Knives?" "No." I stepped up behind her, performed the standard perfunctory frisk, keeping it as professional as fucking possible the way my dick got hard at the feel of her. Yeah, it remembered her. "All done," I said, my voice gruff. She turned around and watched me carefully, although her gaze darted down the road once or twice. Pulling the cuffs from my belt, I slipped them over her slim wrists, clicked them into place. It wasn't protocol, not by a long shot. To not only handcuff someone who wasn't actually being arrested, but also to keep her hands in front. I technically wasn't on duty, and I had no intention of calling in that I had someone in custody because she wasn't. She was with me, Archer the man, not the sheriff. I wasn't taking her to the station. I was taking her to Steel Ranch, to Sutton and Lee, to get her between all three of us again. To talk, to find out what the hell was going on with her, and then find out why the hell she disappeared. And if that led to her getting naked and me getting inside her, then that was fine with me. In the meantime, if being restrained eased her mind, then fine. I didn't want to spook her any more than she already was. I'd play along for now to make sure she wasn't in any danger, and if she needed help, she'd get it from her three men. I took her by the arm, her bare skin silky soft and warm, and walked her around the front of the car to the passenger seat. I remembered running my hands over her curves, each and every one of them. "Aren't you putting me in the back?" she asked, as I reached across her to click her safety belt into place. Leaning in as I met her gaze. Fuck, she was pretty. She did have the little chickenpox scar on her cheek, a tiny circle over by her ear, and I had to wonder what the one on the inside of her knee looked like, up close and personal. And her eyes, so dark as to be almost black, stared at me with a mixture of continued panic and curiosity. I took a breath, let it out, took in her scent. Coconut? Something tropical was coming from her hair. I felt it, that jolt, the need to claim her just as I'd felt it that one night last summer, and I hadn't even known what she looked like. The connection had transcended the superficial. Sutton, the fucker, had met her at the damned rodeo as Lee competed. Saw her, knew she would be his and claimed her. Then there was the one night with the four of us together. Sutton, Lee, and I had wanted to keep her, for more than sex, for fucking everything, which was insane. But now I knew my gut feeling I'd had back then had been right. Sutton had been right to be pretty much a monk since that wild time because she was the one. And now I had her, caught. Handcuffed, she was mine, ours. She'd find that out soon enough. She'd gotten away once. We weren't going to let that happen again. Chapter 3. Cricket. "Who were you afraid of that had you driving so fast?" he asked 10 minutes down the road. I startled. My brain had been replaying my harrowing escape from the strip club. No doubt by now Rocky was on the hunt for me. Not for the $2,000 supposedly owed Schmidt, but no way would they let it go that I'd gotten away from them. Rocky was too much of an asshole, way too cocky to let a woman get the better of him. It was clear he and Schmidt thought a woman's place was half naked, on a stage or on her knees. He'd want retribution for besting him, and having me strip definitely wouldn't be what he had in mind once he got his hands on me. "I don't know what you're talking about," I replied, then bit my lip. Not a good idea to lie to the law, but I had no intention of getting into the details of what I'd done. I'd gotten myself into this mess, I'd get myself out, just like I always had. I glanced at the name on the strip of metal pinned to his shirt. Wade. The sheriff, Wade, had one hand on the wheel, the other rested casually on his thigh. He didn't seem upset that I was lying through my teeth. He didn't do anything except drive, which had me slowly exhaling a pent-up breath. The SUV was big and filled with all kinds of radios and computers, safety gadgets and buttons. But when he'd slipped behind the wheel, the interior got small real fast. He was big, broad and hot as hell. Around mid-30s, he hit every single one of my hot buttons. Dark hair, dark eyes, strong brow. Yesterday's 5 o'clock shadow darkened his square jaw. It was hard to tell how broad he was because it was obvious he had a bulky bulletproof vest on beneath his uniform. He exuded authority and command, which strangely soothed me, especially after being with the very bossy and dangerous Schmidt. He made me feel safe.
"Where were you headed in Barlow?"
He asked conversationally, as I could see the town in the distance. The place was small and there was nothing around it. Open prairie, rugged rock formations, buttes, a mountain range in the distance. Long strips of cottonwood trees dotted the green prairie as they lined a creek or stream. It was a pretty setting, but all I cared about was that it was far from Schmidt and Rocky. A voice came over the radio, but he reached to the console, pressed a button, and it went quiet. I was glad for the easier question, so I replied, "Steel Ranch." I couldn't think of a reason to keep that from him. He was driving. The car slowed as if he lifted his foot from the pedal, but only for a second as his eyes met mine. I felt the heat of his gaze and tried not to squirm until he looked back to the road. Wow, that had been intense, and it felt as if electricity crackled in the air.
"One of the ranch hands a boyfriend?"
I looked down at my lap, blushed, remembering the last time I'd been with a guy. I thought he was special, that the connection had been really intense. The weekend we'd shared had been amazing, even though it had been a rodeo hookup which weren't known for longevity. Last summer, I'd gone with a girlfriend to the 2-day rodeo in Polson, and I'd been more interested in the guy in the stands who hadn't taken his eyes off me the entire night than the men risking their lives on the bulls. I'd raked in the look of his closely shorn hair, dark eyes, and intense stare. Definitely older, he'd had the air about him of a life hard lived, not the happy-go-lucky, casual feel of the rodeo riders, who usually had cockier attitudes. They always wanted to prove they could last more than 8 seconds. I'd wanted a guy who knew he'd be able to stay on. This guy? He'd looked dangerous, at least to the survival of my panties and the well-worn jeans and snap shirt. And when he'd approached, I hadn't been fearful. It had been magic, intense. Not love at first sight, but definitely lust at first sight, which was crazy. It had been powerful and wild, falling immediately into bed with him. We hadn't left his hotel room for 2 days because we just clicked. I'd felt a deeper attraction for him than I had any man before or after. It had taken a day together to share our darkest secrets, our wildest kinks. I'd been worried, even embarrassed to share mine, but he hadn't laughed, hadn't shamed me. Instead, he'd set about to fulfill every one of them, perhaps because his were compatible with mine, a yin to his yang, more like a submissive to his dominant nature. He'd even made one of my more insane fantasies a reality by bringing his 2 best friends into bed with us, anonymous to me, which was what I'd wanted. He turned out the lights, made it dark enough where I hadn't been able to see them. They hadn't been able to see me unless they were weird-ass werewolves or something. I hadn't seen their faces, only heard their voices. The dark promises, the dirty talk, felt their hands, their lips, their impressive cocks. The darkness had set my mind at ease, had made me forget I was with 3 men, with strangers. Crazy? Absolutely. Incredible? Definitely. They'd been good guys who had made the one night spectacular, who'd given me more orgasms than I'd thought possible, a fantasy to remember. While it wasn't something I intended to tell my grandchildren about, I could certainly look back at my old age and know I'd been bold enough to take what I'd wanted, and found 3 guys gentle, sweet, dominant, and skilled enough to give it to me. But it had just been a weekend, a fling, and I'd had my nursing internship to get back to. Attendance had been mandatory for passing the class, and while the orgasms, and the men, had been spectacular, I couldn't blow my chances at a career over them. We hadn't talked about anything beyond the weekend, and I'd known there were no strings. With the long drive from Polson to where the hospital was in Missoula, I'd had to slip out before dawn to make my shift on time. We hadn't exchanged numbers. We'd been too busy doing other things. And when I'd left, I'd assumed it was over. A rodeo fling wasn't long-term. Who wanted a relationship with a woman who wanted 3 men? It had been a wild time, but the reality of nursing school and working full-time had returned with a vengeance. Making enough money to pay the bills, rent, insurance, groceries, and the tuition had had me working every minute I wasn't at school or asleep. While I knew what he looked like naked and all the wicked things a rodeo hottie could do to me, I only knew his first name, Sutton. And as for his friends who'd gotten in on the fun, I didn't even know that. It was completely ridiculous to have bared my body and my soul like that without even getting everyone's dang name. I'd been hating myself for it every day since. I'd played the what-if game for the past year. What if Sutton had been able to call me? What if all 3 of them wanted me for more than a wild romp? What if? So all I had was that wild weekend with Sutton. The one night with 3 amazing men to keep me warm at night, to think of as I used my vibrator and fingers to make myself come. And then nothing like it had felt with those 3. Any guy since who'd asked me out, I turned down. None were Sutton, and it seemed he was the only one I craved. Well, his friends too, but that hadn't been real. Just 2 big muscled figments of the darkness. I don't have a boyfriend. I lifted my cuffed wrists, making the metal clink. I'm not really under arrest, am I? He put his blinker on, slowed and waited for a car to pass from the other side before he turned onto a side road. No. He tipped his chin toward a clear plastic divider behind us that separated the front from those he'd arrested. You wouldn't be sitting up here if you were. Then why am I in cuffs? Because you wanted me to put them on you. The deep rumble of his voice had me thinking dark and dirty things about those words. He was in a position of power. I'd voluntarily given up my control to him, proof of it with the benign yet very appealing frisk, then the cuffs, and it was reassuring to me. I felt as if my burden to run, to get away from Schmidt and Rocky, was now in his hands. I liked that. I needed it. I was in control of every facet of my life. Every moment was planned, every penny accounted for. I craved a man who could dominate me, allow me to give him all the decision-making to him, to let me clear my mind and just be. The cuffs were the physical proof of this dominance, and he was right. I did want them on. I wanted him to be in control. The fact that he recognized that was heady, surprising, appealing. Crazy, yes, especially since he was a stranger, but I sensed he was a good man, took his role seriously. His job put him in a position of trust, and deep down I knew he wouldn't take advantage of that. I doubted he'd pull over the sheriff SUV and have his way with me, even if I consented. But it did have me shifting in my seat, remembering how that one night with the 3 guys, they'd bound my wrists with one of their leather belts and secured to the headboard. That had been hot, the moment charged with the balance of control. I'd tipped it, at my own choosing, in their favor. They'd made me come first with their mouths, then their dicks, flipping me from my back, legs spread, and then onto my knees. I cleared my throat. Why was I all of a sudden thinking of them, of that weekend, that night, of what could have been if I'd only gotten Sutton's contact info or left mine behind? Then where are you taking me? I wondered as we headed out of town once again, this time to the north. Steel Ranch, as you wanted. I flushed, realizing the direction my thoughts had gone, and he was just being nice. Thank you, I murmured, relieved. I wasn't excited about the chance of Schmidt or Rocky finding my car abandoned on the side of the road, and what they'd do with it if they did, but I felt safe enough knowing my trail disappeared. Nothing was resolved, but for now I could lay low and think about what I was going to do. We turned off the road a few minutes later, passed beneath the ranch's wooden archway, and drove down the long driveway. This was mine? This gorgeous piece of property. And when the ranch house came into view, I gasped. It's huge, I exclaimed, leaning forward and putting my hands on the dash. Wade glanced at me, then studied the house growing larger the closer we got. It was white, 2-story with a wraparound porch. It was built by Aiden Steele's grandfather, I believe. He pulled up in front of the house and turned off the SUV. He climbed out and I stared up at the house that was mine, or at least part mine. But it belonged to me. Me! All the land around it, too. If the letter from the attorney was correct. And it was. Very official and legal looking. I didn't even have to sign papers. A father I'd never known left me all this. It had me wondering so much. Had he known about me? Had he known my mother had given me up? Now I could afford nursing school. I could afford anything I wanted. I could even pay off Schmidt's ridiculous compound interest, but that didn't mean he'd leave me alone, especially when he found out how much money I really did have. But that wasn't to worry about now. Now I had to figure out how to get inside the house. Would Sheriff Wade just leave me out here once he removed the handcuffs? The paperwork from the lawyer was in my desk in my apartment. He came around to my door, opened it and helped me down, keeping a hand on my elbow. When he stepped back, I noticed two men walk across the porch, go down the central steps to the stone walkway, and stop a few feet in front of me. My heart stopped at the sight of Sutton, here, at Steel Ranch. I blinked then again, thinking he wasn't real. He looked the same as I remembered. Over 6 feet, well-muscled yet lean. The first time I'd seen him in the rodeo stands, he'd reminded me of a fighter. Not only because of his physique, but his demeanor, too. Hard edges, dark looks. With his close-cut dark hair, intense dark gaze, strong jaw, and brooding gaze, he hadn't changed a bit. Every line of his body was tense, intense. He exuded power, strength, and yet at the same time, calm. "Cricket," he said. That deep, familiar voice sent a chill down my spine. My nipples hardened instinctively as my body recognized him. I'd hoped for months and months I'd run into him, but here, now. The events of the day had me frazzled, and seeing Sutton had me fraying at the edges. Schmidt and Rocky all but kidnapping me and taking me to the club, believing I'd be forced to strip, escaping, fleeing, it was too much. I was a simple woman. I worked, I went to school, I slept. I didn't do things. The craziest thing that ever happened to me was getting a double deal on a coupon at the grocery store. "Cricket," he repeated, this time his voice deeper, darker. I shivered, then ran to him. He wrapped his arms about me, my cuffed arms folded against his chest. I closed my eyes, breathed in his male scent, felt the steady beating of his heart. I gave in, gave over. Let go. Chapter 4. Sutton. Time to tell us what's going on. After I'd held her, breathed her in to convince myself she was really in my arms, we'd gone inside the main house to the great room and the big couches. Having gotten the keys from Jameson after Archer had called, we'd had the door unlocked before they even pulled up. Since neither Katie or Penny lived in the house, they'd both moved in with their men, it remained closed up except for the group meals Penny insisted on having each Sunday. It was a little stuffy with the windows being closed, but we left the front door open behind us to let the cool air in. We were in the great room, and I had her settled on my lap, my arms wrapped around her, my chin on the top of her head. She hadn't mentioned the handcuffs still on her wrists, most likely because she was as stunned as we were at finding each other and had forgotten about them. I never expected to see her again. Resigned myself to the fact that I'd had one weekend with the woman of my dreams and that was it. That I'd scared the shit out of her with a nightmare that first night we'd been alone and she hadn't wanted to deal with it. That was why when she'd mentioned her fantasy of being fucked by multiple guys at once, I'd been into it. Well into it since I'd arranged for it to be with Archer and Lee. I couldn't have shared it with anyone else. I'd lived for the past year with memories of her feel, her sounds, her touch, her laugh. Now she felt so good in my hold that I breathed her in. I recognized her scent as if it were elemental. A floral shampoo, something girly, and something that was just Cricket. She was lithe and lush, the lean muscles and soft curves I hadn't forgotten. Nothing about her was forgotten. The way she looked at me with equal parts wonder, saucy kitten, shy schoolgirl, and laser-sharp woman. I loved every facet of her. She was wicked smart and had an air about her that I recognized as a life hard lived. Things hadn't come easy for her. I recognized that look because I had it myself. She wasn't beaten down, though, pushing past the shit she must have grown up with and was succeeding. We hadn't talked all that much that weekend. Not about anything deep like why the fuck I'd woken her up shouting and thrashing, sweating like I'd run a marathon, but it hadn't mattered. Hell, we hadn't even shared our last names or phone numbers, but I'd been too afraid to give her mine. But then it had been too late. She'd taken the decision from me when she left before dawn. But sometimes none of it was necessary. The names, details about someone, I just knew. I knew. Her mouth was the last one I wanted to kiss. Her breasts were the last ones I wanted to suckle. Her pussy the last one I wanted to taste, to fuck. And if I thought about her ass, I'd come with her sitting in my lap. That weekend had been... That weekend, fuck. It had been amazing, incredible, insane, and then poof. She was gone. Literally disappeared. And Archer, who was a fucking sheriff, couldn't even track her down. I'd been cranky as shit for the past 12 months, my dick missing her. So had my heart. And out of the blue she just appeared? Fate? Coincidence? Serendipity? I didn't give a shit about any of those fancy words. I was the least poetic person on earth. That was more Jameson, the ranch's foreman, than me. I was straightforward, blatant. But with Cricket it seemed I hadn't been blatant enough. If I had, she wouldn't have slipped out before dawn and disappeared. She'd have known I'd claimed her, that my two best friends hadn't even seen her but wanted to keep her too. That even if I couldn't share a bed at night with her because of my PTSD, Archer and Lee could easily keep her warm. But no, I'd fucked it all up. I wouldn't let that happen again. I wasn't what anyone in the lifestyle would call a true dominant. I hadn't had a shit ton of training at it, but I was bossy as fuck in the bedroom and I wanted my partner to submit. Cricket had done that beautifully because that's what she'd wanted. Not just for a night of play, but the real deal. To give over control, her thoughts, her pleasure to me. And Archer and Lee. She'd been right there with me all weekend. I knew it. Hadn't doubted her submission every day since. Once we found out about why Archer thought it was best to put her in handcuffs, why she'd been going fast enough to be pulled over, why he told me she was scared of something, we'd get things cleared up. Let her hear the truth. Know it. Feel it. She was here and she wasn't going anywhere. Cricket, I repeated, this time in the same deep tone that she'd responded to so well before. I knew her deep down, but I didn't know the everyday shit, the stuff that was affecting her now. She shook her head against my chest. I glanced at Lee, who sat on the coffee table in front of us, his elbows on his thighs, just looking at her. I don't understand why you're here, she finally said, turned her head toward my friend. And who are you? I'm Lee, baby. He reached out, placed his hand on her knee, slid his thumb back and forth. He followed that gesture by giving her his signature grin. You probably don't recognize me since it was dark in Sutton's hotel room, and that was the point. But you might if I had my cock back in your pussy. She stiffened in my hold. I wasn't sure if I should kill Lee or thank him. Archer and Lee are the men who shared you that night, I clarified before she thought Lee was a fucking pervert. Archer moved closer, stood behind the coffee table, crossed his arms. Oh my God, she whispered. Her head lifted and I assumed she was looking at Archer. You knew when you pulled me over? He shook his head. No, not until you said your name was Cricket. I called Sutton for confirmation. There aren't that many Crickets around, Lee added. I shifted so I could tip her chin up, slide my thumb over the familiar chickenpox scar on the side of her cheek. I remember this, and other things about you, I said. Her eyes met mine, and while her dark eyes were laced with confusion, I saw calmness. Happiness, perhaps? Like the way you like your hair stroked. I lifted my hand, slid my fingers through her long tresses, remembered it had been pulled back into a sleek ponytail when I'd first met her at the rodeo. The way you smiled at me across the arena and ruined me for all others. She sucked in a breath and her eyes dropped to my lips. The way you tasted. I continued, sliding my thumb over her plump lower lip. Her tongue flicked out hard and licked it. My cock went instantly rock hard. And lower, I added, slipping my thumb into her mouth so she sucked on it, swirled around it as if it were the head of my cock. I pulled my hand away, not sure if I could handle any more reminder of how skilled she was on her knees. My balls ached with the need to sink into her, and my pants were all but strangling my dick. Do you remember too? I asked. She closed her eyes, nodded. Her lips were still parted, her breath ragged. She wasn't indifferent, and it gave me hope. "Remember when you rode my cock?" Lee asked. "You're the best cowgirl I've ever seen. You stayed on a lot longer than 8 seconds. That line was old and cheesy, but it certainly lightened the mood. And me. Do you remember me?" Archer added, gazing at her with dark eyes. He might be wearing his uniform, but he wasn't on duty. No, he was talking to her as a man. "Your name's not Wade?" she asked. Archer glanced down at his chest, noticed his name tag. "It is. Archer Wade. And I remember you. I was the one who fucked your ass. Claimed that virginity, made you come so hard, right?" A whimper escaped and she shifted on my lap. Oh yeah, she remembered. But that wasn't for now. Kissing her, touching her, loving her, fucking her. No, there were some things we had to know first. I lifted her off my lap so she stood between me and Lee. She had on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, sneakers. Nothing fancy, but she looked perfect to me. Although she would look even better naked, soon. Archer moved to the wall, flipped a light switch, and the recessed lighting in the ceiling brightened the room, now that darkness was settling in. He dropped onto the couch next to me. "What are you doing here, Cricket?" I asked. She looked to me, saw fear widen her eyes, then she lifted her chin as if setting her resolve. I wasn't sure if she were afraid of me or something else. Either way, I appreciated her honesty, even if she didn't know she was showing it. This is my house. I inherited it." Her words became more confident as she went on. Archer, Lee, and I all froze, stared. "What? You're one of Aiden Steele's daughters?" I asked. If she'd said she'd been one of the clowns at the Polson Rodeo, I wouldn't have been more surprised. She gave a slight shrug of her narrow shoulders, clearly unsure if I thought it was a good or bad thing. "I got a letter last week saying I was." "You never knew?" Lee asked, his face a mix of surprise and doubt. It was a little hard to imagine someone who didn't know who her father was, especially someone who lived only a few hours away, but neither Katie or Penny had either. Lee was the happy-go-lucky one of the three of us. Being a professional bull rider meant he was serious on the back of a bull, but other than that, he was all smiles and easy laughs. He hadn't seen the shit I had in the military, lived through hell and returned. He didn't have to deal with the shitty people and criminals on a daily basis like Archer. A bull might be pissed at him for tying up his balls and climbing on his back, but the animal never talked back, and once the 8 seconds were over, the fight was done. No guns, no bad guys. No fucking roadside IEDs, no nightmares. She turned her head toward him. "I didn't know either of my parents. My mother gave me up when I was 2 months old. I was in foster care until I was 18 and aged out." If her birth certificate did have Aiden Steele's name listed as the father, it would have made Riley's job as executor of the estate much easier. She'd have been easy to find. Instead, it had taken over 6 months, my guess for his hired investigators to find her. I imagined a younger Cricket in foster care, never having real parents, to feel the love of a mom and dad. I glanced at Archer and he knew exactly what I was thinking. Being friends a long time, sometimes words weren't needed. He pulled out his phone, started a text. Riley needed to know she was at the ranch. "What are you doing here?" she asked. I lifted my hand, slid it down her back, felt the ridges of her spine. "I work here. I train all the horses. And I'm on a break between rodeos. I'm friends with Sutton and Archer. BFFs, as the ladies might say. I have a place in Sheridan, but I stable my horse here and crash in the bunkhouse often enough, especially between competitions." Lee added, "You know my job, and like Lee said, these two are my friends." Archer offered, slipping a cell back into his pocket. "I called Sutton when I took your ID back to the SUV. I needed confirmation you are the Cricket." "This is a big coincidence, then?" she asked. I shrugged. "You could call it that. Fate. Definitely fate." "What had you so scared?" Archer wondered, his voice shifting to that of authority. She stiffened as if she'd been tased and she pinched her lips together. "Tell us, baby," I murmured, trying to keep the balance of her getting to tell us everything and not scaring her away. "Is this why I'm still in the handcuffs?" she asked, sticking them out toward Archer. I told you on the way here. You wanted them on. It makes you feel better, doesn't it?
What, being cuffed?
She scoffed. I shook my head. No. Knowing Archer was in charge. That you couldn't do anything but let him lead. That's the same way with us now. Just as it was that one night. The whole weekend with me. Give us your troubles, baby. She bit her lower lip, looked down at the floor. I glanced at Lee and he gave a slight shrug. It had to be something serious. From what I knew of cricket, she wasn't full of drama. She was a straight shooter. If something was wrong, seriously wrong enough to ask Archer to arrest her, then it was a big deal. Not going to tell us? Her dark gaze flicked to mine. Last chance, I added. Her eyes widened and she took a step away, but I hooked my hand about her waist and pulled her into me, then moved her so she was bent over my thighs, her belly on the couch. Her head was by Archer and he took a hold of the chain that linked the cuffs.
What are you doing?
She asked, trying to shift off my lap, wiggling and squirming like a fish on a line. I hooked a foot over her ankles, pinning her in place. Lee flicked his eyes to mine, then he reached for the button on the front of her jeans, worked it and the zipper down, then tugged the denim over her hips along with her underwear. He settled it mid-thigh, pinning her legs together. What's your safe word, baby? Chapter 5. Sutton. She stilled then, realizing we weren't taking advantage of her. I would never force her to be spanked, to strip her down, even only part way. Instead, we were dominating her, just like we had last summer. With the safe word question, she was in control here. She had all the power. We'd let her up, fix her jeans, and get her some fucking hot chocolate, if that was what she really wanted. She'd tell us sometime, but this was way faster. This was what she wanted. She'd backed herself into a corner and needed us to make her tell us. It was confusing and subtle, but it was what she needed.
Red,
she mumbled. I stroked a hand over the creamy flesh of her ass. It was warm, silky soft, and just as gorgeous as I remembered. Good girl, I murmured. Yeah, this was what she wanted. Last summer we hadn't come up with any elaborate safe words, but stuck with the basics. You wanted Archer to take control, and he hasn't given it up yet. You say red, and we'll let you up. She looked back at me over her shoulder. I saw the skittishness, the surprise, the need too. Her cheeks were flushed, her hair a wild tangle about her face. Do you want to say red? I asked, waiting, giving her one last chance. The way she stared at me, I could tell she was thinking and hard. Archer and Lee were quiet, patiently waiting. My heart thudded in my chest as I wondered if we could have the same connection after a year apart.
No.
Inwardly, I sighed. Thank fuck. The question is, what has you running scared? Answer when you're ready. I began the spanking, not all that hard, just a warm-up, one cheek then the other. Her flesh jiggled beneath my palm, the skin instantly turning pink. The sound of the spanking filled the room. Her head was turned toward the back of the couch and I was able to watch her expressions. Her eyes were pinched closed, her face scrunched. Her cheeks were flushed as she tried to hold her breath, but as I continued she began to pant. Who's in charge, baby? I asked. When she didn't respond, I spanked her again a little bit harder. She jolted, hissed, then cried out.
You!
I soothed the sting over her red skin with my palm, felt the warmth of it. That's right. I am, along with Archer and Lee until you say your safe word. That means you don't have any problems, any worries. You give them to us. She shook her head. Stubborn, stubborn woman. I spanked her again. A sob escaped, her hands clenched into fists. My palm came down once more. She slumped over my lap and cried. Finally. Fuck, I hated spankings like this. I was all for a playful bout, especially as I fucked, but this. She had to give over. There was nothing she could say that her men couldn't handle. A lawman, a marine, and a guy insane enough to jump on the back of a bull were here to protect her, even if it meant from herself. Archer released his hold on the cuffs and Lee tugged her clothes back up, scooped her into his arms, and carefully placed her on his lap. His hand went to her hair, brushed it back from her face, and he leaned down and whispered to her, I couldn't hear his words, but her crying eased, but didn't stop. Fuck, I hated to see her cry. I gritted my teeth just watching her so upset. We waited for her to get it all out, for the tears to run dry. When they did, Lee took over. He didn't like to spank, it wasn't his thing. I was the dominant of the three of us, but I knew he wasn't going to let her get up without telling us what was going on. "Feel better?" he asked. She nodded, turned her head into his chest. "Hey, don't wipe your snot all over me." She laughed at that, then sniffed. "Sorry," she murmured. "No, you're not," Lee replied, a smile turning up the corner of his mouth. "Okay, baby. What's so bad that you're ruining my shirt?" "I messed up." "We all mess up," he replied. "Something messed up when he didn't get your number." I clenched my jaw but remained quiet. She took a deep breath, sniffed once again. "Baby, don't make Sutton pull you over his knee again," Lee continued. "I borrowed money from the wrong person," she said, her voice defeated. My gaze lifted to Lee's. His eyes were a pale blue and there were crinkles at the edges from being so damned happy all the time, but a smile slipped from his face at her words, his eyes narrowing. "My car needed fixing and I had to use my tuition money to get it done. There would have been no way for me to get to classes otherwise, so I got it fixed and borrowed the money for the class. One class, one semester, that's it. I worked 2 jobs so I don't have to do financial aid and it's taking me forever to get my degree. But the car thing messed it all up." She was older than the normal college kid. Archer had said she was 25. Based on what she said, she'd been working her ass off to pay her own way. Katie, the first Steele heiress to show up on the ranch, had been raised by parents, her mother and a man she'd married and who Katie had thought was her dad. The way she spoke of them, they'd been real nice people and had set aside money for her to go to college before they died. And Penny, the other woman to inherit her family, was rich and put her through college, even a master's program, but solely for her mother's own personal career gains, not because Penny really wanted to be a subsurface geoscientist. I'd met Nancy Vandervilk last month, heard how she'd used Penny's need for affection against her, and she was a stone-cold bitch. But that was another story. Cricket sat up, looked to all 3 of us. Her face, even splotchy and red, was earnest. "I paid him back. All of it, and the interest, too," she told us, her words almost desperate. Obviously, it was really important she made her own way. "I won't be in debt to anyone, but he said I owed him more. Compound interest. I don't have $2,000. $2,000, Archer said, running a hand over the back of his neck. He was pissed, but he was good at hiding it. The way his jaw ticked, I knew he was ready to go track down the fucker. She sighed loudly. "They came to my house today, made me go to the strip club to pay the money back on stage. He even said I could pay off the money faster by doing private dances, which weren't dances at all." Archer stood, began to pace. Fuck. The thought of Cricket being forced to dance for strangers. Fuck. If she wanted to do a little strip tease, even a lap dance, it would be all in play and it would be with us. No one else would see her that way. "Did they hurt you? Make you?" She shook her head. "No, not then. But I was supposed to put on this slutty nurse's outfit and then strip." She spit out the words, her anger flaring. "That was so not happening. They threatened. Well, you can imagine." She turned her head up to look at Lee. "I never stripped before. And as for us, I know what we did last year was really wild, really kinky, but I'm not like that. At least not with anybody else. I'm not." She vowed as if it was crucial we understood that. "Shh," Lee soothed, gripping her face in his palms. "Of course you're not. We never thought you were. Hell, baby, if you left your phone number and you'd have known how much we wanted you, that one night wasn't enough. How much we want you now." Her mouth fell open and her eyes went wide. Shit. She thought we'd only wanted her for the weekend, for a fling. "Really?" "Really," Archer added as he sat back down, making sure she knew we all felt the same way. "Lee and I never even saw your face. We've been wanting you ever since. I just couldn't find you." Tears slipped down her cheeks as Lee dropped his hands, but she was calm. "Why did you go?" I asked. "Why didn't you at least say goodbye?" I had my clinical shift at the hospital. I took the clinical rotation over the summer. For class credit, I had to take a certain number of shifts. I only expected to stay in Polson for the rodeo, but you changed my plans. But I couldn't call in sick. I had to go, and I had to leave early to make it there in time. Even if you weren't interested in more with us, you still could have said goodbye, Sutton said. She glanced down, averting her eyes. You're right, but I guess I just didn't want to hear that. It had been a wild time, but see ya. So you left first, assuming we just wanted a wild fuck? Archer asked. Well, yeah, I mean, we met at a rodeo. She licked her lips and her gaze lifted to mine. We barely knew each other. I did things with all three of you. I grinned, remembering all the things we'd done, all three of us. I could see, though, how she came to her assumptions. We thought you just used us, Lee added. His harsh words were softened with a sly smile and a wink. Now that you're here, you can definitely use us again. We want you, Cricket, I told her, making it crystal clear. Not just for a night. Now that you're here, I want to try again. Yes, Archer added. Fuck yes, Lee finished. There was no way she didn't know our intent now. Hell, we just spanked her ass, given her the outlet she needed to tell us her problems. We gotten off track, though, so I asked. You didn't say exactly, but tonight, did they make you strip? I didn't know who the fucker was, but when I did, she shook her head, her hair flying about. No, I climbed out a bathroom window before it was my turn. She climbed out of a window? That's why you were speeding, Archer said, thinking aloud. I climbed out the window because they wouldn't have let me leave otherwise, so yes, I was speeding because I thought they might come after me. I didn't tell you they were on the side of the road because they told me not to. Her lower lip wobbled at that. The idea of someone taking advantage of her in such a way, of debasing her to the point she was scared of talking to a fucking sheriff, made me see red. You were coming here to steal ranch, Archer added, giving me a second or two to take a breath, to try to calm my need to kill. When she nodded, he continued. If you knew about this place or your inheritance, why didn't you give them the money, or get in touch with Riley Townsend and tell him the problem? He'd have paid them off. Her eyes flared, the anger was back. That was better. I couldn't handle a crying woman. And Cricket? It gutted me. So did hearing the story. While Leah and I had been with the horses earlier, she'd had to climb out a fucking window at a strip club. Alone. Even though we'd known nothing about it or her whereabouts, I felt as if we should have been there. It seemed she'd taken care of herself and could continue to do so, but why? Especially with these assholes. She needed backup. One of the big brawny variety. I already got the letter from the lawyer last week, and I'd already paid him back by then. I thought, until this afternoon, that I was done with the loan and with the guy. I didn't tell him about my inheritance, because I didn't want him to know about all this. If he was trying to make me strip for $2,000, I didn't know what he'd do for an entire ranch. She lifted her arms, indicating the house, the handcuffs rattling. Archer reached out, took hold of her wrist, got the key and released her from the restraints. He rubbed her wrists once they were off, ensuring the metal hadn't marred her skin. You're right. It's none of his fucking business, Archer said, lifting her wrists to his lips, kissing the inside. Smart thinking, keeping the money a secret, for escaping and coming here. That's right. You're such a good girl. I murmured, impressed I sounded calm when I was barely hanging on. You're not alone in this. Not anymore. Whoever the fucker was, he was going down. It was probably good that one of Cricket's men, one of us, was in law enforcement. Otherwise, there'd be a body buried on still property instead of soon being behind bars. That's right. We'll take care of this, Archer added. While I knew he meant finding out the details about the guy and getting the local cops to arrest him, the look on his face and the dark tone of his words had me thinking he might be carrying the shovel for me instead. You don't have to worry about a thing. Lee laughed. Didn't you hear, baby? Sutton killed the last fucker who went after a steel heiress. And that was Katie who belonged to Cord and Riley. Imagine what it'll do for you. Cricket stared at me wide